Chapter 1. Cocosia Village. On a sandy beach on the shore, a young man of about 18 or 19 years old slowly walked out of the sea. He was wearing a white robe, his clothes soaked by the sea water and clinging to his body. Finally reached, Ye Chen looked at the scene ahead, and there were some buildings faintly visible outside of Senli. The smoke was rising, and there were obviously people living. He is a traverser. After crossing into this world half a month ago, I also awakened the necessary cheat system for the traverser. Sign-in system. As long as you sign in at the designated place, you can get special rewards. After Ye Chen awakened the system, the first sign-in task was to come to Cocosia Village. It's just that the current Cocosia Village is occupied by evil dragons, and outsiders can't get in at all. To this, Ye Chen took some thoughts and finally came here. System, I'm here. When he reached Cocosia Village, Ye Chen couldn't wait to call the system. This is the base camp of the evil dragon. If there is no strength, staying longer is dangerous. Because this place is guarded by many murlocs, they are patrolling all the time, just for fear that the people of Cocosia Village will run out and expose the things here. And the outsiders who come here are basically killed by the murlocs. So if Ye Chen does not have enough strength once discovered by the murloc, it will be very dangerous. Ding! Congratulations to host for signing in successfully. Quest reward, get Ryujin Jakka. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable force poured into Ye Chen's body. After a long time, Ye Chen's eyes flickered, the brilliance flowed, and there was an extra sword in his hand. The style was primitive and full of vicissitudes of life. It's like an old antique left over thousands of years. Boom. Almost at the same time, Ye Chen exploded with a breath. The faint breath rose from his body, and then turned into the sea of Wang Yang, layer by layer, rolling towards the surroundings. Read more at Hoptel novel. Like a violent wind sweeping, rolling everything up and destroying everything. This is Ryatsu, a performance of the powerful Ryatsu. Ye Chen received Ryujin Jakka, the strongest fire system Zanpakuto, and at the same time received vast Ryatsu. These Ryatsu are gifts for Ye Chen to start Ryujin Jakka. Feeling a series of using skills of Ryujin Jakka in his mind, Ye Chen looked at Ryujin Jakka in his hand and exclaimed, "This time it's worth signing in. It's not wasting that I risked my life to come here." In addition to Ryujin Jakka, the reward for signing in was given to him with a huge Ryatsu, as well as a large number of Ryujin Jakka skills. These skills are all the skills that the old man of the Shinigami squad leader has cultivated for thousands of years. Shurkai, Bankai, and many other Ryujin Jakka skills he knows, plus the huge Ryatsu. Ye Chen is currently a proper captain-level combat power in the Shinigami world. Although he has just obtained it and is not yet proficient, if all these insights are fully understood, Ye Chen may not be able to reach the level of the captain. Get a handful of Zanpakuto with a huge amount of Ryatsu and a series of Zanpakuto skills. I have to say that this reward is too rich. It's just buy one get two free. So worth it. And because of this, Ye Chen's strength has also changed, from a small weak chicken to a terrifying strong. Just as Ye Chen was still feeling the abundance of rewards, a voice came from behind. Who? Who allowed you to approach here? No, he is not from Cocosia Village, but from outside. Kill him. Behind Ye Chen, several murlocs came over one after another. Their expressions were green. Their eyes were full of killing intent, and they stared at Ye Chen, wishing to give Ye Chen to the corpse. They are all murlocs on patrol, in order to prevent people from Cocosia Village from running out, and also to prevent people from outside from entering Cocosia Village. Expose the affairs of Cocosia Village. If things in Cocosia Village are exposed, it is likely to cause a lot of repercussions. Kill him. The three-headed murloc saw that Ye Chen was an outsider, and a few people did not hesitate to do it. Over the years, many people have come to Cocosia Village. In the end, all died in their hands. Boy, don't go anywhere else. Just come to us. You are looking for death. It's been a long time since humans have come to die. This time I will take out his heart by myself. It's a pity that those guys in Cocosia Village can't be killed. The speed of the three-headed murloc was very fast. Like a cold arrow shot out, quickly came to Ye Chen's side and headed towards Ye Chen. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen raised his brows, and the three murlocs' punches were fast, but in his eyes, they were like snails, and the flaws were instantly seen. This should be Old Man Shan's combat experience. Ye Chen muttered to himself, quickly avoiding the fist of the murloc. After that, he drew the sword in his hand, and the cold light bloomed. Pop. A murloc splits his head instantly, and the head rises high, blood is gushing like a fountain, crashing to the ground. These murlocs are too weak for the current Ye Chen. Just like ants, they can be pinched to death at will. Damn it! What speed is this? The remaining 2 murlocs were horrified, and they hadn't reacted yet, and their companions died directly. The speed is too fast, so fast that they have no time to react at all. He didn't even see Ye Chen draw his sword. Too weak. Ye Chen waved the sword in his hand, slashing as fast as lightning, so that the 2 murlocs had no chance to react and stepped into the footsteps. Bang bang. 2 huge murloc heads fell on the ground. Their eyes widened and their faces were incredibly full. They didn't seem to understand why Ye Chen, a thin and feeble human, could give him a second in an instant. After solving the 3-headed murloc, Ye Chen looked at the Cocosia Village inside, and then said faintly, "Since I start from here, then help them." Chapter 2. Ye Chen put away Ryujin Jakka and walked inside. His rise starts from here, so you can just destroy the dragon and pirate group at will. Doing this is completely arbitrary. The shore is not far from the village of Cocosia. After a few steps, he came to Cocosia Village. In this place, Liao was uninhabited. Everyone hid in the house and hardly came out. Step on. Ye Chen looked around, then stepped on footsteps and walked inside. Because of the evil dragon, the people here were afraid to come out, because once they came out, they might be squeezed by the murlocs. Although it may not be dead, disability occurs frequently. It's also a miracle that waste-like dragons can rule this kind of place for so many years. The strength of the evil dragon is definitely a scum on Grand Line or New World. Unfortunately, this is the East China Sea, the weakest sea. Although there are many strong people, the overall strength is not as good as other sea areas, and even murlocs can rule a place, which is very outrageous. If it is placed elsewhere, the evil dragon would have been killed because of the murloc identity. The murloc and humans were not very much to see, and in addition, the evil dragon's behavior also devalued humans. As long as anyone knows, it is estimated that the evil dragon will not be let go. Of course, the evil dragon can do evil here for so many years. The main reason is that it is secretly colluding with Marine, and the person with Marine acts as a protective umbrella for them. Bang. When Ye Chen passed by the center of the street, suddenly someone opened the door and rushed over. One hand grabbed Ye Chen and said anxiously, "Hurry up and hide. There are many murlocs here. If they see you, they will definitely kill you. The murlocs don't want to see outsiders here." Why hide? Ye Chen's face was calm and a smile appeared. "Since these guys are so damn it, why don't you kill them?" Heard this sentence. Nuajigo was stunned. Kill the murloc. They didn't want to think about it, but the murlocs were too powerful, and they didn't have any powerful strength. Facing the vicious murloc, he can only be suppressed. There is no strong in Cocosia Village. At this time, at some windows in other rooms, many people watched Ulquiorra and Ye Chen, secretly anxious. They both stayed for too long. If you continue, you will definitely be seen by the murlocs. We want to kill them too, but those guys are so powerful that we can't compare them, Nuachi Gao said angrily, and then his tone was helpless. After the evil dragon pirate group was destroyed, the guy in Cocosia Village didn't want to. However, this is just a fantasy. Without strong support, facing the dragon and pirate group, it just hit the rocks with the eggs. You can't, I can. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Want to see those dirty murlocs die? If you want, follow me. Heard this sentence. Nuachi was stunned. Read more at Hoptel novel, XYZ. She didn't know if the young man in front of him was confident or arrogant. Although Ye Chen is handsome and has a warm smile, Ye Chen's body is too thin and does not look like a strong man. Such a man. Is it really possible to slaughter the dragon pirates? Ulquiorra was a little skeptical. The reason is that Ye Chen looks a little weak and has no reputation. It is normal to be suspicious of this. At the same time, the two did not know each other. If it were not for the fear of Ye Chen being killed, Ulquiorra would not risk it to come out. However, there is no time for her to think. Suddenly, on the street in the distance, a dozen murlocs walked out, all of them pale and angry. Like a gunpowder keg about to explode, it explodes at one point. It didn't take long. These murlocs walked in and saw Ye Chen and Ulquiorra. Seeing that Ye Chen didn't look like a person from Cocosia Village, and at the same time thinking of the traces of walking on the beach, I instantly thought that Ye Chen might have killed the 3 murlocs on the shore. He pointed to Ye Chen and said in a cold voice, "You just killed the 3 people on the shore?" Heard this. Ulquiorra was shocked and looked at Ye Chen in amazement. He actually did something on the murloc and also killed 3 people. The people in the room trembled even more. Now that 3 murlocs have died, the members of the Dragon Pirates will definitely be angry and even act on them. Okay. Ye Chen nodded. It's me. Hearing Ye Chen confess directly, the murloc's face suddenly turned black. After pondering for a moment, he said in a cold voice, "Grab this guy. I will torture this guy well. I want him to experience the painful torture. I want him to regret coming to this world." The words came out. The murlocs around suddenly screamed, "I want an arm of this guy. I want a leg. Then I want his eyes. Don't grab them with me." A dozen murlocs ran over angrily, flaring their teeth and claws. Like a demon in hell, it looked a bit terrifying. Humph. Looking at these murlocs, Ye Chen snorted coldly. Pause time. From his body, a strand of Ryatsu rose. Subsequently, Ryatsu ascended and descended like a vast sea of stars. Facing this wave of Ryatsu, everyone was like a mortal facing the gods, and there was only a deep sense of panic in their hearts. Almost instantly, the surrounding murlocs were struck by lightning, and they were on the ground. They were lying on the ground, unable to move, as if they were burdened by a large mountain. The huge pressure made them unable to move at all. Feel the tremendous pressure. The murloc was frightened. They couldn't imagine why they just snorted, and they couldn't even move. What level of strength is this, or what special ability? Could it be Conqueror's Haki? Saw the murloc suddenly fall down. Ulquiorra, who had planned to work hard, was immediately stunned. What's going on? How come these murlocs have fallen? Then, she seemed to have thought of something, looked at Ye Chen, and said, "What happened to them? They are just too weak." Ye Chen shook his head, then smiled. "Weak like ants can be crushed to death at will. It's like this." Between words, Ye Chen's Ryatsu suddenly ascended, and the terrifying aura was like a shock wave, impacting the murloc's body. Boom. Accompanied by a roar, the murlocs lying on the ground exploded, their flesh and blood flying, splashing into the sky. Chapter 3. Bang. Bang. The murlocs lying on the ground like bombs exploded one after another, and their flesh and blood were flying, reflecting in Nuachigao's eyes. Seeing this scene, Ulquiorra's head went blank, as if she had lost Wagwong. She could only stare at the exploded fish people in a daze. Just let the murloc explode with one word, without any action? This level of strength is no longer what Nuachigao can imagine. The man in front of him seemed like a god. Speaking of Tianxian and speaking out the law, whoever wants to die will die. Ulquiorra looked at Ye Chen like a robot and said in a low voice, "How did you do it, God?" The scene in front of her shocked her too much. The thin men next to him didn't need to act, and a word made them a nightmare, just like a nightmare murloc. This ability has exceeded their imagination. Except for the gods, Ulquiorra couldn't think of any other reasons. Although she knows that there is demon fruit power, such a peculiar existence. But even so, it's impossible to achieve this level, right? God. Hearing this sentence, Ye Chen felt a little funny, but he could understand. After all, Ulquiorra hadn't been out of Cocosia Village very much, and he didn't know what the powerhouses in this world were like. If you think I am, so be it. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Are you interested now? Follow me to see the death of the evil dragon? If before, hear this sentence. It is absolutely impossible for Nuajigo to agree. But now, seeing Ye Chen's strength, Nuachi nodded her head. Interested. After years of oppression, Ulquiorra could not wait to slaughter the dragon. It's just that I didn't have enough strength before. Not now, but the man next to her will do. If she can see the dragon dying in front of her with her own eyes, or kill the dragon with her own hands, no matter what, she feels it is very worthwhile. Then go. The voice fell off. Ye Chen took Ulquiorra to the headquarters of the evil dragon. In fact, with Ulquiorra, most of the reasons still want to quickly find the headquarters of the evil dragon. With her leading the way, Ye Chen doesn't need to waste time waiting for the two to leave. The doors of the houses next to the street opened one after another, and the villagers of Cocosia Village came out one after another. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly they didn't know what to say. After a while, someone broke the silence and said, "Should we follow the past? Although the little brother is very powerful, The dragon should not be underestimated. And Wokigo followed. I'm worried about what happened to her. Read more at Hompful Novel, XYZ. Follow, no matter what, we must protect Nwokigo. Correct. May not be assured of Nwokigo's life safety. Everyone finally made a decision. Go to the headquarters of the evil dragon together. At the same time, the headquarters of the dragon pirates. At this time, in a tall building, in a gorgeously decorated room, the dragon was lying on the sofa, receiving a special guest. This person is wearing a marine costume with a wretched face, a beard similar to a mouse on his face, and even the hat he wears with mouse ears. The whole person looks like a human mouse. Colonel Mouse, a shameless marine scum, and the evil dragon is in harmony. Because of him, the evil dragon can be unscrupulous in the vicinity, bullying the nearby villages. Because it serves as an umbrella for the evil dragon often pays the mouse colonel. Today happened to be the day when Colonel Mouse came to collect the money. Colonel Mouse opened the box next to him and looked at the golden light inside Bailey, with a smile on his mouth and his face full of greed. Looking at the appearance of Colonel Mouse, the evil dragon's eyes showed a touch of disdain, but on the surface it was still very friendly, and said, "Colonel, you counted to see if the number is correct?" Although he looked down on this guy very much, but for the sake of a stable life in the future, the evil dragon did not show any disdain on the surface. "No need to order. We have worked together for so many years. I believe in your personality." Colonel Mouse put the box away and said with satisfaction, "The two have worked together for several years, and there has been basically no mistake in these years, so Colonel Mouse believes in the evil dragon very much. And he also believed that the dragon would not offend him because of this. After all, if there is no protection from him, once other Marines are allowed to come over, the dragon will not live so nourished. Which is lighter and heavier. He understands how the evil dragon will choose. Thank you, Colonel, for your trust." The evil dragon grinned, then took a wine bottle and faced Colonel Mouse. Then drank it all in one go. After the two had finished drinking, they were ready to chat for a while. Just now, a roar sounded. The earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking, as if there was an earthquake. What happened? You go out and take a look. The evil dragon frowned and ordered to the Murloc next to him. It is good. The Murloc nodded and then walked out. After a while, the Murloc was full of panic and ran over in a hurry and said, "Oh no, someone outside is working on us. When I saw it, there were already many brothers lying on the ground." The words came out. Everyone was shocked. The evil dragon had a black face and stood up abruptly. Colonel Mouse was so frightened that he trembled. He really couldn't understand. Someone in this neighborhood would dare to offend the dragon? Isn't this looking for death? Although he is Marine, he knows the strength of evil dragons very well and is absolutely terrifying. Almost none of the pirates active in the East China Sea are his opponents. Just now, with a bang, the door burst directly and a black shadow flew out from it, passed by the dragon, and hit the wall behind. The smoke dispersed. It was a Murloc, but with a bloodline on his face, those who were already dead couldn't be dying. Seeing the death of the Murloc next to him, the evil dragon's eyes widened and full of anger, and shouted at the outside, "No matter who you are, I will surely let you shatter your body today. Kill me, you don't have the qualifications yet." A flat voice sounded. Ye Chen walked over slowly with Nuachi Gao. Looking around the room, he glanced at Colonel Mouse, and finally his eyes fell on the evil dragon. His face was calm, and Wokigo, who was standing next to him, looked at the evil dragon angrily, full of hatred, wishing to smash the dragon into pieces at this time. It is because of these guys that they are so miserable. Chapter 4. Very good. The evil dragon gritted his teeth, his eyes spurted with killing intent, and the actual killing intent almost penetrated Ye Chen. If his eyes could kill, Ye Chen would have died thousands of times. Arrogant, inferior human beings, I want you to regret living in this world. The evil dragon shouted angrily, stepped on the ground, and the ground was broken, and the cobweb-like cracks moved in all directions. Like a cold arrow shot, the dragon's speed was amazing. Its body turned crazily, like a propeller, churning crazily. Its mouth opened, and its sharp teeth rattled. This is the unique ability of the evil dragon. Through its crazy rotation and the sharpness of the teeth, it can easily tear a person to the body or even pierce through the wall at will. The power is extremely terrifying. Coupled with the terrifying speed, most people simply cannot bear it. Nwokigo hid behind Ye Chen, trembling with fear in his eyes. Everything in the sun is ashes. Ryujin Jakka? With a faint groan, the terrifying Ryatsu erupted on Ye Chen, like a terrifying ocean wave, layer after layer. Ryatsu, like a vast galaxy, almost materially descends, forming a transparent wall around Ye Chen. The dragon rushed forward and slammed into Ryatsu's wall. There was a bang. The dragon screamed again and again. His teeth were cracked, and his face was full of blood. See this scene. Ye Chen was a little disappointed and said faintly, "As far as this capacity is concerned, using Sure Kai on you is a bit of a loss. But forget it. It's just a try anyway. The dragon is too weak. The weak Ye Chen is a bit speechless. He didn't even pass through his Ryatsu wall. How weak can you imagine? You must know that his Ryatsu wall was not intentional, but because of Sure Kai, Ryatsu climbed up and unintentionally condensed around him. And this Ryatsu wall is only 1/10 of his degree. If it explodes in full, it is estimated that the dragon itself will be directly killed." Instinctively wanted to use the evil dragon to try Ryujin Jakka's abilities. Who knows that the dragon is so weak? Ye Chen felt a little helpless. What kind of monster is this? Colonel Mouse's eyes widened. It was the first time he saw an evil dragon being defeated, and he didn't even want to see Ye Chen take action. He saw Ye Chen whisper a few words with one hand, and then the imposing dragon hit the wall, almost knocking himself to death. Demon fruit power? The evil dragon was full of frost. The wall was so weird just now. It reminded him of demon fruit power. Only demon fruit power can have this ability. Read more at Hamptel novel. YZ. It's not. Ye Chen said lightly. You should be on the road. Heard the sentence. The evil dragon's face changed drastically and then punched through the wall, as if to leave through the test just now. He already knew that the man in front of him was not something he could deal with. Ye Chen wants him to die. How could he run away? Puff. Ye Chen didn't use Ryujin Jakka's moves. It was just an ordinary slash. The fierce sword chi carrier swept away and fell on the dragon. The unbelievable high temperature directly vaporized the dragon. Even the evil dragon couldn't even scream, and thousands of heat instantly melted his body. Dead. Seeing the dragon evaporating directly, Colonel Mouse fell on the ground with a panicked face and shivered. He looked at Ye Chen in fear and panicked. You can't kill me, I am Marine. If you kill me, you will definitely want it by Marine. Ye Chen didn't bother to take care of this waste, and swiped it directly, evaporating Colonel Mouse. Then settled the rest at will. Almost everyone in the Dragon Pirate group was dealt with by Ye Chen one by one. Get the people here. The people from Cocosia Village also followed, and everyone gathered together, and there seemed to be hundreds of people densely packed. Seeing Wokigo coming out, the people from Cocosia Village immediately greeted him and said, "Wokigo, are you okay?" Hear the words. Nwoji laughed and said, "I'm fine. The evil dragon and pirate group has been destroyed, and the evil dragon is also dead." With that, Nuachigo pointed to Ye Chen and said, "This is the one who shot." Heard this. The villagers of Cocosia Village cheered suddenly. She burst into tears. Too long. Only after the evil dragon came, they were squeezed, and it was better to live than to die. Their nightmare, the evil dragon and pirate group, eventually fell. Pause time. The men from Cocosia Village knelt to the ground and said excitedly to Ye Chen, "Great benefactor, thank you for your shot. Although we don't know what your name is or why you shot the dragon, but because of for this reason, we are reborn. We will never forget such kindness. Benefactor, we want to repay you. Don't know if you need anything? That's right, we can't forget such kindness. We must thank the benefactor." Seeing this scene, Noa Chigao also burst into tears and said to Ye Chen, "Thank you." Seeing the people kneeling on the ground, Ye Chen was a little dazed. He didn't expect these people to fluctuate so much. It does not seem to be the case in the original work. But when I thought about it, I felt normal. After all, the evil dragon had squeezed them for too long. Get me a boat. Thought for a while. Ye Chen didn't have much to need either. As for money, what the evil dragon has is that he waits to take one, and it's almost the same. In addition, he is one ship short. As for sailing at sea, there must be a ship. How else can I go to the next sign-in location? At the same time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, a new signing mission is released. Go to the Windmill Village and get rewards immediately after signing in. The time limit is 15 days. Chapter 5. Here comes the task. Ye Chen smiled slightly when he heard the system prompt. Didn't expect the new signing mission to be so fast. He thought he would have to wait for a while. And it's still Windmill Village. This village is terrific, far from being comparable to that of Cocosia Village. Anyone who has seen pirates basically knows this existence. This is the place where the protagonist Luffy was born, and it is also the hometown of the Revolutionary Dragon, and it is also the hometown of the marine hero Garp. Although it is only a village, the characters born are enough to change the pattern of the world, even without boasting. If the Windmill Village is gone, everyone will die. Even celestial dragons is the same. Hearing that Ye Chen only needs a boat, the people in Cocosia Village quickly arrange for him. There are no boats in Cocosia Village, but there are evil dragons. And Colonel Mouse also has it. The marine warship also arrived. In the end, the people in Cocosia Village wanted to get a boat for Ye Chen, but they couldn't get it right. They had to kill the dragon's pirate boat and give it to Ye Chen at the same time. They also prepared a lot of food and Bailey for Ye Chen. These things are their own things. Even the treasure knife that someone gave to Ye Chen's family. Anyway, the more precious the thing, they all took it all in one mind, wanting to repay Ye Chen. It's just that the people here are too poor, especially after years of squeeze by the evil dragon. There is no value at all. And what they gave, Ye Chen didn't need it either. Finally took some food and Bailey and left Cocosia Village by boat. At the same time, the manatee with the dragon moo. Take the manatee, mainly to let the manatee come to pull the boat and take him to the Windmill Village. The destruction of the dragon pirate group. It spread out soon. It also caused some fluctuations in the East China Sea, although the reward of the evil dragon is only 20 million. But in places like the East China Sea, the 20 million bounty is definitely a giant, almost equal to the level of New World 4 emperors. Of course, this only refers to the pirates active in the East China Sea, not the pirates who were born here. Pirates of this level were destroyed, shaking the entire East China Sea. At the same time, there was news that the destruction of the Dragon Pirate Group was done by one person, not a pirate group. Read more at Hoptel Novel XYZ. This is even more surprising. The strength of the Dragon Pirates is a well-known thing in the East China Sea. The strength is extremely terrifying. Even if the Marine wants to destroy the Dragon Pirates, a certain price must be paid. However, in addition to the death of the evil dragon, the death of Colonel Rat also spread to Marine. Colonel rank is not low in Dong Hai rank. His death quickly attracted Marine's attention. Although this guy is a scum. But after all, it was Marine, and many people in the East China Sea branch belonged to him. In the end, Marine gave Ye Chen a bounty. 30 million Baileys. The bounty far exceeds the bounty of the evil dragon. Almost reached the extreme of the East China Sea. At the same time, because they didn't know Ye Chen's name, they ended up using a mysterious person instead. As for the photos, they didn't intend to take them. It was after Ye Chen left Cocosia Village and stopped somewhere. Others saw the ships of the Dragon Pirates and immediately knew that Ye Chen was the one who killed the Dragon Pirates. As soon as you go to sea, you will get a bounty of 30 million Baileys. This may not be a big deal in New World, but in the East China Sea, it really shakes the entire East China Sea. It shows that Donghai Marine attaches great importance to Ye Chen. At this time, in the Windmill Village, a marine warship is parked on the dock. On the deck, a figure dressed in a marine coat and a dog-head hat is burly, with condensed muscles. Lieutenant General Garp, the news just came that there seems to be an incredible pirate in the East Sea. The initial bounty was 30 million. Only 30 million? Hearing these words, Marine wearing a dog's head hat said puzzledly, "This person is impressively Marine, Hero Garp." Lieutenant General Garp, putting 30 million Baileys on the Grand Line or New World may not be a big deal, but it is already outrageous in the East China Sea. It seems that the active pirates in the East China Sea have only offered a reward of more than 20 million. The first time this person was offered a reward of 30 million Baileys. General Marine, next to Garp, explained, "The bounty of 30 million is really nothing to put in other places, because in places like New World, more than 100 million pirates are cannon fodder, and 30 million is nothing. But here is the East China Sea, the weakest sea. Pirates who can have a bounty of more than 10 million are extremely awesome." Moreover, the first time this person offered a reward of 30 million. After listening, Garp probably understood the meaning and asked, "What did this guy do?" The first time he offered a reward, he offered so many rewards. I asked, this guy killing the village or is it? He was also a little curious. In places like the East China Sea, the bounty was 30 million for the first time. which is enough to show how bad this person is. If it weren't for slaughtering a lot of people, there wouldn't be so many bounties. It seems to have killed a Colonel Marine, in addition to slaughtering a pirate group called the Dragon Pirates. This Dragon Pirate group seems to be very famous in the East China Sea. It belongs to one of the strongest pirate groups. It may be because of the killing of the Marine Colonel and the slaughter of the Dragon Pirate group. Marine in the branch feels this. People whose combat power is too terrifying will give such a high bounty. If that's the case, it's normal. Garp shrugged. According to the information, there was no problem with this bounty. Point one who slaughtered a pirate group, or the top pirate group in the East China Sea, was worthy of this bounty. Although he didn't do much evil, it was normal to give a bounty after killing Marine after all. At the same time, suddenly there was an exclamation. Lieutenant General Garp, there is a pirate ship approaching. Lieutenant General Garp, that pirate group seems to be the pirate ship of the Dragon and Pirates group. Now it seems to belong to that mysterious man. He is the one who offers a reward of 30 million. Heard this. Garp suddenly turned his head, and suddenly saw that in the distance, a pirate ship was slowly approaching in this direction, being pulled by a manatee. The flag of the pirate ship is that of the Dragon Pirate Group. A newcomer offering a reward of 30 million Baileys is here, and the target seems to be Windmill Village. Chapter 6. Marine Warship? Is Garp back? Pirates on board. Ye Chen saw the Marine warship in the distance, but he was also a little confused. When I came to Windmill Village for the first time, I ran into Garp. You know, Garp rarely returns to Windmill Village, especially after Luffy goes to sea. Unexpectedly, he encountered it the first time he came. Plus his current identity. If you run into it, there is definitely going to be a fight. At this time, on the Marine warship, Garp sank and said, "Bring the cannonball." The words came out. With a look on the Marine below, he proficiently pushed a car of cannonballs over. Garp reached over, picked up a cannonball, shook it, aimed it in the direction of Ye Chen, and then threw it with a big hand. Boom. The cannonball shot out, like a gun barrel, with a violent whistling sound, heading into the wind. Sure enough, Ye Chen listened to this whistling sound and waved Ryujin Jakka. A sword aura came out from the air, cutting the cannonball in half in midair. Subsequently, Ye Chen stepped on, using the pirate boat as a springboard, and easily jumped onto the pier. The moment it landed, system reminder sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Task reward, summon Galio. Ye Chen was stunned when he heard the system prompt. This time, the reward turned out to be the summoner, and it was Galio. No stranger to Galio Ye Chen. After all, this hero was extremely famous before crossing. At that time, Galio, etc. were very familiar with many topics. Anyone who has played that game will remember the existence of Galio. System, can you let Galio not summon here and move to another place? Come when I let him come over. Ye Chen said silently in his heart. It's a headache to summon Galio directly now. After all, Garp is here. Can. If you need to summon Galio, as long as you meditate on the appearance of justice, Galio will come next to the host. Okay. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. If Galio is summoned here directly, it will be a little troublesome after all. At the same time, Garp saw Ye Chen jump directly onto the dock, frowning and following him. Read more at Hopful Novel, Wizzy. At the same time stepping on the moonwalk, moving quickly in the air, towards Ye Chen. Iron Fist. Garp snorted, and the big casserole fist burst out. The tea that moment, armament Haki instantly covered. The black hair was shiny, and it exuded a steel-like luster. Hello, old man Garp. Use armament Haki directly on a little pirate like me. Is this really good? Seeing Garp use armament Haki to him, Ye Chen felt a little helpless. He admitted that his bounty is among the top in the East China Sea. But in the Grand Line, the 30 million Baileys bounty is not a good deal at all. And based on Garp's experience, the pirates with 30 million Baileys are not even cannon fodder. Surroundings, everything is ashes, Ryujin Jakka. Without too much consideration, Ye Chen directly used Shirkai. The terrifying Ryatsu erupted from his body, like a vast sea of stars, forming a Ryatsu wall in front of him. At the same time, Ye Chen burst into endless flames all over his body, and several flame pillars rose behind him, soaring towards the sky, like a flame monarch controlling the flames. Fire-burning city. Garp is not comparable to evil dragons and others. If he is not serious, he may be killed by such an old guy at any time. This old guy is not simple, almost standing at the top of the pirate world's combat power. The blade of Ryujin Jakka was haunted by flames, and Ye Chen waved Ryujin Jakka towards Garp. In a flash, the flame burst out, turning into a giant flame palm and suddenly grabbing towards Garp. Fire ability. Seeing the giant flame palm, Garp's expression condensed, but he did not retreat because of this, but rushed over unstoppably, extremely confident in his own power. What about the flame? He can break it with one punch. Boom. Garp shook his iron fist, followed by a violent whistling sound, and hit the flame giant with a punch. The two collided, and the iron fist passed through the flame giant. At that moment, Garp's face changed slightly, and he moved backwards. Leg. Burst. The voice fell. The giant flame palm exploded directly, and a violent explosion sounded, deafening, and the violent force swept through, shaking the ground, and the ground shook the mountains. Under the powerful explosive force, Garp was also directly exploded. His figure flew out, and his body plunged directly into the sea. Lieutenant General Garp was knocked back? How can that be? Is this kid so strong? On the warship, many Marines were confused. Although they were beaten back through Garp, the enemies Garp faced at the time were all famous and powerful players in New World. They are basically big pirates who are famous all over the world, and Ye Chen is just a pirate who has just set out to sea, and he is still in the East China Sea, the weakest sea. The Marines were dumbfounded. This pirate, who offered a reward of 30 million at the beginning, is really that strong? Even Lieutenant Garp was beaten back. Or is it that Lieutenant Garp is releasing water? Boy, you have two tricks. With your strength, you have a place in the Grand Line. What's your name? Garp rushed up quickly and landed on the ground, his face condensed, not as full of jokes as he had before. Through the match just now, Garp recognized Ye Chen's strength. Ye Chen. Weird name. Hearing this, Ye Chen didn't care too much. It's weird. Garp looked serious, his eyes condensed, and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do when you come to Windmill Village? What's the purpose?" Ye Chen's purpose is straightforward. At first glance, the goal is Windmill Village. This made Garp a little confused and worried. Cocosia Village is not very prominent in the East China Sea. Why did Ye Chen come here, and what is his purpose? I'll come and pick up my companion. Do you think I would believe it? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Hear the words. Garp's expression condensed, and he didn't say much. He directly started his hands, his arms covered in color like cast steel. His whole body was pitch black, and the light flickered. Bang. As soon as he stepped on his feet, the ground under Garp's feet shattered, and the cobweb-like cracks spread to the surroundings, and at the same time he disappeared to the ground in an instant. Next moment, Garp appeared behind Ye Chen and threw a punch like a cannonball, making a violent whistling sound. Chapter 7. Thunder is too fast to cover your ears. Garp's speed is amazing, like a lightning flashing past. This time he took the shot very seriously, not just a tentative shot like before. As Garp, he was so serious about taking a shot at a pirate who had just gone out to sea, which is enough to show Garp's recognition of Ye Chen. Fast speed. Ye Chen's gaze narrowed. Although he has the combat experience of the old Yamamoto, Garp is not an ordinary person. The speed has reached the limit of human beings, which is not comparable to ordinary people. What's more, Garp also used a shave, which is a move of Marine 6 styles, which can quickly increase the speed in a short time. Fire refusal. The flame rose on the ground, forming a circle to surround Ye Chen, like a flame shield, covering it. Almost at the same time, the rising flames exploded directly, and the terrifying explosion exploded with extremely terrifying power, like a huge bomb exploding, erupting extremely terrifying repulsive force. Boom. A deafening sound rang, the ground shook the mountains, and the ground swayed more and more as if a major earthquake had occurred, and under Ye Chen's feet, there were countless cracks on the ground, spreading around like a cobweb. Bang. Garp didn't succeed this time either. The violent explosion exploded Garp, his figure flew out tens of meters, and hit the ground directly. Garp paused and slowly stood up from the ground, his expression dignified. Ye Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. Although he was young and thin, his sword skills and abilities were very strange. Moreover, Ye Chen's combat experience is extremely sufficient, which makes Garp not surprised, because when facing Ye Chen, he is kind of like facing the experienced old guy like Whitebeard. Not an ordinary young man. Over the years, Garp has seen countless pirates, and he has encountered many pirates of any age. But Ye Chen alone is the most peculiar. Although he is not very old, he has a maturity that his peers do not have. The rich combat experience makes him feel shocked. Where did this kid pop up? How come you haven't heard of this person before? In just a few short encounters, Ye Chen shocked Garp several times and refreshed his 3 views time and time again. Old man Garp, it's not a good habit to be distracted in battle. With a voice falling, the fiery flames rose up and turned into a tornado, swallowing the surroundings and headed towards Garp. At the same time, Ye Chen stepped on the ground, like a flash of lightning rushing out. A cold light bloomed, accompanied by a bright light, out of the sky. The extreme flame and sword aura fusion, blooming brilliant brilliance, wonderful and dangerous. Hearing this, Garp laughed. Little guy, although distraction is my fault, if you want to beat me, you are a little bit. Between words, Garp jumped, his feet covered with armed colors, and then kicked dozens of times in the direction of the flame with his feet. Tempest kick, the lion roars. Roar. Along with a roar, a lifelike lion appeared out of thin air, with a condensed figure and dense feathers, roaring like a real lion, and the breath of the whole body burst out, heading towards the flames. Boom. The two collided. Read more at Homptel novel, XYZ. Like a huge mountain colliding, a terrifying explosion erupted, and the violent vibration swept all around, deafening. Dragon head. Ye Chen's eyes condensed, his right hand swept across the blade of Ryujin Jakka, and the terrifying flames spurted, instantly condensing into a dragon head, wearing 2 dragon horns on his head, glaring out lifelike like a real dragon head. What a peculiar ability. Garp laughed and said, it's not so much your ability to fire, it's the ability of your sword. You can understand it this way, but this knife is my strength. Garp's eyes are harsh, and Ryujin Jakka's abilities can be seen at a glance. But Ye Chen doesn't care. What if he is seen? Ryujin Jakka is his Zanpakuto, which is closely related to him and basically means that there is no difference in his abilities. Boom, boom, boom. A violent vibration erupted, and the speed of the two was as fast as lightning, almost invisible to the naked eye. The two sides fought extremely fiercely, the flames roared, the shock wave vibrated, and the terrifying battle storm swept all around, directly shattering the entire ground, like a major earthquake shaking the entire island. Feeling the danger of this battle, whether it is the Marines on the warship or the villagers of Windmill Village, they shuddered and their faces were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this still human? The power that burst out was far beyond their imagination. They even felt that if no one stopped them, would they destroy an island casually? Is this guy really just a pirate who just went out to sea? A Marine swallowed his saliva and looked at the scene in the distance with a shocked expression on his face. The battle in front of them has exceeded their expectations. It is no longer something they can intervene, and even if they feel that they are past, it is estimated that they will be swallowed up by the battle in an instant. They didn't think there was much to Garp. After all, Garp's strength lies in IT that as a Marine hero, he stands at the top of the world. But Ye Chen just went to sea, and he offered a reward of only 30 million yuan. Such a newcomer. Can he be like this with Marine heroes? It is simply shocking. Boom. The explosion sounded loudly. Ye Chen and Garp separated and landed on the ground. They were panting and sweating. Boy, you have such strength. Why not be a Marine, but a pirate? Garp looked at Ye Chen and said in a deep voice, the more you fight with Ye Chen, the more you can appreciate Ye Chen's super strength and terrifying talent. Why Ye Chen is only 18 or 9 years old. With this kind of combat power, if he were given another 10 years, wouldn't he just ascend to the level of Whitebeard and the others? I don't want to be a running dog of celestial dragons, and I didn't intend to be a pirate. It's just that you offer me a bounty, so I can't help it. Ye Chen flipped through Byakugan. Interestingly, according to what you said, Marine forced you? Roughly the same. If it was you, if someone killed Marine, would you give a bounty? Yes, it's just that the Marine I killed is a scum, and it's the same as the pirates acting as a pirate's umbrella. Do you think such a Marine should be killed? Heard this. Garp was stunned. He didn't expect Ye Chen to say that. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, it's time. Although he knew these words could not be said, he still obeyed his heart. Gar, you are indeed a strange thing. If you change to Sengoku, you probably won't say such a thing. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said faintly, the time is almost there. I almost took my companion and left. The hero is here. Come out, my companion, Galio. Heard this sentence. Garp was a little dazed. Next moment, His face was full of horror. Boom. The violent vibration sounded, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. The ground shook, the mountains and rivers shook. Just now, a huge black shadow shot out from the distant sea and finally came towards this side at an extremely terrifying speed. In a flash, the black shadow crashed down beside Ye Chen. There was a bang. It seemed to fall, almost shattering the entire ground. Galio's horrible body unfolded, and his indestructible wings haunted Ye Chen, standing behind Ye Chen like a guardian god, and said, "Sleeping for many years, I finally waited for you, my master." Chapter 8. The hero of Galio appeared on the stage. A huge figure enveloped the sky, almost covering the entire Windmill Village under his figure. His body is too huge, like a huge fortress, like a walking city. Just standing there can make countless people feel scared. This. Garp's eyes widened and looked at Galio incredulously. It seemed to see something incredible. What the hell is this? Creature or fortress? Or is it a capable person? Galio's size was far beyond his imagination. He stood in front of Galio like an ant, insignificant. He couldn't imagine the existence of such a huge creature in this world. Even if the giants were in front of him, it seemed that they were not enough to see. Call out. Ye Chen jumped onto Galio's shoulders, stood above and stared at Garp, and said faintly, "Old man Garp, I have no idea about Windmill Village. You don't need to be nervous. It just happens that my companion is here. Also, if you really intend to offer me a reward, since you don't want to give such a low bounty, at least 1/800 million bounty. A mere 30 million bounty does not meet my identity. Goodbye." Between words, Galio spread out huge wings, and the hard wings spread out, like covering the sky and the sun, shrouding everything under the shadows. Boom. Galio jumped and disappeared into a stream of light. Watching Galio leave, Garp's face changed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ye Chen, this is a weird kid. Looking at the disappeared figure, Garp muttered to himself, "It seems that an incredible guy is about to appear in this sea." It's not that Garp didn't think about keeping Ye Chen here. Just gave up later. Because he is not sure whether he can keep Ye Chen. At the same time, there is Galio. Once they fight, the village of Windmill is hardly spared. If it is not good, the whole village of Windmill may be destroyed directly. So Garp finally decided not to start. Lieutenant General Garp, what shall we do now? Read more at Hamptel Novel, XYZ. At this time, several Marines walked out of the warship and looked at Garp nervously. After this incident, they can also see that an incredible figure has appeared in this sea. Facing a strong person like Garp at a young age, they are equally divided. They are placed in other sea areas, and even places where monsters like New World push and push. It is estimated that they are extremely terrible. If this kind of existence is left unchecked, it will inevitably become a major concern for Marine in the future. Contact me, Sengoku. Garp is short and horrified, without the hippie smile of the past. When he said this sentence, his tone was extremely calm. Yes. Upon hearing this, a Marine hurriedly took out a phone bug to contact Sengoku. Ding. Quickly, the phone worm turned into Sengoku's appearance, wearing glasses, and his expression was majestic, not angry and majestic. What's the matter, Garp? Sengoku, I just met an incredible guy. This guy may have the qualifications comparable to those of Whitebeard Roger. The words came out. Sengoku at Marine headquarters put down the files in his hand and solemnly said, "What did you meet, Garp? Comparable to Roger and Whitebeard's qualifications? This is a terrible thing. You must know that these 2 days have run through 2 eras, and they are all outstanding in the era, which makes them feel a headache. If one appears, it is even more serious. A kid named Ye Chen is very strong. Even I didn't take him down." Speaking of this, Garp paused for a while, his expression solemn. "And when fighting, I can feel it. This guy didn't do his best, and he was hiding something. Of course, I didn't try my best, but even so I can't help him. And this guy has a companion called Galio, who is extremely huge, like an island." Hearing these words, Sengoku was stunned. A pirate who has never heard of a name. Even Garp can't even win it. This is incredible. And he could hear Garp's tone, not the usual hippie smile, but extremely serious. Obviously, Garp was serious. "Garp, if Admiral is dispatched, is there a chance to take this guy? There is a possibility that I haven't seen him use Haki. Maybe not, that if those guys do it, maybe they can get it. But if this guy can armament Haki, it's hard to say. I understand you passed the information to me, and I will give this guy a reward order again. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and then each hung up. At this time, Marine Headquarters, Marshal's office. Sengoku put down the things in his hands, his eyes flickered, and said in a low voice, "Even the old guy Garp is so careful. Where did this guy named Ye Chen come out? No one like Garp won." It is enough to illustrate the strength of Ye Chen. It's just that Sengoku can't figure it out. Ye Chen is so strong. Why is there no news before? What exactly is this for? Sengoku took a deep breath and whispered, "I can only wait for the information from Garp to come, and then let the intelligence department guess. Maybe he will know his depth by then." After speaking, Sengoku continues his work. Chapter 9. 3 days later. Countless news birds have taken news to all parts of the world. On the news this time, what is difficult on the front page is not the great pirates of New World, nor the revolutionary army that has puzzled the world government for a long time. It is a rookie pirate from the East China Sea. Ye Chen. A bounty of 500 million is offered. Galio. A bounty of 300 million is offered. The pirate group with only 2 people has a total bounty of 800 million Baileys. This kind of bounty is extremely rare in New World, because Ye Chen and the others just went to sea. In addition, they also come from the East China Sea. Known as the weakest sea, the highest bounty of pirates in it is only 20 to 30 million, but Ye Chen himself has nearly 800 million bounty. This kind of thing is very strange and hasn't even happened in decades. A rookie pirate group that has not even been to the Grand Line has a bounty of tens of billions. And the captain Ye Chen seems to be young, just a kid, and didn't do too much. There are even 500 million. People from all over the world who received the news immediately began to discuss it. Marine is not mistaken, right? One just killed a Marine and an ordinary pirate group, and the bounty was 500 million. Marine definitely has a brain problem. This kind of kid can actually be 500 million? When is the bounty so worthless? This is so strange. Lousy killed so many Marines. Why is there only a 100 million bounty? Marine definitely has a problem. It may be a mistake. Seeing Ye Chen and Galio's bounty, countless pirates were stunned. They killed so many people to get a bounty of more than 100 million, not even more than 100 million. And the kid in the news just killed a pirate group and a Marine, and even directly reached the 500 million bounty. The difference is too big. Many pirates are dissatisfied. They killed so many people, and the bounty was not over 100 million. And this kid turned out to be 500 million. Why? This is somewhat unfair. At this time, New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. "Father, the news this time is a bit strange," Marco said without looking up while holding the news. And Whitebeard next to him was a little curious. "Hey, what happened?" Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. This time the headline is a kid, and it seems that he has not been in the Grand Line yet, and he has been offered a reward of 500 million. He seems to be still in the East China Sea, and he didn't seem to be too much. He just killed a Colonel Marine. The words came out. The pirates of Whitebeard beside him widened their eyes. "Captain Marco, are you right? There's a 500 million bounty for killing a Colonel Marine? It's impossible. I killed a Major General directly, and only gave me a 10 million bounty. Is something wrong with Marine? There must be something wrong. Colonel Marine is so valuable. This is true. But why is this guy offering such a high bounty?" Everyone talked a lot. They all don't believe it and question Ye Chen's bounty, as long as it is still too ridiculous. Killed a colonel and offered a 500 million bounty. How can that be? If the colonel is so valuable, it is estimated that Marine's colonel would have been killed long ago. At this time, Marco said, "I read the news. The 500 million bounty was mentioned later. After killing Colonel Marine, this person's bounty was 30 million. After a while, the bounty was raised to 5 billion. It's very possible that during this period of time, what did this person do to make the Marines raise the bounty? It's just that it didn't say what this guy did." Heard this. The people who had been noisy were quiet. If it is mentioned later, it is normal. But if it was 500 million from the beginning, it would be outrageous. "Gulala, there should be nothing wrong with this thing, Marine." Whitebeard grinned. "It may be that this guy did something incredible some time ago that made Marine pay special attention to it." Heard these words. Everyone thinks it makes sense, but some people think this bounty is a bit outrageous. A 500 million bounty for such a young age. It hasn't appeared in many years. At the same time, the country of peace. Inside a magnificent palace, the burly Kaido sat in the first seat with a news item in his hand. He glanced at it roughly, and Ye Chen's passed directly. When he saw Galio, his eyes flickered and he showed a pleasant smile. It's like a child sees a funny toy. He pointed to Galio's photo. You go and check where this guy is. I want this guy to join us. The words came out. The three plagues next to him were moved and looked over. Yin Calamity's Cinder was expressionless and said faintly, this guy in the photo is indeed not bad. You can join us. Epidemic Quinn grinned and said, I heard that this guy can fly, and his size is extremely huge, like a moving island. If this guy can join, we can enhance our combat effectiveness. Jack the Drow automatically asked and said, Boss, I will help you catch this guy myself. Everyone was a little moved when they saw Galio's picture. Go, Jack, you should be able to kill this kind of kid at will, but you must remember that this guy named Galio must not die. If I die, I will break your neck myself. Kaido said loudly. Hearing this, Jack the Drow laughed. Don't worry, boss, there will never be any mistakes. Give me a month and I will definitely bring this guy back. At the same time, in a certain sea area above the sky, Galio was flying in the air. His huge body was like a fortress in the sky, with a feeling of suffocation. On Galio's back, Ye Chen was sitting on it, looking at the latest newspaper in his hands. The bounty has risen, but it's only 500 million, which is a bit small, and the guys at Sengoku won't give me much. But Galio is quite a lot. There are 300 million. Master, I have 300 million bounty? That's great, Galio said happily. During this time, Ye Chen taught him a lot of information about the world, so he also knew the concept of bounty. The higher the bounty, the stronger the strength in the eyes of others outside. At the same time, an icy reminder sounded. Ding! The new sign-in task is released. Please go to Apayado, the Island of Gods, to sign in. You can get rewards immediately after signing in. The time limit is 30 days. Chapter 10. The new sign-in task has finally arrived. Ye Chen smiled slightly. After waiting for so many days, he finally waited for the new sign-in task. Reward after 2 sign-ins. He's now very eager to get more sign-in tasks and get richer rewards. The first time Cocosia Village got Ryujin Jakka, which directly transformed him from a weak chicken to a strong one. The second time was Windmill Village, and Galio was summoned. Galio is huge, powerful, and has the ability to fly, which just saves him the trouble of finding a boat. At least now, he doesn't need a boat to sail. If there are more people in the future, he will still need a boat. The Island of Gods Apayado. If I remember correctly, this place should be on the Sky Island, and it is still the place where Any Road lives. As the early boss, Ye Chen probably remembered the place where Ainala lived, which was Apayado, which was originally part of Gaia Island, but Ainala took possession of it. Any Road. Ye Chen was very impressed that as a previous boss, he also possessed Thunder Fruit, one of Logia's strongest fruits. The strength is extremely powerful. If it is not for the protagonist Halo, Luffy is really not this guy's opponent. At the same time, Ainala's arrogant personality is impressive and hard to remember. Since it is an empty island, then go to Demon Valley Town first. You can go straight up there. There are many empty islands, and the Sky Island is different in each place. For example, in the original book, Nami was photographed by the bear on an empty island, which is completely different from the empty island where Any Road is located. The town of Magic Valley is the closest place to Any Lukong Island. Subsequently, Ye Chen directed Galio to the direction of Lobe Town. Ready to enter the Grand Line directly. Go to the town of Magic Valley. Call out. Galio's indestructible wings spread out, blooming with colorful brilliance, as if blessed with magic, even though the speed increased. The rate of eruption is much faster than before. Lobe Town. Smoker is patrolling Lobe Town as usual, with his adjutant. Colonel Smoker Ye Chen, the pirate offering a reward of 500 million Baileys, should still be in the East China Sea now. When do you think he will come to Lobe Town? He can't be in the East China Sea all his life, right? Dasiki pushed his glasses, looked at Smoker, and asked. Only after Ye Chen's news came out. Read more at Hoptel Novel, YZ. Dasiki has been thinking about Ye Chen. She was wondering when will Ye Chen go to the Grand Line. After all, Ye Chen can't be in the East China Sea all his life. Since I want to go to the Grand Line, then it must pass through Lobe Town. Otherwise, it won't make it through at all. Maybe these days. Smoker bit his cigar and said calmly, this kind of man cannot condescend to the East China Sea forever. Sooner or later, he will go to the Grand Line. It's a matter of time before he leaves the East China SEA. It shouldn't be too late. It may be this time. Hearing this, Tasiki said, he will pass through Lobe Town. I heard that Ye Chen's companion seems to be flying. It's possible to fly directly over Lobe Town and say yes. Tasiki's voice just fell. Pause time. The surrounding area was plunged into a shadow, like a dark cloud covering the sky, covering the surroundings in black shadows. At the same time, everyone raised their heads, their eyes widened. Above the high altitude, a huge monster straddled away, directly over the Lobe Town, and rose rapidly, heading for the distance. Colonel Smoker. Daski's face was startled, and she looked at Smoker and yelled. Hear the words. A glimmer of brilliance appeared in Smoker's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, this should be Galio, Ye Chen's companions. They have already crossed the Lobe Town and headed to the Grand Line. Go back and inform the Marine headquarters of this news. Yes. Tasiki answered, then looked at the distant back and muttered, this body is too big, almost like a small island. If you sit down directly, will Lobe Town be destroyed? Thinking of Galio's size. She is not very sure now, mainly because it is too big, straddling the air, almost covering the entire Lobe Town. And she looked at it, barely seeing the end with the naked eye, unable to measure how big Galio was. The departure of Ye Chen and Galio didn't make Tasiki emotional. As Marine, they got some news from Marine headquarters. The headquarters told them that if they met Ye Chen and Galio, they could let them go and let them leave, and they could not conflict with Ye Chen and the others. Although this kind of thing is outrageous, it is true news from the headquarters. The reason given by the headquarters is that the strength of Ye Chen and Galio is unfathomable, and they are not what they can contend, and there is even no one that can be contended in the East China Sea. Marine headquarters. Sengoku put down the phone worm. He just received a message from Ye Chen. After pondering for a moment, he said to Marine outside, let Akainu Admiral come here. A few minutes later, Akainu walked in slowly with a cold face and sat down on the sofa. Upon seeing this, Sengoku didn't care and said solemnly, the news I just got, Ye Chen has left the East China Sea and entered the Grand Line. I just don't know where this guy is for the time being. Sakazuki, don't perform tasks during this time. Stay at the headquarters and wait for news from the intelligence department. As soon as there is news from Ye Chen, you will act immediately. Let Akainu start, enough to show that Sengoku attaches great importance to Ye Chen. This means that some big pirates in New World don't have this kind of treatment. I would rather let Akainu not perform the task. Akainu was expressionless and said coldly, understood, as long as I meet this guy, I will definitely catch this guy back, although with Garp's advice. But Akainu still doesn't pay much attention to Ye Chen, mainly because he feels that he is a rookie pirate, and at such a young age, his strength is not much stronger. At the same time, because he is not very good with Garp's senses, he doesn't care too much. Chapter 11. Put an admiral on standby, just to stare at a rookie pirate. If this matter spreads out, probably aroused many people's surprise. At the same time, I think deeply. What did Ye Chen do? Why did Marine take it so seriously? You must know that letting an admiral stare at a pirate, this kind of treatment is only possible for the top pirates of New World, such as Whitebeard. If they have any amazing actions, Admiral can be dispatched. In addition, unless someone beats celestial dragons, or kills celestial dragons, only then will Admiral be dispatched. Otherwise, there is no other way. Ye Chen didn't go to sea for a long time, but he made Marine pay so much attention to it, and even Marine Admiral had to be dispatched. Anyone who is not stupid will think about such weird things. What did Ye Chen do? Why did Marine take it so seriously? Only. This matter has not really started yet. Right now, Marine has no news of Ye Chen, so Akainu can only wait, waiting for news of Ye Chen from the intelligence department. Simultaneously, because of the headlines, Ye Chen became famous. Countless forces are surging in the dark, all looking for Ye Chen's trace. Some are prying into the secrets of Ye Chen getting such a high bounty. Some just want Ye Chen's head. Some want Ye Chen to join their forces. In short, no matter what the purpose, Ye Chen became the sweet pastry of countless forces overnight. Magic Valley Town. Grand Line is a relatively special island. This was once part of Gaia Island. Only after Gaia Island flew to Sky Island hundreds of years ago, after a long period of development, this place finally evolved into Magic Valley Town. This place is very special. It is not an ordinary town, but a place where pirates gather. Pirates can be seen everywhere. If you throw a stone downstairs, 95% of those hit are pirates. Pirates gather here to spend money like dirt and enjoy life. At this time, in a bar, it was extremely crowded, full of pirates. Numerous pirates ate and drank, discussing various things. Read more at Hoptel novel. Quizzy. I heard that Ye Chen has left the East China Sea and has come to the Grand Line. Ye Chen? That Ye Chen? Idiot, you don't even know this. There was a lot of rumors a few days ago that the guy who was offered a reward of 500 million Baileys before he even entered the Grand Line. Oh, I heard that guy is not too old. Only 18 or 9 years old. Regardless of his age, I have seen photos of that guy in some news, and the best record is to get rid of a group called the Dragon Pirates, in which the talent with the highest bounty is more than 20 million. It's only more than 20 million, which is too little, right? Don't say that more than 20 million is the highest in the East China Sea, after all. It is the weakest sea. Pirates in that place are very weak. TSK. How strong can people come from this kind of place? I hope this Ye Chen will not touch me, or I will take off his head personally. There are more people who want to kill him, and you will be there. I heard that many people are interested in his head, and Bellamy put down his words. As long as whoever gives him the news of Ye Chen, he kills Ye Chen to get the bounty, and he will be divided into half. That hyena under Doflamingo's name. It's him. Then it will be fun. I hope Ye Chen could appear in Magic Valley. Everyone talked and discussed each other. The discussion was very loud, and the noisy sound almost covered the entire bar. Bang. Suddenly, the door was opened, and a person hurried in. I saw him panting and said, Ye Chen has appeared. The words came out. The whole bar suddenly became quiet. Many people's expressions changed. They stood up suddenly and asked harshly, that Ye Chen. It's Ye Chen who offers a 500 million bounty. He is there now. It's on the dock. Hear this voice. The bar that was crowded with people suddenly dispersed, and everyone took their own weapons and used their strength to feed themselves towards the door. Go in the direction of the dock. Look at its posture. It's like robbing a treasure. I can't wait for fear that others will be one step ahead of them. Magic Valley Town. Fear? Ye Chen landed from Galio, and Galio himself shrank rapidly and quickly became almost the same as Ye Chen's figure. After shrinking, Galio looked a little honest, not as frightening and shocking as before. The two came down to supplement some supplies. In general, Ye Chen intends to supplement supplies. Galio didn't need to eat or drink. He didn't need anything at all. But Ye Chen is still a human being, and he still needs to eat and drink. After many days of flying, he is a little tired of sea kings and plans to have a good meal. Master, these guys are killing us. Should we solve them? Galio said in a deep voice. Go and solve it. Ye Chen stretched his waist and said faintly, I don't plan to shoot these vegetables. Although there are many pirates gathered here, they are basically ordinary pirates, and there are no powerful pirates. The bounty of over 100 million is extremely rare. Hearing Ye Chen's order, Galio's eyes fell cold and he walked out directly. Almost at the same time, a pirate couldn't help but rushed out, waved the weapon in his hand, and cut off in the direction of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, your uncle, my name, the one who killed you was... Bang. Fortunately, before finishing talking, Galio punched him in the face with a righteous punch, and the power of terror directly smashed his head. Pause time. The person who had originally planned to shoot stopped subconsciously. His eyes widened, and he looked at Galio in disbelief. Smash a person's head with a punch? This is how powerful it is to do it. And they just saw Galio doing this. To put it lightly, it seems to be just a casual blow. Chapter 12. On the pier. A dozen pirates stood there stiffly, their eyes widened and their faces pale, even a little desperate. Who said that the pirates from the East China Sea can't do it? Who said that the East China Sea is the weakest sea? Is this a pirate from the weakest sea? Blasting a person's head with one punch is as easy as blowing a watermelon with one punch. Understatement. It seemed that there was no effort. The head is so brittle. Galio curled his lips, his words a little disappointed. Here this is human talk. Everyone fell into a sluggishness. Is your head still brittle? Ordinary swords may not be able to split the head, and a hard skull is even harder than a stone. What kind of monster is this? He blasted a person's head with one punch. And I think my head is not good enough. It is too fragile. No wonder Marine has offered a reward of 300 million Baileys. No wonder they have offered such a high bounty before coming out of the East China Sea, and they have been so valued by Marine. It turns out that these people are too strong. Pause time. Everyone was a little desperate. It turns out that Marine made no mistake. Did not lie to them. The strength of these two men is worthy of his bounty. Escape. Escape. In a flash, a thought flashed through the mind of a dozen or so pirates almost at the same time. Get out of this ghost place quickly. It doesn't matter what the bounty is. Registration matters. Bum. Everyone was almost in sync. One after another scattered their feet and ran away, their faces flushed, and they almost used the power of milking to run away. It seemed as if there was a Shinigami chasing behind. As they were some distance away from Galio, Galio just reacted when they ran. These guys have already ran to the back of the street. At the same time, at the junction of the street, a very strange thing happened. Someone left the dock desperately. Someone rushed to the dock desperately, as if there were treasures on the dock. How did these guys run away? I remember that there was a guy who had a high bounty of 20 million Baileys. Follow him, they just run away. If I missed this opportunity and didn't get Ye Chen's head, I would regret it for a lifetime. IT was 500 million Bailey's head. How many small towns would it take to get it? That's true. The running of those people attracted the attention of some pirates. Read more at Hoptel novel. Twizy. Only. They thought of the value of Ye Chen's head, and greed swallowed their sanity, causing them to head towards the dock like beasts that lost their sanity. For them, the pier is the treasure. It's what Roger calls the big treasure. As long as Ye Chen's head is taken off, they can develop. In addition, Ye Chen's subordinates offered a reward of 300 million Baileys, which is also very valuable. I saw Ye Chen. I want his head. I'm coming for 500 million Baileys. Luckily, I run fast. No one can make a move. If you just make a move, you will be an enemy of our Blood Wolf pirate group. Go to your Blood Wolf pirate group. You're a fart. Seeing the heads near Chi-Chi, many pirates almost lost their minds. This time, the number of pirates rushing over was astonishing. The first batch of pirates who rushed over was in the 30s. There is a steady stream of pirates behind. Just a moment. The number has reached more than 50 people. The number is amazing. Shocking. Seeing the crowd rushing over, Galio's eyes moved, and a touch of joy appeared in his eyes. Good guys. Those people just ran away. He also regretted being careless. I didn't take good care of those people and gave him a chance to run away. Right now, even more people came. Come to die. Ye Chen on the side looked at this scene and touched his chin. I'm too popular too. There's so many pirates who want to kill me. Seeing so many pirates, he didn't expect it. Although he knew that he was coming to Demon Valley Town. There must be a lot of pirates who have done something to him. But I didn't expect that there were so many. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people had gathered on the dock. The number of people has continued to increase. The popularity is far beyond Ye Chen's expectations. At first, he thought it would be nice to have 20 or so people killed him. I didn't expect it to be super double directly. Ye Chen took a deep breath. I thought there were smart people. It seems I overestimated them. He thought that Marine offered such a high bounty, and there should be smart people who could see Marine's value. Who knows that there seem to be few smart people? In fact, it is normal to have so many people. In addition to offering a bounty of 500 million yuan, countless people's interest is intrigued. At the same time, it is also because Ye Chen did not have a more depressing record before. After destroying the Evil Dragon pirate group, it might be amazing to put it in the East China Sea. But if it is placed on the Grand Line, this is nothing. Moreover, the East China Sea was originally the weakest sea, the sea area that countless people ridiculed. When these people saw Ye Chen's high bounty, with age and record, I immediately felt that Ye Chen might not be that strong. Just because of doing something, it touched the interests of Marine or the interests of the world government. Only then will Marine give such a high bounty. See Ye Chen getting closer and closer. The people in front of them looked excited, getting more and more excited, and almost saw 500 million Baileys beckoning at them. That is heaven. However, soon the disillusionment was disillusioned. They fell from heaven to hell. Seeing so many people, Galio just let go of his hands and feet and started. Justice Punch. Galio didn't use any special abilities. Use only the simplest and most primitive attack method. Bang. The indestructible fist kept slamming. Every shot. It was accompanied by the bursting of one head after another. Galio's whole body was created with a special magic stone. He was indestructible and belonged to the hardest stone. Diamonds may not be as hard as him. At the same time, because of the perennial bath magic, Galio himself has some magic, power magic, flying magic, or shrinking magic. These are all Galio's own. With these magic blessings, Galio is like a magic war machine, extremely terrifying. Especially the power magic persisted, coupled with Galio's indestructible fist. The burst of power was enough to destroy a mountain. Although the human skull is hard, but compared to Galio's fist, it was far inferior. Chapter 13. Damn, why is this guy so powerful? Asshole, what kind of body is this? The knife broke on his body. Who said these two guys were vulnerable? Galio let go of his hands and feet and worked hard. Like a wolf entering a flock, wherever he went, there was a halo of life after life. The power of terror is coupled with an indestructible body. This group of pirates faced Galio. Like immature babies, they could only watch Galio massacre. Whether they use a gun or a sword. Faced with Galio, nothing happened. Galio was crushing against this group of people like an invincible victory. Boom. Deafening sounds rang around, the ground shattered, smoke was everywhere, and many pirates were frightened and fled towards the rear in a panic. If just like those people, they used the fastest speed in their life, just like escaping from hell, running forward desperately. This is not heaven. This is hell. It was not the lamb that they could slaughter in their fantasy, but a demon with teeth and claws that could crush them at will. 10 minutes later, the wharf was bloody and bloody. The huge field was crowded with corpses. Looking at it at a glance, it is densely packed. Almost all are corpses. Like purgatory in the world, looking scared. Ye Chen stood at the farthest point of the dock, watching everything calmly. In front of him, Galio was covered in blood. His body was burly. His face was simple. His indestructible body was rendered blood-colored by the blood. It looks extremely scary, as if walking out of a sea of blood. The pirates were afraid of being killed. There is no need for Ye Chen to shoot, and Galio pushes sideways by himself. At the same time, it was extremely violent, with terrifying power hitting his head, exploding like a watermelon, and the terrifying scene reflected in everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, they were all frightened silly. They left here one after another, not daring to approach, because they know if they continue to stay, they will become headless corpses just like the corpses on the ground. This should be no one, right? Ye Chen stretched his waist and yawned. After seeing such a bloody scene, he was a little bored. There could be so many people coming at him. Ye Chen really didn't expect it. But all this does not matter. Come on, if you want to die, then he will fulfill them. Read more at Hoptel Novel, YZ. Now it looks like it is almost over. Ye Chen greeted Galio and said, "Let's go. Go in and buy something." "Okay, master." Galio responded honestly. Subsequently, the two walked towards the town. Maybe it was because Galio looked a little scary. The owner of the store was so frightened that Ye Chen gave everything for nothing and didn't charge any money. Probably strolled around. After replenishing the supplies, Ye Chen and Galio are preparing to leave Demon Valley Town. Bang. Just now, on the street, a figure kept jumping around at an extremely terrifying speed. Galio, get rid of that fly. Okay. Galio turned around. A glimmer of brilliance appeared in his figure and then disappeared in place. Next moment, bang. Galio fell from the sky. His huge body fell on the ground, and the ground shook and the mountains shook like a big earthquake. The whole town shook violently. At the same time, as the smoke dissipated, Galio slowly stood up, following Ye Chen's footsteps. And the original pothole. A head rolled over like one and rolled in front of everyone. See this head. Everyone was shocked. This is not Bellamy? It's him, the big pirate who offers a bounty of more than 40 million. Such pirates are lost in seconds. Galio is too strong. It's not a level of existence at all. No wonder Marine gives him a bounty of 300 million. You said that a crew member is so strong, so how strong is Ye Chen as the captain? Surely, he should be stronger than Galio. After all, he is the existence of a reward of 500 million. That's true. With their strength, one day they should be able to stir the situation in New World. You are not talking nonsense. That is inevitable. I think so. I always feel that it won't take long for the Black Crow pirates to spread throughout the world. Impossible. There are only 2 people in the pirate group. Everyone talked a lot, and after seeing Bellamy's second, there was not much fluctuation. Just surprised for a little while. Although Bellamy has a great reputation here. But compared with Galio, it was far different. According to approximate statistics, the dead bodies on the dock start at least 200. This is still a lot of corpses. Incomplete statistics. The real number is estimated to be more. As for the Black Crow pirates, it is Ye Chen's pirates. During the battle, Ye Chen passed this name out. At the dock, Galio flew into the air, and his body grew rapidly. In an instant, it became dozens of times bigger. At the same time, Ye Chen jumped onto Galio's back with something and said faintly, Galio flew into the air. Okay? Hear this. Galio nodded, and then a faint light burst out of his body, condensing into a magic circle in the air. Then, the figure is like a rainbow light, shooting towards the air, fast as lightning, out of the sky in an instant. Chapter 14. News of the tragic situation of Demon Valley Town soon spread all over the world. Perhaps because of the headlines a few days ago, many people are paying attention to the traces of Ye Chen and others. After the news of Demon Valley Town came out, everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that Ye Chen and the others had such terrifying strength. They almost slaughtered Demon Valley Town. This was the situation where Ye Chen didn't make a move, and Galio almost slaughtered the Demon Valley Town alone intact. Black Crow pirates, it seems not as simple as imagined. The bounty offered by Marine to them may not be based on the horrible things they have done, but it may be because of their strength. There is a possibility. If a crew member is so strong, Ye Chen, as the captain, is probably not an ordinary person. The sea is not calm anymore. Another pirate group has appeared. Fortunately, they have fewer people now. If there are more people, they should be able to compete in New World. I haven't seen the news of Ye Chen's move yet. I really hope someone will let Ye Chen take a shot to test his abilities. Is it really strong? There are many people who have this idea. Unfortunately, their whereabouts are uncertain. Unlike other pirate groups, they do not sail on the sea, but walk in the sky. It is difficult to find them. Wait, they will come to New World sooner or later. Many forces received the news and reacted differently, but most of them were surprised. Regarding the strength of Galio, it is Ye Chen's own strength. They want to know that this person who hasn't been out to sea for long. How powerful is it? Can Marine offer a reward of 500 million Baileys? Compared to other forces, Marine is very troubled. They just got news from Ye Chen when I was about to send a Kaido out, but he learned that he left Magic Valley Town that day. This made Sengoku almost smash the table. Ye Chen's whereabouts are too weird. Make the Marine extremely passive. The outside world is disturbed one after another, and the undercurrent is surging. It seemed calm, but it was choppy. At this time, Ye Chen is on his way to the Island of God. With Galio's ability to fly, he didn't need to rely on any tools and came to the Sky Island unobstructed. Pass through the gate of heaven. Go straight inside, under a wave of inquiries. Get the place where Ainala lives. Read more at Hopful Novel. YZ. The Island of Gods, Appayato. With a gradual deepening, Ye Chen and Galio both felt their eyes fixed on them. Gary, do you feel the sight of that place? Master, I feel that we are not far away. That's where we are going. Understand. Familiar with the original, Ye Chen knows that the line of sight is the ability of Anilu. Heart Gang. Observation Haki combines the unique radio waves of Thunderfruit, allowing Anilu to perceive the entire Sky Island and hear the voices of people in the sky. Because of this, if someone dared to speak ill of Anilu, then he will be punished by God. At this time, Appayato, the Island of Gods. In a magnificent palace, Anilu was naked, took a bite of the apple in his hand, looked cold, and said to the person below, "For priests." "My lord God." The words fall. The 4 priests who were on standby knelt down one after another, waiting for Ainulu's order. For them, Ainulu is a god, and they are the people who serve the gods. There is endless respect for Ainulu in the eyes of the 4 people. 2 outsiders broke into our territory. Go and kill them and bring their heads back. Yes, Lord God. The 4 priests looked calm and said respectfully, then all got up and left the palace and headed outside. They have performed this kind of task many times. Basically, they came back with big victories, so they have no other ideas. For them, solving outsiders is just an ordinary thing. Seeing the island in front of me gradually became clear. Ye Chen knew that the island of God was coming. Just now, 4 figures stopped in front of them. Stop, intruder. The 4 figures had their own faces, both fat and thin, with white wings on their backs. The 4 priests under Ainulu. Gario, don't stop. These guys, leave it to me. No need to waste time. Heard this. Galio, who had planned to eliminate the 4 priests, stopped immediately. Let go of your hands and feet and fly forward. Seeing that Galio didn't stop, he speeded up instead. The faces of the 4 priests were a little dark, and they felt insulted. I didn't stop waiting for me, arrogant. Resolved them. The 4 priests gave a low cry, using their abilities in various ways, and headed towards Galio. Stegosaurus. At the same time, there was a sharp edge in Ye Chen's eyes. The Ryujin Jakka in his hand was unsheathed, and a cold light bloomed in the air. The sword came out like a dragon, and the majestic sword gas turned into a dragon. With a hideous face, teeth, and claws, the fur is clearly visible, lifelike, like a real dragon coming to the world. Roar. The Stegosaurus roared again and rushed away with sharp sword aura. Damn it! Stop! Unbeatable! Seeing the terrifying Stegosaurus, the 4 priests' complexion changed drastically, and they paused quickly and hid away. It seems to want to avoid Stegosaurus. However, the Stegosaurus bite, like a spirituality, adjusted its body and instantly swallowed the 4 of them. Boom. The deafening sound was cut, and the sword aura sputtered in all directions. The 4 priests were pierced by countless sword auras, and they were full of holes. Bang. The 4 priests were instantly killed. The vitality in the body was wiped out, and they collapsed, falling into the White Sea and being swallowed by the White Sea. At the same time, in the palace, Ainulu's face turned dark, and he suddenly slashed and whispered, "Unforgivable fellow." Chapter 15. The 4 priests were killed instantly. There is not even room for struggle. He was instantly beheaded by Ye Chen. Without the obstacles of the 4 priests, Galio, unimpeded, like a rainbow of light, came to the island in a moment. Appaiato, the island of gods. The place where Ainulu lives. After Galio landed, Ye Chen jumped from Galio's body. The moment the footsteps fell. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the registration. Task reward, perfect Conqueror's Haki. The cold voice fell. There was a glimmer of brilliance in Ye Chen's eyes. In a flash, all the information about Conqueror's Haki flooded into my mind. Conqueror's Haki. Arm color. There are also seeing and hearing colors. Conqueror's Haki took control instantly, and it was perfect. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. A ray of breath bloomed from his body. In a moment, the breath rose by leaps and bounds, like a violent wind and huge waves sweeping around. Invisible fluctuations spread out, almost covering the entire empty island and closing all around. At that moment, everyone on Sky Island felt a supreme breath. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were full of fear. Then, most of the people on Sky Island fell one after another. Their eyelids turned white and foaming at the mouth. Only a small number of people can barely resist. But even so, they are also sweating profusely, and they seem to be unable to hold on. Who is it, Ainulu? The few remaining people looked at Appaiato faintly in the distance, with a shocked expression. This breath is really terrifying. Just like Camus, like a god descending to the world. Getting them to stand normally has become difficult. After a while, the horror dissipated, and the rest of the people were relaxed, kneeling on the ground one after another, with cold sweat on their backs and exhaustion on their faces. At the same time, in the Island of Gods, Zizi, read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. A harsh sound rang out, as if thousands of birds were contending, cutting the sky. Along with the sound, a thunder light fell from the sky, like a divine punishment, smashing towards the place where Ye Chen was. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen calmly swung his knife towards the sky. Click. The sword is full of vitality, and the sharp edge is revealed. The vast thunder and lightning was cut straight away, split into two halves and fell on both sides in the distance. Slap. At this moment, Ainula clapped his hands and slowly walked out from a distance with cold eyes. He looked at Ye Chen and said, "Invaders, your strength is very good, and why God recognizes you. It's just that you killed my priest. Even if the God recognizes you, you will have to pay the price. The majesty of God cannot be profaned." Hearing these words, Ye Chen suddenly felt amused. This Ainula was a bit too arrogant, and also a bit too second. Just ruled an area of the Sky Island, dare to call it a god. Although Thunder Fruit is known as one of the strongest Logia, it does not mean that it will be invincible. Although Luffy defeated Ainulu in the original book, a large part of it was due to the protagonist Halo. But even without the protagonist Halo, Ainulu is placed in New World, and there are many people who can defeat him. A curve appeared in the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, and he said playfully, "Since I have blasphemed the majesty of the gods, then as a god, how do you deal with me? Of course I am going to kill you." Ainula's face turned dark, his feet glowed with blue light, the arc flickered, and his figure disappeared instantly. Next moment, Ainulu appeared next to Ye Chen, full of thunder, condescending, and said high above, "It is also your honor to die in your own hands. 50 million volts, discharge." The sky full of thunder light bloomed from Ainula's hand, the arc flickered, and the blue and white light covered the surroundings almost instantly, as if falling into the thunder sea. Looking at it, it was full of flickering thunder light. "Fire refusal," a flat voice sounded. The blue and white thunder light appeared a touch of different color. Almost for a moment, the heterochromia rose by leaps and bounds, suddenly soaring, turning into a circle to swallow the nearby thunder light. "What a waste of thunder fruit for you," Ye Chen said faintly. The Ryujin Jakka in his hand was instantly covered by armament Haki, turning into a black knife, dark black and shiny with a strange light. Call out. Ye Chen was holding Ryujin Jakka in his hand, and the flames rose, slashing towards Ani Road. "Haha, you are indeed capable of blocking my attacks, but you are invincible, immortal, and any attack will have no effect on me." Ainula laughed. Facing Ye Chen's attack, he didn't care at all, and laughed arrogantly. With the elementalization unique to Logia Devil Fruit, he can ignore any attacks. Of course, except for Sea Stone and Armament Haki. There is also Sea Water. Immortal. Invincible. Sure enough, it was an arrogant frog at the bottom of the well. Ani Road, who has never left the Sky Island, has no idea that Logia Devil Fruit has restraint, and elementalization is not invincible. "Because I didn't know, I saw Ye Chen cut over." Ainulu didn't evade in the slightest, but stood there boldly, trying to catch Ye Chen's attack abruptly. "Maybe I want to tell Ye Chen by this. Your attack is useless to me. There is a difference between people and people." "Stupid guy," Ye Chen whispered in his heart. Ryujin Jakka, who was showering armament Haki, slashed across, the black and shiny blade, shining with evil light. When Ryujin Jakka was in front of him, Ainulu, who was self-confident, shook his heart. An unknown premonition surged into his heart, and a feeling of death poured into his heart. Not good. Ainula's face changed drastically, his whole body flickered, and he wanted to leave Ye Chen's attack. However, this time is already slow. The dark light of the knife bloomed, and the sharpness that could penetrate everything in a flash burst out. Puff. Ryujin Jakka penetrated directly through the heart of Ani Road. Thump. Ainulu was pale, half kneeling on the ground, and weakly asked, "Why can you attack the original god?" He couldn't believe it. Can he be hurt by a mortal? Ye Chen put away Ryujin Jakka and said playfully, "Because I am a god slayer, no one else can kill you, but I have a way." Hearing these words, Ainulu glanced. Before he had time to speak, his eyes collapsed, and the whole person fell to the ground. Ye Chen didn't tell him the truth until he died. It also made Ainulu think that he might really have encountered a god slayer. Chapter 16. The Kid from Form 2. Ye Chen shook his head and put away Ryujin Jakka. With his current strength, it is easy to kill Ainulu. With a perfect armament Haki, Ainulu's trickiest ability is of no use in front of him. At the same time, because Ainalu is a frog at the bottom of the well, he didn't go out to the outside world, and I didn't know that Logia Devil Fruit had a nemesis. Although the Sky Island has traffic jams and is not as prosperous as below, it is not that no one knows the existence of Haki in the Sky Island. Because empty islands exist in many places, such as New World Legend have many empty islands, and even some empty islands are known as the Islands of Gods like Ani Road. It is rumored that the islands may not be as powerful as the Four Emperors. But the gap between the two is not that big. Even if the Four Emperors have to deal with those guys, it is not a simple matter. Even if he swallowed it, he would suffer heavy casualties. Simultaneously, because that force has been very low-key and hasn't continued often, so many people have forgotten it. Ye Chen thought about subduing, but thought that this guy is rebellious, plus Ye Chen is too lazy to train this guy, so I don't bother to subdue it, it's better to kill it directly. So as not to leave a bomb in the team. Come on, Galio, let's go back down below. The sign-in reward was obtained, and Ainalu was killed. Sky Island has nothing Ye Chen can commemorate. Greeted Galio to leave, waiting for the next mission. After a taste of a nod, Ye Chen is more and more looking forward to the reward for the sign-in task. After all, the rewards given every time are extremely rich. Ryujin Jakka, Galio, Conqueror's Haki. No matter which one is the best reward. And this time with Conqueror's Haki, Ye Chen's strength has gone to the next level. When he meets 3 Admiral guys, there is no way to deal with it. Water Moon Island. Located on a prosperous island on the Grand Line, because of its geographical location, ships often come here to replenish supplies, including marine, bounty hunters, and pirates. However, because of the good reserves and strong soldiers and horses, they are well known in the first half of the Grand Line. So there are not many pirates making trouble here. But it's not without it. It's just that these troubled pirates are basically dead. A few years ago, there was a pirate group that offered a reward of more than 200 million yuan to make trouble here, but the latter group was destroyed. After this incident, the pirates who came here were also much better behaved. At the dock, a marine warship approached slowly and finally stopped on the dock. Read more at Hoptel novel. Wazy. On the deck, there are 2 figures standing, both of whom are women. One is a delicate face and a tall stature, wearing a marine justice coat. The other is a tall and thin old woman with gray hair and wrinkles on her face. She wears 2 bracelets on her right hand and green earrings on her ears. Her marine shawl is purple. The 2 are impressively Marine Admiral Substitute Tautu Gion and Marine Lieutenant General Crane of Marine Wisdom Civilization. The 2 are sisters. Tautu Gion looked around and saw the pirate ship parked in the pier around her, frowning. Bloodwolf pirates, Jack pirates, these guys are not good things. They have done a slaughter before. The inhabitants of the island. These guys can't let it go. The Bloodwolf pirates and Jack pirates are well known in the Grand Line because they act unscrupulously and do many evil deeds. As long as they go to a place, they will slaughter wildly and take away the treasures there. Because of these things, the bounty of the 2 pirate groups is very high, and the captains both start at 200 million. No bounty is small. In the first half of the Grand Line, the 200 million pirates who started are all famous big pirates, and they can be regarded as standing on top of the first half of the pirates. None of these people are powerful people, at least among the pirates in the first half. They are considered the top. The crane on the side looked at the flags of the surrounding pirate group and said calmly, "Let's do it. It's their misfortune to meet us." The strength of the 2 pirates is actually very good, but if they meet Tautu Gion and Tsuru, the strength of the 2 is not enough. Needless to say, the cranes used to be the pillars of marine may not be as strong as Sengoku Garp, but they are still not to be underestimated. Although they are now too old, their strength is far beyond the pirates. As a substitute for Admiral, Tautu Gion naturally lacks in strength. None of those who can become Admiral substitutes are top players and extremely powerful players who are considered by Marine to possess the strength of Admiral. If there is no internal recognition of Admiral's strength, it is impossible to become a substitute. Say, with the strength of Tautu Gion, these guys are far from opponents. In general, it is not one level. With the approval of the crane, Tautu Gion immediately gave orders to Marine on the warship. Marines who can be on the 2 warships are naturally elites, not ordinary goods. Upon receiving the order, the Marine on the warship immediately moved into action. Crane and Tautu also went down one after another. In addition to the two pirate groups, Blood Wolf and Jack, there are several other pirate groups on the pier. When they saw Marine, they immediately ordered the crew to leave the pier. Most pirates are still afraid of Marine. As for Jack and the Blood Wolf pirate group, they were indifferent, as if they hadn't seen them, or were not afraid at all. The Marines quickly rushed to the pirate ship. Looking at the deserted pirate ship, the Marines were immediately stunned. I have no one here. I'm no one here either. They were dumbfounded. Although the pirates would go down to supply supplies, they would basically leave some people on the pirate ship to guard. And now they didn't even find anyone. This is too strange. Are you afraid of being robbed of the contents? Neither pirate ship found anyone. Several Marines came over to Prest and said, Lieutenant General Tautu, Lieutenant General Crane, the two pirate regiments can't find anyone. There is no one. No one. Heard these words. Tautu and Crane were a little stunned. This is impossible. Even if you want to go down to supply, there should be some people left behind. Crane pondered for a moment. Go and check if something has happened. Generally speaking, the pirate group will leave some people on the pirate ship to guard. Unless there is something else, there will be no one on the pirate ship. 5 minutes later, a Marine came hurriedly and said, Lieutenant General, I just got the news that members of the Black Crow pirates have appeared here, and they have also clashed with the Blood Wolf and Jack pirates. Their people are all gone. Tautu Gion's pupil shrank and said in a deep voice, Is this news certain? Okay, this news is spread throughout the town. Ye Chen said, Gion, let's go and see what happened. The Black Crow pirates. They are no strangers because Marine attaches great importance to them, especially the captain Ye Chen. Chapter 17. The members of the Black Crow pirates are in the square. Everyone is in the past. The captain has already spoken. Take off Ye Chen's head at any cost. Kill their brother. On the street leading from the pier to the central square, a group of pirates with weapons in their hands, charged with murderous intent, headed towards the end of the street. Everyone wears different clothes, ages, and even belongs to different forces, but these pirates have one thing in common, and that is to go to the central square to support. In addition to this street, there are also these people in Shueyue town. Looking at these pirates, the guards of Shueyue town looked ugly. For so many years, few pirates dare to be presumptuous in Shueyue town. It's just that these guards quickly received the order from above, so that they could not move easily. At this time, central square, an entrance. Two burly pirates stood there with their weapons in their hands. Their eyes were cold, and they stare at the figure in front of them hideously. Behind the two stood many pirates, with expressions similar to those of the two, with hideous faces and murderous intent. If the eyes can kill, the figure in front has already died thousands of times. These two are the captains of the Blood Wolf and Jack pirates. Both are pirates with a bounty of over 200 million. At this time, the entire central square has been cleared and has become a battlefield for both sides. The others hid in the surrounding buildings one after another, looking at the two people below through the windows. Even the guards of Shueyue town hid. At this time, in one room, a guard said dissatisfied, Captain, why don't we stop them? He really couldn't understand that the captain, who had always been strong in the past, flinched in the face of these people. Necessary? Although there are a lot of pirates, there are also a lot of guards. And it's not that they haven't dealt with pirates like this. Heard this. The captain of the national character face sank, and he scolded immediately. What do you know? None of the following group of people is simple. No matter which one we have to deal with, we need to pay a certain price. Now that the two sides are fighting, if we intervene in it, it is very likely that we will become the opponent's target. Once we become the opponent's target, facing these people, even if we can't get out of the whole body, we won't even leave the pieces that might be killed. Now that the two sides are going to war, is it okay to let them bite the dog? When everything is over, we will come out again. The Brazilian captain gave the guard a fierce look. Read more at Hoptel novel. Wizzy. What an idiot. Isn't it a fight for death now? None of the people below are simple. Once they intervene in, they may be swallowed at any time. Captain, your strategy is high. When they are finished, we are clearing up the mess. IT is indeed the best way. It's just that the strengths of the two sides are not equal. The Black Crow pirate group has only 2 people, and there are hundreds of people on the opposite side. Does this battle really take a long time? The difference in the number of people is so great. I feel that the battle is over soon. I feel this way too. Although they think the captain's plan is good, if the people below are both injured and they come out to take over the endgame, it will be a big profit. But the strength of the two sides is not equal. Is there really a situation where both lose and hurt? Humph. The Guazilian captain snorted coldly, looked through the two figures standing in the middle of the window, and said in a deep voice, "Why not? The people of the Black Crow Pirates are not easy. You should know Galio, not long ago. In Demon Valley Town, one person killed hundreds of pirates, killing the pirates in Demon Valley Town to the horror. And Ye Chen, as the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, has a bounty of 500 million, which is more than Gali. Do you think this kind of person is an ordinary person? It must be that his strength has been recognized by Marine, and he thinks it is a threat. So he offered such a high bounty. Intuition tells me that this thin young man is extremely powerful and may even slaughter the group of people below." The words came out. Everyone's eyes widened and exclaimed, "This is impossible, Captain." The two wanted to slaughter the following group of people. There are hundreds of people, and there are at least 500 or 600 people. This kind of thing is so possible. Why is it impossible? The Guazi said with a deep voice, "This kind of monsters exist in this world, and there are a lot of these kinds of monsters in New World. It's easy to slaughter hundreds of people by one person. Captain, you also said that they are the monsters of New World. Is it possible that you think Ye Chen also has this ability?" "Of course," Guozimian said very firmly, his eyes fixed on Ye Chen below. Just now, Ye Chen raised his head suddenly and smiled at the Guazi face. At that moment, the captain of the national character face was hairy, as if threatened. He turned around abruptly, panting loudly, with cold sweat on his face. "What kind of monster is this?" The captain of Guazilian whispered, his eyes full of fear. It was just a look, and unexpectedly, he had a feeling of dying, as if he would die in the next moment if he didn't turn around. This fatal feeling made him feel very strange. At the same time, Ye Chen retracted his gaze, looked at the entrance of the street in front of him, looked at the Blood Wolf and Jack, and said faintly, "Are you all called? Let's start when we are all. Anyway, it's all dead." The words came out. The crowd was in an uproar. This Ye Chen is too arrogant. Could it be that he really felt that he could deal with so many people? No matter how strong it is impossible to do it. Jack is a middle-aged man with a knife mark on his face. At this time, his face turned black, almost black as coal. "Ye Chen, don't be too arrogant." The Blood Wolf's face wasn't ugly either at this time. There were also slivers of hair on his face. His face changed to look like a wolf, and the same was true for his body. In a moment, turned into a red-haired werewolf. "I will personally take off your head at the hip flask and avenge my brother." Originally, Ye Chen and Galio planned to come here to supply supplies, and they happened to meet the younger brother of Blood Wolf. His brother's bounty is not low, more than 100 million bounty pirates. After seeing Ye Chen, the younger brother of Blood Wolf might think that Ye Chen's head is valuable and that he could kill Ye Chen, so he acted on Ye Chen. Then he was killed. After the Blood Wolf brother died, people from the Blood Wolf pirate group soon sent people over, and at the same time, people from the Jack pirate group also participated. Then these people were also killed. There were a lot of people who died in the end, which attracted the attention of Blood Wolf and Jack. In order to deal with Ye Chen, the two parties joined forces and called together the companions scattered in Shueyue Town. That's why the entire central square became a war, and the streets leading to the central square had a steady stream of pirates coming over. Chapter 18. Seeing them call people. Ye Chen didn't bother to stop it either. These guys are just trash fish. Although there are a lot of people, it is of no use. No matter how many people there are, what is the use if the strength is not enough? In the face of normal people, there may be some usefulness. In the face of Ye Chen's level of power, the number of people is not very important. Simultaneously, Ye Chen just planned to try his Conqueror's Haki. The loss of time at any time. The street junctions in the central square were crowded with pirates from both sides. Surrounded by water. Surround Ye Chen and Galio together, and they can walk out without a gap. There are a total of 5 intersections in the central square. In these 5 entrances, there are a lot of people. Each entrance is at least 100, and there are even hundreds of people. In total, there are about 1,000 people. This is also the total number of pirate groups on both sides. Each pirate group has 500 or 600 people. At this time, a pirate came over. "Boss Blood Wolf, we are all here." On the other side, the Jack pirates also said at the same time, Boss Jack, we are here too. Hear this. The Blood Wolf looked cold and saw Jack. According to our previous agreement, as long as these two people are killed, we will split their bounty equally. It is good. This is an agreement between the two. As long as Ye Chen and Galio are killed, the bounty will be split equally between them. Although it was ridiculous that the pirate took the pirate's head to exchange the bounty with Marine. However, such a thing has never happened. After all, they can find an ordinary person to exchange it, or find some bounty hunters to exchange it. Mainly give sufficient benefits. Even Marine can help the pirates. Colonel Mouse in the East China Sea is the best example. So as long as they kill Ye Chen and Galio, they don't worry about redeeming bounty money at all. Little ones, do everything for me and kill these two guys for me. As long as you can get the heads of these two guys, reward 100 million Baileys. Do it. As the two yelled, the huge square boiled. Numerous pirates showed fierce looks and hideous faces. Ah, that kid's head is mine. Kill them. That kid looks the weakest. Kill him first. Yes, kill that kid first, and that Galio is the last to do it. There is a command from the boss, coupled with the temptation of 100 million Baileys. All the pirates let go of their hands and feet. The pirates of nearly 1,000 people entered like locusts and swept towards Ye Chen. How about 1,000 people? I'm going. Ye Chen smiled softly. His eyes narrowed. At that moment, a breath radiated from Ye Chen's body, and then the breath climbed steadily, becoming like a vast galaxy, moving in all directions. ZZ. Colorless fluctuations spread, like a huge protective shield covering the entire Shueiyue town, covering the whole together. One Setsuna room. Invisible fluctuations and terrifying spiritual shockwaves swept across the island. At that moment, time seems to have stagnated, falling into a moment of tranquility. Next moment, the pirates who had been rushing forward fell down like bone numi cards. One by one, he fell on the ground, his eyes pale and foaming at the mouth. Except Jack and Blood Wolf, none of the others were spared. Nearly 1,000 pirates all fell on the ground. Wow, there was a silence all around. The Blood Wolf and Jack, who were planning to shoot, suddenly stiffened there. Their eyes widened. I really don't understand. Why? For an instant, everyone fell. No one was spared. Only 2 of them were left. Goo goo. Shualong swallowed his throat, feeling his throat dry, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. What is this ability? It turned out that thousands of soldiers were defeated like a mountain, and all of them fell. Just a few seconds. Thousands of people all fell down and fell into a coma. Both of them had a lot of experience, but they faced the scene before them. It's all dumbfounded. Pause time. The atmosphere has become weird. The 2 were stiff there like robots. Is neither standing nor moving. What happened to this? Trash cleared. Kill them, Galio. Ye Chen said calmly. Good host. Galio smiled honestly and then rushed over. There was brilliance all over, and a magic circle appeared to rise loomingly. Jack, solve this guy. The Blood Wolf returned to his senses and quickly yelled at Jack, who was still bewildered next to him. If they don't make a move, they will really be killed. It is good. Jack came back to his senses and knew that the situation in front of him was urgent. He quickly joined forces with the Blood Wolf and faced Galio. However, the 2 attacks seemed to be tickling to Galio. Galio didn't bother to avoid it, so he took it abruptly. Chong chong. The sword slashed across Galio and shot Hanabi as if slashing on steel. Bang. Galio pushed the Blood Wolf down with one hand. Give a firm grip. The Blood Wolf burst its neck, separated its head, and dropped its head on the ground. On the other side, Jack saw this scene without thinking of anything and ran outside. Just now, the sword gas swept out and instantly penetrated Jack's body. Step on, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Crane and Taudu Gion walked in slowly. Looking at the scene in front of him, he frowned. Then his eyes fell on Ye Chen's body, shining with light. Chapter 19. Conqueror's Haki. Looking at the pirates lying on the ground, a ray of light flashed through his clear eyes. Ye Chen owns Conqueror's Haki. She was not very surprised. One even Garp must be treated with caution. Even Garp has to admit the genius and evildoer of strength. Owning Conqueror's Haki is not surprising. Instead, if Ye Chen didn't have Conqueror's Haki, Crane would be even more surprised. Garp gave Ye Chen a high evaluation. It is the highest evaluation that he has heard from Garp over the years. Ye Chen. See Ye Chen in the distance. Taotu pulled out the sword in his hand, staring at Ye Chen with a serious expression, breath blooming all over his body. People outside may not know Ye Chen's strength. But as a senior at Marine, Taotu knows Ye Chen well. The strength of this person may be at the level of 3 Admiral. It is far from what they can contend. Plus, next to Ye Chen there are strange creatures like Galio. Really want to fight. They have no advantage at all here. See 2 people. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows lightly with some small surprises. He didn't expect to meet these 2 people in such a place. Ye Chen said, "I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you planning to arrest us?" The words came out. Taotu became more nervous, his eyes condensed, and he dared not relax at all times. I'm afraid Ye Chen and Galio will make a sudden move. At this time, Crane takes a step forward. Putting Taotu outside, she looked at Ye Chen and said lightly, "According to the relationship between Marine and the pirate, we really want to do it to you. It's just that I'm not sure if we are your opponents or not, so I don't have any plans for that." Change to another pirate. Crane is determined to do it. But Ye Chen alone was hesitant, mainly still unable to confirm Ye Chen's strength. Garp also said before that when Ye Chen played against him again, he obviously didn't give his full strength, maybe even half of his strength. But even so, there was a tie with Garp, and the 2 were flat, and no one could do anything about it. It is enough to illustrate the strength of Ye Chen. The strength is likely to reach the level of 3 Admiral. Although the 2 of them are very powerful, even Taotu is extremely close to Admiral's level, but if they really fight, even Crane can't be sure whether they can really catch Ye Chen. Or maybe he was defeated by Ye Chen and then killed. Read more at Hoptel novel. YZ. It's so strange that you don't even dare to do it anymore. It seems that after the old guy Garp returned, he brought you a lot of information. Crane didn't make a move. Ye Chen is indeed a little surprised. After all, Crane and Taotu are not weak when they join forces. Even the 3 Admiral feel that they could draw a tie. But even so, Crane still did not choose to shoot. This shows that Crane has wisdom beyond ordinary people, or the intelligence given by Garp may describe Ye Chen's strength very high. Since they don't make a move, Ye Chen is too lazy. At the same time, in each building, the peekers' eyes widen. They couldn't believe that even a Marine of his level, when facing Ye Chen, couldn't even choose to make a move. This is really weird. Is it possible that Marine and Ye Chen have any secrets? In other words, Ye Chen's strength shocked the Crane. Regardless of the reason, it is undoubtedly earth-shattering news. Sister, why don't we make a move? If we join hands, we may not be able to catch them. Taotu couldn't understand Crane's decision. Even though Ye Chen is powerful, it's impossible to be better than both of them. Don't underestimate these 2 guys. Even if we can deal with Ye Chen, we may not be able to deal with the guy next to him. That guy brought me a lot of pressure, maybe weaker than Ye Chen, but the difference shouldn't be too big. Really have to do it, the 2 of us are far from rivals. Crane whispered. At the same time, he looked at Galio's eyes with a touch of dread. This strange creature. The strength is absolutely strong, and it is estimated that it is also a strong combat power in New World. Hear this. Taotu's pupil shrank and looked at Galio when he saw Galio's simple face. She was filled with doubts. This guy doesn't look strong either. On the contrary, it looks a little honest, easy to see people, without any sense of danger. Since Lieutenant General Crane does not intend to attack us, we are too lazy to know how to do it. Ye Chen greeted Galio and then directly sat on his back and said to the Crane, "I can help you a lot. You can just take these pirates away." The matter is resolved. Ye Chen didn't bother to stay here. I bought things anyway. After speaking, Galio's figure grew, and then, under the eyes of everyone, it turned into a rainbow light and headed towards the sky. Watching Ye Chen and others leave, Crane had a deep gaze and said softly, "These 2 guys are incredible. If you enter New World, you will probably change the structure of New World. I heard that Kaido is very interested in Galio. If the 2 meet, it will probably cause some fighting." Kaido is interested in Galio. This is no secret for a long time. Because a long time ago, Kaido ordered the people below to collect the traces of Ye Chen, just for Galio. People of these major forces know it. They also understand. The Black Crow pirates and Kaido pirates will have a battle sooner or later. But basically everyone is not optimistic about the Black Crow pirates. In addition to the gap in the number of people, the disparity in strength is also extremely huge. Kaido won't talk about it. He is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, and he is invincible single-handedly. And Ye Chen is just someone who just went to sea. The obvious record is not much. Sister, if you two run into each other, Ye Chen and the others will be crushed? It's hard to say. Ye Chen is quite hidden. Although he is a little younger, it makes me feel that this guy is not easy and may not win. But Kaido may not be able to get any benefits, and there is Galio's presence. Kaido and others may not. Ye Chen can be found. At the same time, above the sky, Ye Chen lay, resting on Galio's back. Just now, a voice suddenly sounded. New sign-in task released. Please go to area number 18 of the Shambord Islands for a 1-month time limit. Chapter 20. This round of sign-in missions turned out to be Shambord Islands. Interesting. Hear the system's prompt tone. The corner of Ye Chen's mouth appeared to be curved. This is very interesting. According to his current relationship with Marine, if you go to the Shambord Islands, I wonder if Admiral will be dispatched, although he didn't do anything hurtful. But it is difficult to guarantee whether Marine will make this decision. After all, he also received some rumors. Marine is very important to him internally, and even planned to dispatch Marine, although it's just a gossip. But it may not be credible. Come on, just use them to try my current strength. Although they killed a lot of people. But these guys are not strong. In addition to Garp and Ainalu, they can still get together. The rest of the people are really not good. But if Marine Admiral is dispatched, that's very different. After all, Admiral is a man standing on top of Pirate World. It can be considered top combat power. Through their battles, he can see his strength more intuitively. Let's go, Galio. At the destination this time, we may meet an incredible guy. Hear this. Galio, unbelievable guy. Is the owner Marine Admiral or for Emperors? It might be Admiral. If it's Admiral, that's good. I heard that I might encounter Admiral. Galio became excited immediately. During this time, Galio also had a general understanding of the world. The top combat power of the pirates is the 4 Emperors. Marine's top combat power is Admiral. These guys are people at the top of the world. Read more at Hotmail novel. YZ. After Ye Chen left, Crane and Tautu greeted Marine to arrest the members of the Blood Wolf and Jack Pirates. Because these guys were stunned, the Marines caught it extremely easily. At this time, in the cabin of a warship, Crane looked at the phone worm on the round table in front of him. The phone worm wore glasses, and his face was calm. Looking at the phone worm, Saru calmly said, "It's me, Sengoku. What's the matter, Crane? I just met Ye Chen. Over there. Have you played against each other? Not far from Marine headquarters." Hearing that Crane met Ye Chen and others, Sengoku was a little excited, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The look of excitement makes it hard to understand. Shueiwa town, some distance from Marine headquarters, can't get through for a short time. That's a shame. I originally planned to send a Kainu out, in order to catch Ye Chen. Sengoku made a Kainu give up some tasks and waited, in order to catch Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen didn't do anything harmful. But Ye Chen's terrifying talent and strength made Sengoku feel that if Ye Chen is not caught, sooner or later it will be a scourge. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. We didn't fight those 2 guys, I let them go. Speaking of which, Crane's eyes were deep and he said lightly, "Sengoku, are we really going to do something with Ye Chen? What he did not harm the world, nor did it harm Marine. On the contrary, he did a lot of good things. The people he killed were also pirates. At the time, the Marine he killed was also a scum. In general, he is a little different from other pirates. We have done this to him. Is it really good for Marine's future?" Heard this sentence. Sengoku fell into silence for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "I understand what you mean. Ye Chen's actions are really not stained, but it is true that he killed Colonel Marine. And you also know that Garp has a great opinion of Ye Chen. He even said that Ye Chen has reached his level. Do you know what this represents?" Crane shook his whole body, and his pupils shrank. She knew that Garp had a high opinion of Ye Chen, but I don't know how high it is. We'll put Ye Chen on the same level as him. Crane still knows Garp's strength very well. After all, after decades of getting along, Garp's strength lies in marine. Definitely the strongest one. If Ye Chen had the strength of Garp at his age, it would be extremely terrifying. Crane took a deep breath. If Ye Chen has this kind of strength, she knows what it means. Crane, if Garp's prediction is true, Ye Chen's existence will threaten the world government and marine. But the most important thing is that it affects the balance. His appearance will change the pattern of the world. Once the current balance is changed, the impact will be great, far from what we can imagine. And you also understand that Ye Chen is destined to be a pirate. Although he has not done anything extraordinary now, he will do extraordinary things sooner or later as a pirate. Not to mention Ye Chen is too young. If he is allowed to let him go, can't imagine in the future. And 5 Elders has also issued an order to get Ye Chen up as soon as possible, or kill it. Heard these words. Ye Chen said, I understand. 5 Elders gave orders, and this was not something they could control, although she didn't need to understand why 5 Elders gave this order. But once 5 Elders ordered it, it meant that this matter could not be changed by any of them. Even the Marshal Sengoku didn't use this qualification. After a long time, Ye Chen said, Sengoku, I always feel that doing something with Ye Chen will be the biggest mistake of marine and even world government. That guy gives me a very strange feeling. The more so, the more you have to do it to kill the danger. If it fails. Heard the sentence. Sengoku was speechless. Yup. What if it fails? Chapter 21. Sengoku was silent. If you can't catch Ye Chen, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ye Chen is only 18 or 9 years old, but he already possesses the strength that may be comparable to those of a Kainu, or even that of Garp. If you are giving him 10 years, even 20 years, in the future, no one may be his opponent. At that time, marine will be very difficult. Difficulty. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku said, Crane, I know what I mean, but now we have to do that. Even if it fails, we will do it. Ye Chen is too threatening. He is an ambitious person. If we take advantage of him and get it done, we will have no chance in the future. Hear this. Crane had no words and fell into silence. What Sengoku said is not wrong. Riding on Ye Chen's lack of success is their best opportunity. If Ye Chen continues to develop, the lowest in the future is also of 4 emperors. This evaluation is not excessive. Ye Chen now has the strength comparable to the 3 admiral and will definitely be stronger in the future, and sooner or later, he will be able to step into the level of Whitebeard and others. The 4 emperors have given them enough headaches. If there is another one, they will not be able to accept it. And 4 emperors may not be the end of Ye Chen. He sighed. I always feel that it is not a good thing to start with Ye Chen, but now that you have decided, then do it. This kind of thing is no longer something she can intervene. Sengoku can still persuade her. But on the 5 Elders' side, she didn't have this qualification. And even if she said it, 5 Elders will not bird her. The Chambord Islands are located near the headquarters of Marine, and there is the world's largest mangrove, Alki mangrove. Because the roots of the tree are always exposed on the water, the Chambord Islands are formed. The whole island is composed of 79 trees, all with numbers. Each tree has towns and facilities. People call these 79 islands the Chambord Islands. The regional division of Chambordian Islands is also very clear. Based on the number on the tree, sad face, read more at Hoptel novel. YZ. Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking shops. Numbers 30 to 39 are amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 are sightseeing areas, selling local products. Number 50 to 59 are shipyards with coating artisans. Numbers 60 to 69 are the entry and exit areas of marine and the government. 70 to 79 are the hotel street and other places. The biggest feature of the Chambordian Islands is that the roots of the Arche mangroves secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles and then fly into the sky. Since bubbles are only suitable for the climate of Alka mangroves, once the bubbles leave the climate of the Chambord Islands, the resin component will blow up because they cannot fully exert their power. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every part of Chambord Island. As it is the only way to New World, so many pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters gathered here. In the Chambord Islands, there are still nobles of the world, also known as celestial dragons. They are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the huge organization world government 800 years ago. They're always above the top and abuse their power in order not to breathe like ordinary people. There always wears a mask. If someone dares to hurt celestial dragons, Admiral of Headquarters will lead an army to crusade. Therefore, celestial dragon's injury is the biggest news on this island. And even New World. If it is dead, it will be even more big news that will shock the world. However, due to the power of the world government, the supreme message of celestial dragons permeated everyone, so there has been no news of celestial dragons being killed for many years. At this time, above the sky over the Chambord Islands, the huge figure came from a distance, and the huge body almost covered the entire Chambord Islands, are all blocked in the shadows. What is that? What monster? It's so huge. That seems to be Galio. Galio of the Black Crow Pirates? Yes, I heard that Galio's figure can be adjusted. When he was his biggest, it was comparable to a mountain. Now it seems more than that. This figure is too huge. It's horrible. The major regions of the Chambord Islands. Everyone looked at the Big Mac in the sky. Their eyes widened, and their faces were full of shock. The giant in front of him is really too big, almost bigger than the entire Chambord Islands. In a certain area. After seeing this scene, a marine immediately contacted with a phone bug. The Black Crow Pirates Galio appeared in the Chambord Islands, and Ye Chen is very likely to be here. I see. You send someone to stare at him. Don't let them go. Yes. Simultaneously. In other places. Many people are also in touch. Boss, we saw Galio of the Black Crow Pirates in Chambord Islands. Ye Chen himself should be here. Isn't he in Shueihua town? He ran to the Chambord Islands so quickly. It may be because of Galio's flight. That's why he can be so fast. I know. Galio's debut. There have been some changes secretly throughout the Chambord Islands. The interweaving of major forces. The undercurrents surged. At this time, in a certain area, a wretched-looking man with a bubble mask on his head, his face was full of anger, pointed at Galio in the sky and said angrily, "How is this going? In the Chambord Islands, someone dares to override us. How disrespectful is this?" The words came out. The guard next to the man quickly explained, "Master Bowles, this is Galio from the Black Crow Pirates. The Black Crow Pirates may have come to Chambord." Heard this sentence. Balsaint became even more annoyed and said coldly, "A pirate dared to show off in the Chambord Islands and told Marine to send Admiral to kill those guys. No one in this world can stand on our heads, as long as anyone dares to die." Galio sailed in the air, shrouded him in the shadows, making him feel insulted, as if being stepped under his feet, making him very angry. As celestial dragons, has he been so wrong there? Was there such a humiliation there? Chapter 22. Galio was on his head. For Balsan, it is disrespectful. It was furious on the spot. Ask the people below to contact Marine. Dispatch Marine Admiral. Let Marine Admiral destroy the Black Crow Pirates. For him. This is just a pirate group. As long as Marine Admiral takes action, it will definitely be destroyed. No doubt. No need to worry. Because he did too much of such things. It's just that he doesn't know. This time things, far from being as simple as he thought. Chambord Islands. A certain area. Galio shrank and landed slowly toward the ground. Bang. Don't one. Galio's figure fell on the ground, and the huge impact immediately caused the ground to shatter, and the spider web-like cracks spread in all directions. Ye Chen got down from Galio. Standing on the ground, looking around, I don't know which area this is. I have to ask someone to ask. When Galio came down, he forgot to go to the 18th area with Galio. So Galio landed casually. Do this. He needs to find area number 18 now. Although it was signed in the Chambord Islands. But you have to go to the 18th area to sign in successfully. Looked for a moment. Ye Chen saw a small house in the distance, a building similar to a bar. Go over there and ask. Ye Chen greeted Galio and rushed over. He can't be sure where this is right now. I can only ask someone to ask. After a while, the two of them walked to the front of the pub and looked at the sign on the top with a weird expression. Xiao Qi's ripping off. Knowing the original work, Ye Chen is no stranger to this tavern. Because this is a pub run by Rayleigh's wife Xiao Qi. Rayleigh also lives here. Only after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh came here to live in seclusion. It has been nearly 2 decades. I saw the shop in front of me. Ye Chen knows where he is. Area 13. It's not too far from the 18th area. Click. Ye Chen pushed the door in. There was a loud noise from inside. Although the space of the tavern is not large, it also has many guests. Welcome. This guest, do you have anything to drink? On the bar, a slender, mature woman, about 30 or 40 years old, smiled at Ye Chen and said, she had a cigarette between her fingers, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Xiachi, also known as Aunt Xia, Rayleigh's wife. Although it has not been admitted in the original work, it does have this hint in some small theatrical editions. When the guests inside saw Ye Chen and Galio, they fell silent. The surrounding atmosphere fell into silence. There is a sound when the needle falls. The guests in there are marine and pirates, but they are not well-known characters. Madam, do you know how to get to the 18th area? Ye Chen said lightly. Galio stood behind him like a patron saint, with a simple face but full of pressure. Heard this. Aunt Xia took out a map, handed it to Ye Chen, and said with a smile, this is the map of Chambord Islands. You can find it here. Ye Chen took the map, put it away, and said, how much? This doesn't cost much. You don't need to pay. And you can see the famous Black Crow, Ye Chen. This is enough. Thank you. By the way, if Rayleigh comes back, remember to say hello for me. The words came out. Aunt Xia's pupil shrank, and the cigarette in her hand suddenly fell. How did he know? Does he know Rayleigh? But I have never heard the guy Rayleigh discuss her. If it's not acquaintance. So, how did he know? Xiachi was shocked in her heart. Although Rayleigh lives in seclusion in the Chambord Islands, it is no secret. But it is only limited, some big forces know. Ordinary people don't even know. The main reason is that Rayleigh is a character from 20 years ago, and most people have forgotten him a long time ago. Ye Chen is obviously not from that era. Normally, it is impossible to know. And the news of Rayleigh didn't spread much, so not many people know. Ye Chen knows. This is very strange. This guy said that on purpose. Just why does he say that? Aunt Xia frowned. She didn't understand the purpose of Ye Chen's words. When that old guy comes back, you have to cross-examine him. Because of Ye Chen's words. Let Aunt Xia leave some thoughts, and at the same time brought some trouble to Rayleigh. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. 3 Admiral, representing Marine Supreme Combat Power, rarely gather in the Marshal's office. The Black Crow guy is so ostentatious, Celestial Dragons were angry when they heard that they appeared. Kazura cocked Erlang's legs, squeezed his mouth, and said lazily, that guy asked Galio to cover the entire Chambord Islands. The sun was covered. Everyone was shrouded in shadows. Celestial Dragons were also in it with their personalities. You can't get used to these Black Crows. This guy's approach is undoubtedly offensive to them. Akiji lay on the sofa lazily, took off the blindfold on his face, and said faintly, this guy finally appeared. Akainu said blankly and coldly. In order to catch Ye Chen, he stopped the mission for a long time, just waiting for Ye Chen's position. Now finally let him wait. Marshal Sengoku, now that the Black Crow has appeared, what are you going to do? Just let Akainu dispatch, or do we all dispatch? Kazura teased. Akainu has the task of capturing Ye Chen. Normally speaking, Akainu can be dispatched directly. Now Sengoku has summoned them all. Obviously, Akainu is not alone. Sengoku pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, this time the mission is not trivial. The strength of Ye Chen, Garp said over there, you should have some understanding. Originally, I planned to send Sakazuki alone, but Celestial Dragons put pressure on us to kill Ye Chen. In order not to let Ye Chen leave, I'm going to send 2 of you out. 2 Admiral are dispatched, just to deal with a rookie pirate group. Even with a hunch, Kizaru and Akiji are a little surprised. This treatment is almost awake. Even Roger didn't have this treatment. He just went out to sea and was chased by 2 Marines. Chapter 23. 2 Admiral are dispatched. Heard these words. Kizaru and Akiji suddenly became more energetic. This is no small matter. Not that they can paddle. 2 Admiral are dispatched. This shows the importance of the Black Crow pirates. It also means that world government and Marine are bound to win. Sengoku looked at Akiji and Kizaru and said, who of you 2 wants to be with Akainu? Akainu must be inside. After all, Akainu has been idle for a long time for Ye Chen's affairs. If Akainu is not allowed to do it, it is estimated that this guy's personality will definitely become irritable. And for the task to be completed, Sengoku felt that Akainu must also be dispatched. After all, Akainu is the strongest among the three, and he has a guarantee of shots. As for the remaining one, just choose between Akiji and Kizaru. It's just that two people are not easy to choose, and the strength of the two is not much different. Because of their ability, each has its own advantages. Akiji's ability can seal the surroundings so that others cannot leave. As for Kizaru's characteristic is fast, few people can keep up with him at his speed. Marshal Sengoku. This matter will let Akiji and Akainu pass. My old bone has just returned to the headquarters, and I still need to rest for a while. Kaido's fist is uncomfortable. I'm now falling apart. Kizaru narrowed his mouth and said faintly. It didn't take him long to return to the headquarters. Before that, Kizaru was on a mission in New World, and he happened to meet Kaido, and then the two fought, and finally fought for one day and one night. Kizaru left at his own speed. Although his strength is good, he still can't match it in the face of a monster like Kaido. After all, Kaido is known as the strongest creature in sea, land, and air, single-handedly invincible. Don't talk about Kizaru himself. Even Garp may not be able to beat Kaido. Hear this. Sengoku pondered for a moment and said, That's fine, let Akiji and Akainu go there together. He also understands the strength of Kaido. Kizaru and Kaido have been playing for so long, but the state is not very good, not in perfect state, and Ye Chen and the others are not ordinary people, which may cause accidents. Hey, what a trouble. Hearing that he wanted to go by himself, Akiji raised his head lazily, his tone unwillingly, although unwilling to pass. But there is no way. After all, Kizaru has a reason. He can't go if he doesn't. What's the trouble? It's just a kid. If you don't want to go, I can solve it alone. Hearing Akiji's tone, Akainu was very impatient. The two have completely different personalities, a bit like their abilities. Some are intolerable. Akainu can't understand Akiji's lazy character. It would be great if you could decide. Read more at Hoptel Novel, XYZ. Akiji stretched and yawned. He didn't want to go. But the orders of world government and Sengoku are there. Even if he is reluctant, he will pass. And he also knew that celestial dragons also seem to be paying attention to this matter. With so many eyes, even if he wants to lazy paddling. You two prepare. Hurry up to the Shambord Islands. Be sure to get rid of the Black Crow pirates. Of course, it's best if you can catch it alive. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Yes. Subsequently, the two left the office, ready to travel to Shambord Islands. Watching the two leave, Kizaru slowly got up. If nothing happens, I will also go, Marshal Sengoku. Wait a minute, Kizaru. Sengoku stopped Kizaru, hesitated, and said, You should also be prepared for possible accidents. Galio of the Black Crow Pirates has the ability to fly. I am worried that Akiji and Akainu may not be able to stop it. Heard these words. Kizaru looked bitter. I see. This clearly doesn't let him rest. I thought I could rest for a while when I came back. The junction of the 17th and 18th areas. This is an intersection. As the only passage between the two areas, many people pass by here every day. At this time, Ye Chen and Galio came to the front of the passage. Looking at the sign in front of him, he smiled. It's finally here, in front of him. It's the 18th area. Just go through this channel. He will be able to sign in successfully and get a new sign-in reward. Just now, a voice sounded. Celestial dragons are here. You guys get down on your knees. The words came out. The faces of passers-by who had been walking changed greatly, and then they saw a foam-like mask in the distance. Suddenly, everyone knelt down in panic, not daring to raise their heads. It won't be so coincidental. Ye Chen smack. He didn't expect to encounter celestial dragons in such a place. To know. Although celestial dragons are often active in the Shambord Islands, they rarely come to this area. Captain, what happened to them? Seeing everyone kneeling down, Galio asked in a puzzled way. He didn't understand. Why did these guys kneel down in front of them? Is it afraid of them? Ye Chen explained, Celestial dragons are here. Then, Captain, what shall we do? Galio's face changed slightly. He also knows a lot about the existence of celestial dragons. These guys are not easy to mess with. Although they are not afraid, if they are moved, it will cause a lot of trouble. Kill them? Ye Chen shrugged. What else can I do now? You can only do it. Could it be that they really have to kneel down like those people? Impossible. Why don't those two kneel down? The people next to them were a little surprised when they saw Ye Chen and Galio lingering on their knees. Dunno. In the Shamboard Islands. Except for a few people, all the others knelt down when they saw celestial dragons. Just now, under the stars Gongye, celestial dragons with an arrogant face slowly walked over. Chapter 24. Is this looking for death? I don't even kneel down when I see celestial dragons. These two people seem to be members of the Black Crow Pirates. The Black Crow Pirates that gained fame recently? That's right, it's them. That burly, building-like creature is Galio of the Black Crow Pirates, and the young one next to it should be Ye Chen. There is a good show. No one dares to despise celestial dragons. Everyone was talking in a low voice, looking at Galio and Ye Chen standing not far away, full of horror. Ignore celestial dragons. Seeing celestial dragons don't kneel down, this is the first time they have seen it in many years. Just now, the guard of celestial dragons came over and saw Ye Chen and Galio standing. His face suddenly changed. He walked to the front and shouted angrily. The humble inferior saw Lord Bao's kneel down. The words came out. Everyone was shocked and bowed their heads. They knew that something big was about to happen next. Provoked celestial dragons. No matter who it is, Marine Admiral will be pursued. At this time, Bar Saint heard that someone was not kneeling facing him, and his face became gloomy. Galio had just shrouded him in the shadows, which made him very upset, and now there was someone who dared to ignore their celestial dragons. You untouchables dare to provoke our majesty again and again. Bao Saint's face turned black. He directly picked up the pistol at his waist and shot Ye Chen. Bang. Dull one. In the silent atmosphere, a violent gunfire sounded. Click. Galio stood in front of Ye Chen, and the bullet fell on his body, sputtering a trace of sparks, but leaving no trace. Galio, get that guy here. Yes. Galio nodded, stepping on the ground. Boom. The ground suddenly shattered, and the terrifying body shot out. How dare you? The guard of celestial dragons widened his eyes and looked at Galio rushing over in disbelief. Does anyone dare to attack celestial dragons? This is simply incredible. It hasn't appeared in many years. At least since he made his voice heard, no one has ever heard of anyone daring to attack celestial dragons. Read more at Hopful Novel. Twice. You trash. Kill this guy in the past. Seeing Galio's huge body, coupled with a body that couldn't leave no traces of bullets, Balser Saint suddenly panicked. The whole person fell to the ground with a look of trepidation. Faced with death threats, anyone will change color. Not to mention, this is the first time Barth Saint has experienced a death crisis. Boom. The guards of St. Vias are just trash fish, which can deal with ordinary people, but they face strong men like Galio. Vulnerable. Under 2 or 3 punches, all the guards were defeated. Damn it, do you know what you are doing now? Lousy as celestial dragons, if you follow me with a hair, I will let Marine dispatch Admiral to kill you all. Seeing Galio's huge body, Bal snapped. Galio is too noisy, let him shut up. Snap. Galio slapped St. Bals in the face. In an instant, the wretched face of St. Barth suddenly sank, his teeth splashed out with blood, and his entire face suddenly collapsed and became even more weird. Galio's power was already great, and Bal Saint's physique was not as good as ordinary people. Although Galio deliberately controlled it, he almost died. Half of his face is gone. Boom. The eyes of the people kneeling down widened. They couldn't believe it. Even if you face celestial dragons being rude, you still dare to fight celestial dragons? This simply doesn't put celestial dragons in the eyes. In fact, Ye Chen did not put celestial dragons in his eyes. Everyone trembled and shivered. My mind was blank. They have witnessed a big event that may sweep the whole world. Someone really dared to do something against celestial dragons, a world nobleman. You know, for so many years, no one has ever dared to do something with celestial dragons. Even the 4 emperors are a little afraid of celestial dragons. It's not that you are afraid of celestial dragons. It's not like causing trouble because of these guys. They are not afraid of the combat power of the world government. but they also have to consider the people under their command. Once the celestial dragons are killed, they are entangled by marine or agents of the world government, which will cause a lot of trouble for their forces. At this time, Galio lifted Balsan to Ye Chen with one hand, looking at Bao's saint, who had a rotten face and fell into a coma. Ye Chen laughed and said, Galio looked for a sword, chopped off this guy's limbs, and then hung him on a tree. Tell marine and world government that if they want to do something to me, this celestial dragons is their end. It is good. Galio nodded, then looked for a sword everywhere, and easily looked down Bao's limbs, and then thrust it directly into the chest of Saint Bao's, like a barbecue, and threw it towards a tree in the distance. Bang. Dull one. The sharp sword was inserted directly into the tree, and Saint Bao's, who had no limbs, hung on it. Subsequently, Ye Chen and Galio went to the 18th area accordingly. Passed through 2 areas. When stepping into the land of number 18 area, an icy reminder sounded. Ding, congratulations on the successful signing of host. Task reward, summon Astes. Chapter 25. Astes. The sound of the system is heard. Ye Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth. This time the task of summoning is not easy. Astes, the female villain in Slayer, possesses abilities similar to Akiji, but compared to Akiji's abilities, she lacks the elementalization of the Logia fruit, but is open to abilities. There is no doubt Astes is stronger, because they have all been developed to the extent that they can freeze time and space. Even time has been stagnated. Extremely powerful. If it is placed in the pirate world, it is appropriate to have a strong admiral starting with strength plus Galio. He now has 2 admiral powerhouses. These days, he has been teaching Galio armament Haki and observation Haki. The effect is not bad. I'm already very proficient and may not be as good as those senior Haki powerhouses, but it can be used completely and can be used in actual combat. Summon Astes. Seeing no one around, Ye Chen whispered in his heart. Quickly, a white light appeared and a slender figure appeared. Wearing a white military uniform with long blue hair, he has a delicate face and a fiery figure, and his blue eyes exude a strange light. This is a very attractive woman. Even ordinary people can't take their eyes away at a glance at the same time. She has a different breath, with a strong sharp edge like a sharp weapon. The Ice Queen. Astes. Ace have seen the master. As soon as Ace appeared, he kneeled in front of Ye Chen respectfully and said respectfully, as long as the characters are summoned by the system, they will recognize Ye Chen from the bottom of their hearts and at the same time be regarded as the master and will never defect. Ace, get up. Don't call me master from now on, call me captain. Although called a master, it sounds very cool. But for Ye Chen, the characters summoned are all his companions. He didn't want to use such word very much. Yes, Master Captain. Ace Desi smiled slightly. His face was delicate. Everything was awakened with a unique charm. This is an evildoer. Ye Chen sighed slightly in his heart. This woman's charm is too strong, but also strong. I don't know who Marine will send over this time. Hope is not an admiral if there is only one. It's meaningless. Ye Chen looked at the scene in the distance, gazing through the forest and staring at the sea. In fact, celestial dragons are not dead. Marine Admiral will definitely come. It's just that he wants to know who it is. There are a few others. If there is only one admiral, it is really not enough. Celestial dragons are dead. It didn't take long. This news spread throughout the Chambord Islands in a very short time. Read more at Hoptel novel. Everyone was scared to death when they heard the news. Has fallen into an extremely shocking state. His head was blank. It seems that there is no reaction. At this time, Xiachi ripped off. Hear that celestial dragons are dead. The guests inside suddenly stiffened there, as if being frozen, and the wine bottle in his hand fell directly to the ground. At this time, a middle-aged pirate came back to his senses, grabbed the intelligent speaker, and roared. Really? Someone would dare to kill celestial dragons in such a place? Is he not afraid of death? And who did it? Damn it, when celestial dragons die, Marine Admiral will definitely come over. We can't stay here anymore. The pirates panicked. Once celestial dragons die, Marine will definitely send Admiral. They will suffer too. Although the target is not them, but they will also take care of these pirates, by the way. So I heard the news. They are all dumbfounded. Someone actually did something to celestial dragons. Although many people are unhappy with celestial dragons, it is also in their hearts, and they dare not show it on the surface. Ye Chen from the Black Crow Pirates. And after he killed celestial dragons, he also chopped off celestial dragons' limbs and inserted them in the trunk, telling everyone not to do anything to him. Once he did it, the celestial dragons would end up. Damn, how dare this guy? Just kill celestial dragons. If you still do something like this, the world government will definitely not let Ye Chen go. And Marine should be asked to settle the Chambord Island soon. I can't stay here. I have to leave quickly. What a lunatic. The pirates in the tavern hurriedly packed their things, ready to leave the Chambord Islands. There is such a thing. The Chambord Islands are not something they can stay with. They can only leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will suffer. The scene in the tavern is just a microcosm of the Chambord Islands. After hearing that celestial dragons had been killed, many pirates are scared, hastily put down the things in his hands, ready to leave the Chambord Islands. And the sooner the better. Once you can't leave, wait until Marine comes over. They are all going to die. Inside the pub, looking at the tavern that had become empty, Aunt Xia looked calm and took a cigarette slowly. This is... An old figure came out from behind. The Chambord Islands are not peaceful anymore. This Ye Chen kid was really bold and killed celestial dragons under the nose of the world government. Rayleigh shook his head, sighing. The Chambord Islands are close to Marine headquarters and the Holy Land Merigios. It can be said that the world government is under the nose. Basically, no one dares to provoke celestial dragons here, because looking at the Marine headquarters is too close. Once provoked celestial dragons, Marine can rush over quickly. Even when they reach the summit, they would not dare to do such a thing, because it's too much trouble. This is the nest of the world government. When celestial dragons die, everything will be messed up. In order to calm the anger of the world government, Marine may not be the only admiral dispatched this time. Aunt Xia said lightly. Send 2 admiral. It is indeed possible. Rayleigh smiled softly. An admiral may not be able to stop those 2 people. Heard this. Aunt Xia flicked the soot and said faintly, They are just pirates who have just gone out to sea. Are you so confident in them? Know that you and him have never met before. Although I haven't seen it. Rayleigh, but in your information, didn't you say that Garp values this guy very much and thinks that Ye Chen has the level of strength of 3 admiral? If this information is true, 1 admiral is indeed not enough, and Ye Chen's companion is not an ordinary person. Finished. Rayleigh stretched and walked outside. See this scene. And Xia said lightly, Rayleigh, you have to think clearly. Once you save that kid, there will be no such peaceful days in the future. Heard this. Rayleigh turned his head and said faintly, This kind of thing, where my old bones can participate, I just go for a walk. Finished. Rayleigh walked straight in. After a while, Aunt Xia shook her head. After so many years, my heart has not calmed down. Chapter 26. Holy Land Merigios. In a magnificent room, 5 old people with different faces were sitting around a round table. One of them, a blond old man with a black face, shouted angrily, Unforgivable, the Black Crow pirates must perish. No matter what the cost, they will all be killed. The words came out. The other 5 elders also have different faces, but about the same thing. Their faces are very ugly. With a knife, 5 elders said coldly, It's been years since celestial dragons died outside, and this time I died in the Chambord Islands. This is a provocation to me and the world government. If you don't kill these guys this time, where is the majesty I'm waiting for? After hearing that celestial dragons died in the Chambord Islands, 5 elders gathered for the first time and held a meeting. They never thought about it. In the Chambord Islands, someone dared to attack celestial dragons. They did not expect. Marine didn't expect it. The rest did not expect it. Because even the 4 emperors, this super pirate group standing at the apex of the pirates, would not dare to do such a thing in the Chambord Islands. Because once you do such a thing, there will be unprecedented retaliation by the world government. Faced with such revenge, even the 4 emperors did not dare to head on. As a world government that has ruled the world for 800 years, it has a foundation that is beyond ordinary people's imagination. The world government is not only Marine with a strong force. They secretly hide many forces, because Everyone knows the hidden secrets of world government. That's why everyone didn't dare to move celestial dragons. Because once it moves, it is equivalent to igniting the bomb. Even 4 emperors may not be able to bear it. The white-haired 5 elders looked gloomy and said coldly, "This kind of guy can't stay in this world. We must cut the weeds and roots." Yes. Give an order to Sengoku, let them kill these 2 guys at all costs. No matter what method they use, it is the best to catch it. The Black Crow, pirates must die. The 5 elders talked a lot with different words. But the consensus was that they wanted the Black Crow pirate group to be destroyed. Because of this matter, they have indeed reached their bottom line. Sengoku, far away at Marine's headquarters, was shocked when he received a call from 5 elders. He never thought about it. Someone dared to attack celestial dragons in Shamboard Islands. And the most important thing is, the person who started it was someone he knew very well. A member of the Black Crow pirates. Ye Chen and Galio. Learn the news. Sengoku's face suddenly sank. "Don't worry, we will kill them." After speaking, hang up the phone. Then Sengoku sighed and said to Marine outside, "Let Garp and Tsuru come over and Kizaru Admiral." It didn't take long. Haha, what happened to Sengoku? Is it possible that Akainu and the others were beaten by Ye Chen? Garp laughed and walked in. Behind him was Lieutenant General Crane, and behind him was Kizaru in a coat. The 3 came to the office. "Sit down on the sofa." Kizaru lay on the sofa, adjusted a comfortable sitting position, and said lazily, "Marshal Sengoku, is it true that the 2 of them have already settled Ye Chen and the others? Then can I go to rest?" For him, rest is now the most important thing. After all, I was beaten up by Kaido. "Garp, you guy." Sengoku's face turned dark. He glared at Garp, and then said coldly to Kizaru, "Don't think about it when you rest. Now something big has happened." The words came out. The expressions of Kizaru and Crane changed a little, but Garp was the same as before. "What's the matter, Sengoku?" He crossed his hands, placed it on the table, and asked calmly. "Not long ago," Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Ye Chen killed the celestial dragons in the Shamboard Islands, and he cut off the limbs of celestial dragons and inserted the body of celestial dragons on a big tree, telling us to keep us alone. Has an idea? Otherwise, the celestial dragons will end." As soon as this remark came out, everyone changed their voices, even Garp. All were shocked by the news. Kizaru widened his eyes and said, "Is this news certain? Marshal Sengoku killed celestial dragons in the Shamboard Islands. Isn't this looking for death?" "Of course, I am sure. Just after 5 elders gave me the news, he told us to kill Ye Chen no matter what the cost. Of course, it is best to catch Ye Chen and leave it to them." Hearing it is true. Kizaru was dumbfounded. There are people who dare to do something with celestial dragons. Sengoku looked at Crane and said, "Crane, I said that this guy is a hidden danger. If we can't get rid of him early, it will definitely become a hidden danger for us in the future. Obviously, we are a step late." Crane was silent. She also did not expect Ye Chen to dare to do such a thing. This kid is quite powerful. He dares to do something to the rubbish. Having said that, Garp saw Sengoku's almost cannibalistic eyes, and he touched his head and laughed and said, "Sorry, Sengoku, I forgot that I can't say." "Garp, you fellow." Sengoku's face turned black into coal. How dare to say such a thing? Don't care about Sengoku. Garp laughed indifferently and said, "The top priority, aren't you going to deal with the kid, Ye Chen? What are you planning? Do you need us to be dispatched? There are already 2 little ghosts, Akiji and Akainu." Speaking of this, Garp said, "Why don't you let me go? It just happened that the kid Ye Chen didn't give his full strength last time. In the past, it is estimated that he can force the kid's full strength. You go with Kizaru. Although you have wasted your combat power a bit, this matter is important, and you can't let it go. That group must be dealt with." Chapter 27. Shamboard Islands. The 18th area. On a street, a group of Marines surrounded Ye Chen and others. A major general in a coat sullenly yelled at Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, grab it with your hands. You are already surrounded by us." Heard this. Ye Chen smiled slightly. "This major Marine, who gave you the courage to make you think your guns are useful to us? There are very few Marines around. More than 100 people. Everyone is holding a musket, aiming at Ye Chen and others. If you fire all at once, if you were an ordinary person, you would have been beaten into a sieve long ago." Major General Marine's face turned dark. "I admit that your strength is indeed very strong, but facing so many muskets, even you can't be all right." Musket? Heard this sentence. Ye Chen smiled, then his eyes condensed and said coldly, "Where is the musket?" Heard this sentence. Major General Marine had a bad premonition in his heart, and he quickly roared loudly, "Do it!" Just now, a breath of terror spread from Ye Chen's body. One Setsuna room. The boundless breath spread and swept all around. The surrounding Marines were struck by lightning, as if they were carrying a huge rock on their backs, and they were falling to the ground to being crushed on the ground. Immobile. Thump. Major General Marine fell to the ground, eyes wide. Conqueror's Haki? He has heard of Conqueror's Haki, which can produce a violent mental shock wave, which can directly stun people who are not determined. No, this is not Conqueror's Haki. What is this ability, gravity? Quickly. Major General Marine found something wrong. Although the surrounding Marines fell down, they were all conscious. They are all the same as him, but like a rock on their back, they can't move at all, although there is no way to move. But the will is still sober. He was not in a coma. What is this ability? Gravity. Is Ye Chen a fruitful person? Major General Marine whispered in his heart, his eyes filled with shock. Take the news he got. But I have never heard of Ye Chen's ability. Doesn't it mean that he possesses the ability similar to fire? At this time, Ye Chen walked over. Squatting in front of Major General Marine, he asked, "How many Marine Admiral are you dispatched this time?" Major General Marine's eyes widened and kept looking at Ye Chen. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen reacted and said with a smile, "Forget, you can't talk." Talking. Ye Chen was exposed to part of his pressure. Although people were still pressed there, they could speak. There are already 2 Admiral on the way. As long as they rush over, you will have nowhere to escape. You are dead, Major General Marine said sharply. 2 Admiral. Ye Chen smiled slightly. It seems that Marine Admiral values me very much. By the way, who is the one here? Akainu Admiral and Akiji Admiral. Speaking of which, Major General Marine said in a cold voice, "I advise you to surrender quickly. These 2 Admiral are not so good talkers. If you insist on doing this, they will definitely be killed. If you surrender now, say you will still be alive." In its view, Akiji and Akainu are dispatched. No matter who they are, it is a dead end. Even 4 emperors are not necessarily afraid. Ye Chen, they just want to see just now. Facing the 2 Admiral, there is no chance of winning at all. If it were them, that would be great. Ye Chen smiled and said, "Ace, you and Galio will go to deal with that Aokiji that I asked for Akainu to give me. I will meet this guy in person for a while." Hearing that he was going to join forces with Galio to deal with one person, Ace was a little reluctant, saying, "Captain, I'm all alone. No help is needed." Galio just watched from the side. "Let yourself be watched." Galio definitely disagrees, shook his head. "No, I have to do it too. I have been waiting for these guys for a long time. Ace, you just came here. Watch it for the time being. Or, Captain, rest. Let us deal with them." "Impossible." Ye Chen refused decisively. What a joke. I just met Admiral. How could I let it out? And he also intends to see if Akainu's temperature is high or his temperature is high. These guys. Major General Marine next to him listened to the chat of Ye Chen and others. Suddenly his eyes widened. His face was shocked. These guys knew that they were 2 Admiral, but they didn't even mean to escape, but they were fighting. It's not like a newcomer at all. Normally, when the newcomer heard that it was Marine Admiral, they were all scared to death. Only them. I am happy to see Marine Admiral. This is really outrageous. He really didn't understand what was so happy about meeting Marine Admiral. This is an almost mortal situation. At this time, the 18th area. At the dock, Akiji and Akainu landed on the Shamboard Islands. As soon as they stepped into the 18th area, soon Marine came oncoming. "Ye Chen is there?" Akainu asked coldly. Heard this. A Marine general hesitated and said, "They are right ahead, and according to the information they have received, they seem to stay here deliberately. It seems to be waiting for us." Hear this. A cold light appeared in Akainu's eyes and said in a cold voice, "Do you know the pirates who are tall and thick? Give him time not to run, and even stay here to wait for us. Even if he wants to die, then I will send him to die." Finished. Akainu walked in, followed by Akiji. It didn't take long. The 2 came to the street. Inside, many Marines lie on the ground. In the center, there are 3 people standing. Ye Chen saw Akainu and Akiji. He stretched his waist and said faintly, "Your marine is really slow. I've been waiting for you for more than an hour." Heard this sentence. Both Akiji and Akainu's faces turned dark. Chapter 28. You were waiting for us. Akiji's eyes flashed. White air conditioning appeared all over his body. The surrounding temperature could also drop, and a layer of frost gradually appeared on the ground. Celestial dragons did you kill on purpose? It's not intentional, it's just that I happened to meet these guys. You also know the character of celestial dragons, so I killed it, Bai said calmly. Akiji's mouth twitched and killed celestial dragons. What a courage. If someone else sees celestial dragons, it is estimated that the first reaction is to avoid celestial dragons, like avoiding the plague, for fear of being implicated by celestial dragons. Ye Chen is good, and he started directly when he saw celestial dragons. Although he also knew the character of celestial dragons, he was unscrupulous and didn't put anyone in his eyes. This kind of character is very simple to offend people, but because of the strength of the world government, although many people are offended, no one dares to do something with celestial dragons. Ye Chen is the first case. Hey, although I admit that those guys are not very good-tempered, I don't really want to avenge those guys. Akiji walked out slowly, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. But as Admiral, I have to do it. I know, Admiral is not the lackey of celestial dragons. The owner is killed, and it is normal for the dog to retaliate. Bai smiled slightly and said faintly, "Hear this." Akiji's face sank slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "You look good, but it's a pity that this mouth, if you don't have this mouth, you would look perfect. There is nothing wrong with Admiral being the dog of celestial dragons. This is something that many people know, but few people dare to speak out. It is estimated that the 4 emperors dare to say that the rest really don't have this ability. After all, Admiral stands at the top of the world." Ice Dragon. Akiji's eyes flashed, and a cold air broke out all over his body, and a deep cold air burst out loudly. Boom. One Setsuna room. The boundless air conditioning condensed into frost, condensed into an ice dragon in the air, burly in shape, hideous and lifelike, with a roar, heading towards Ye Chen and others. Wherever he went, everything was frozen, even the air. The frost all over the sky condenses and condenses into ice flowers. Ice Dragon. Just now, standing next to Ye Chen, Ace showed a violent fighting spirit. His hands condensed with cold air, and an ice dragon longer than Akiji appeared out of the sky. How can that be? See this scene. Akiji's eyes widened, as if seeing something incredible. He actually saw someone with the same ability as him. This is something he didn't expect, because devil fruit is unique. In the whole world, there is only one demon fruit power. Boom. The 2 ice dragons collided and a violent roar broke out. A terrifying air wave swept around, as if to lift the surroundings. Justice Punch. Galio was bursting out like rays of light, and his huge fist was instantly covered by armament Haki and moved towards Akiji's head. Galio's reminder was too big. His fists were bigger than Akiji alone, covering Akiji in the shadows. Ice Wall. Akiji's eyes flashed, raising his hand, and the coldness bloomed. Setsuna room. There was a 10-meter-long ice wall in front of him, and the impact of his fists instantly smashed the ice wall, and at that moment, Akiji retreated, leaving Galio's attack range instantly. These guys popped up from there. Akiji's face was serious. Whether he had just used a woman like him or Galio, it put him under a lot of pressure. The strength is not weak. And doesn't it mean that Ye Chen has only Galio a companion? Akiji didn't understand who was this person with the same ability as him. Why is there no previous information? It's on the other side at this time. Because of Akiji's hands, the 2 sides started a big battle. Akainu also started directly, and his abilities began to show. A cold shout sounded. Big Spitfire. Akainu's eyes were cold. His hands turned into lava, condensed into a huge fist, bursting toward Ye Chen. Like a volcanic eruption, the huge lava fist shot out at an extremely fast speed. Everything is ashes. Fire refusal. Ye Chen quickly liberated, swinging his knife and cutting across the front. Endless flames rose, condensing around him into a firewall composed of flames. Although it was only Shirkai, the flame temperature of Ryujin Jakka was extremely high, and Akainu's lava fist touched it. It just passed through one layer, and it was melted in an instant. The reason why Garp was able to pass through the flame before was because Ye Chen was not very proficient in the control of Ryujin Jakka before, and he did not deliberately adjust the temperature so he could be passed through. In addition, Garp's armament Haki has long since cultivated the ultimate, possessing abilities that ordinary people do not have. But after this period of time, Ye Chen's control of Ryujin Jakka is getting more and more smooth, and the temperature is naturally not comparable to before. If you face Garp at once, it's not that simple for Garp to go through the wall of fire. Seeing that the fire breathing was stopped, Akainu snorted coldly, "Small bugs." Between words, Akainu rushed over, his hands turned into giant lava hands, and he grabbed the fire directly, as if he wanted to tear it apart. Just at the moment he touched, Ye Chen inside smiled slightly and sneered, "Boom." Ryujin Jakka's ability is not only about temperature, he can also control the flame and explode it. Boom. The terrifying explosion sounded. The entire ground was directly blown up, and the ground moved and the mountains shook like an earthquake. Smoke billowed. Akainu was blown out and flew out tens of meters, and finally hit a big tree in the distance. What is this guy Akainu doing? Akiji on the side felt a little dissatisfied when he saw Akainu being repelled, who was already very reluctant to face both of them. This guy can be repelled even when facing one person, and the abilities of both sides are very similar. Even the opponent's higher abilities were knocked back. Chapter 29. What is this guy doing? Akiji couldn't figure it out. Although Ye Chen's strength is not weak. But it won't be such a short time. Just knock Akainu back, right? This makes no sense. Sakazuki, be serious. This guy's no ordinary kid. Akiji said coldly in the direction of Akainu. I know this. Akainu stood up slowly, expressionless, surrounded by lava billowing. The intense high temperature burned everything. The air was burned, and the surroundings became distorted, and it looked like the space was burned. It's not a good habit to be distracted by fighting. Just now, Ace laughed, his eyes full of enthusiasm for war, and the piercing air in his hands rose and turned into a behemoth, heading towards Akiji. She hasn't experienced such a battle for a long time. Only after she got this emperor, no matter who she faced was crushing, no one was her opponent. She can almost claim to be invincible, standing at the top of the world. But I didn't expect that after being summoned by Ye Chen, it didn't take long before she met an opponent whose strength was almost the same as hers. Facing Akiji, the long-lost fighting spirit in Ace's heart was instantly burned. She just wants to enjoy this battle now. Rip the enemy on the opposite side. Smash the enemy on the opposite side. I really don't want to fight with people of the same ability. The boundless cold air filled, and an ice wall appeared in front of Akiji in an instant. Boom. The two collided together, and the fragments like sharp blades sputtered out and thrust into the ground fiercely. Speed magic. Power magic. Armament Haki. Several magic circles appeared in Galio's body, like a flash of lightning. His huge palms opened, like the five-finger mountain of the Buddha, and grabbed Akiji. These two guys are really difficult. Look at the palm in front of you. Akiji has a headache. 1 is fine. 2, he was in trouble. The strength of these two people is not weak, whether it is the person with the same ability as him, or Galio is very troublesome. In particular, Galio is huge. He's also proficient in armament Haki, and his power is extremely amazing. Read more at Hopful Novel, YZ. In addition, Galio's resistance was very strong, and ordinary freezing was of no use to him, and he was freed by Galio casually. This makes Akiji very uncomfortable. Normally, his ability is enough to freeze one, but he can only face Galio. This ability has failed. There are wolves before and tigers behind. Facing the attack of the two, Akiji couldn't evade at all, and was directly punched and flew out by Galio. There is the presence of armament Haki. He couldn't use elementalization at all, and he directly withstood the punch abruptly. Buff. Galio's strength is so great, Akiji only feels his stomach is overwhelmed, extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, he vomited blood and flew out. The other side, Akainu and Ye Chen opened the battle. Akainu, who suffered a loss, did not go straight ahead, but used the characteristics of his own ability to open an exit from Ye Chen's fire. The whole person rushed out directly. Tianyalong. Ye Chen didn't panic and swung his knife to face him. Ryujin Jakka swayed in midair. Endless flames rose out, and finally condensed into a fire dragon. The flame was hot and the temperature rose. Spitfire. With a previous lesson, Akainu didn't dare to face it hard. The lava in his right hand rolled and turned into a lava pillar, shooting towards the fire dragon. Boom. The two collide. Like Mars hit the earth, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, and the deafening sound rang around, with a roar, rolling up the air wave and going in all directions. The ground of the two of them collapsed directly, and the falling flames and lava fell below, and the high temperature burned the ground to black. Call out. The two bodies rushed out like lightning, their fists and swords collided, and there was another violent roar. The Ryujin Jakka covered by armament Haki shone with a strange light, blocking Akainu in front. Akainu, your temperature is a bit low. Ye Chen grinned, and the flames all over his body rose up, reaching the extreme in an instant, evaporating Akainu's lava fist directly. Evaporate that moment. Ye Chen waved, the sword aura blended with the flame, standing on Akainu's body. Click. Akainu quickly backed away, but it was too late. The sword energy fell on him, and Scary Trace appeared instantly, with blood jetting. Akainu's face suddenly darkened. Ye Chen's ability was a bit beyond his expectations. The temperature was so high that it could even evaporate his lava, which he really didn't expect. No wonder that old fellow Garp gave you such a high evaluation. Akainu said blankly, not caring about the injuries on his body at all. Instead, the temperature of the lava on his body rose, getting higher and higher, and almost burned the area around him, turning it into a world of fire. At the same time, the people left on the street. Seeing the battle in front of him, his eyes widened. The Black Crow pirates are too strong, right? Both Admiral can't stop them. More than that, Admiral is at a disadvantage now, which is incredible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really don't believe in the battle before me. Akainu was actually at a disadvantage when facing Ye Chen. Is this guy really a rookie pirate who just went to sea? No wonder it made sense for Marine to offer such a high bounty at the beginning. The Black Crow pirates do not die, and sooner or later, they will become the 5th Sea Emperor of New World. Really terrifying strength. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that facing two Admiral, this pirate group of only 3 people would not lose the wind and even gain some advantage. Akainu can't help Ye Chen. Akiji can't help Galio and Ace. Chapter 30. Marine Admiral won't lose, right? Someone exclaimed. Follow the situation in front of you. The two Marine Admiral. Are there really no advantages? Instead, he was hit by the opposite side. To be frank, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really didn't believe that the two Marine Admiral, facing the rookie pirate group with only 3 people, would have been crushed and beaten. Completely at a disadvantage, without any advantages. This is incredible. The battle is not over yet, so no conclusion can be drawn yet. When it's over, Marine Admiral is not that simple. Someone whispered. Although Ye Chen has the advantage now, they are very clear that this is just the beginning. It is not over yet, and the result has not been determined yet. Everything is possible. Not to mention, Marine Admiral has been strong for so many years. There is so simple there. We are right to stay. Sure enough, both sides are not easy. This news must be passed to the headquarters. There are many people left around. Knowing that Ye Chen waited for Marine specially, many people stayed. Some people simply watch the excitement. Some people have other purposes. For example, intelligence officers from various parties or some top-notch insiders. They are all collecting intelligence. Although this is very dangerous. It may be affected by the battle at any time, but this is their job. The risks are high and the rewards are high. No. The fighting between the two sides of the battle was extremely fierce. Almost all turned into afterimages, and every collision caused extremely terrifying destructive power. Read more at Hopful Novel. YZ. When the blazing high temperature fell, everything was burnt clean. Many buildings were dropped by flames or lava, slowly being melted, and even some of them were directly evaporated. On the other side, a huge ice cube fell. Nothing could bear it. It was directly crushed. The combat power of the two sides is too terrifying. IT is no longer a problem of a street, but a problem of the 18th area. As the battle between the two sides broke out, the entire area on the 18th was shaken, as if there was a major earthquake all the time. Ye Chen and Akainu were extremely calm, and they didn't say any rubbish, and they faced their opponents with a resolute attitude. Each move exploded with great power, and the lava billowing down, No matter what fell into it, it would cause huge damage. Needless to say, Ye Chen's Ryujin Jakka is extremely powerful, and the flame temperature is terrifying at the same time. It also carries one after another sharp sword energy, which brings a lot of pressure to Akainu. Plus, Ye Chen is also proficient in two-color Haki, which is even more troublesome for Akainu. With Armament Haki's existence, his elementalization did not dare to open easily, for fear of being hacked by Ye Chen with a sword. Boom. The two sides collided again, and the lava splashed out with flames, and the surrounding high temperature rose, almost burning everything in front of them at the same time. Because of the ice and fire melted, and the steam slowly rose, almost covering the surrounding area. Due to the terrifying combat power of both sides, Ye Chen and Akainu fought fiercely, and the battlefield was also moved from the 18th area to the 17th area. The area on the 18th is almost broken, and nothing intact can be seen around it. Song. Akainu punched Ryujin Jakka. Although Ye Chen was prepared, the huge impact instantly knocked him out. Ye Chen stopped in midair and slowly fell to the ground. Just now, Akainu followed, punching out, and said coldly, "Boy, if you have this strength, you can only explain here today. That's what I want to say. If even you have this strength, then I will be very disappointed with Marine." Ye Chen swung the knife. Armament Haki instantly covered it and slashed towards Akainu's side. Hundreds of meters long sword energy burst out from the sky, bursting out with a fiery high temperature, cutting through the emptiness, as if cutting through the space, and swept towards Akainu. With the sharp sword energy across the air, the ground was almost cut off, revealing a series of terrifying cracks. Akainu's gaze condensed, and the rolling lava fell, and the palm of his hand skyrocketed instantly, directly transforming into a huge palm, almost dozens of times larger than Akainu himself, like the palm of a god, grabbing the sword chi fiercely. Want to stop Jin Chi with this? It's just that the sharpness of sword energy is already terrifying, and the temperature of Ryujin Jakka is even more astonishing. The moment he touched the sword chi, there was only a moment of stagnation, and then Akainu's palm was cut off as he smashed it. At that moment, Akainu's face changed drastically. This sword aura gave him a very dangerous feeling. If he didn't escape quickly, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He quickly abandoned the lava in his arm, turned into a mass of lava, and condensed in another place. Without Akainu's obstruction, the sword chi was stunned and almost separated the entire area on the 17th. The other side. The moment Akainu's figure condensed, Ye Chen came to him in an instant with Ryujin Jakka in his hand and slashed towards Akainu. Looking at the sharp edge and flames in front of him, Akainu's face changed drastically, and an extremely dangerous feeling surged. Did not think much. Akainu blocked the front with both hands. Armament Haki gathered. Although the abilities he uses are all Devil Fruit abilities, he still has abilities like Armament Haki, but he is not as proficient as Garp. Chong chong. The two sides collided, sparks sputtered. Akainu was pressed underneath. Both legs went directly to the knees, and the whole ground was directly shattered, and the cracks in the cobweb went in all directions. At the same time, Ye Chen's eyes flashed, and Ryujin Jakka burst out with terrifying light, and the fire burst out with fierce sword energy. The deafening sound resounded all around, almost spreading across the Shamboard Islands. At the same time, a bright light burst out, sweeping the entire area on the 17th. No. Rayleigh, who was on his way, saw the dazzling light ahead and hurriedly speeded up. Chapter 31. Boom. The earth-shaking explosion sounded deafening. The violent force swept across the entire number 17 area, almost overturned the entire number 17 area, and countless buildings were annihilated in the boundless light. The entire area on the 17th was crumbling and almost bursting. Even the force of horror swept through, almost spreading to the nearby area, and began to vibrate near the area on the 17th. It's like an earth-shattering earthquake, to shatter the entire Shamboard Islands. Fortunately, when there was a big war, the surrounding crowd has been evacuated, and there are only a few people who gather intelligence or who are not afraid of death in the surrounding area. The rest have been evacuated. At this time, in the nearby area, everyone saw the light flickering in the distance, as well as the violent vibration of the ground. They were all startled. A pirate offering a bounty of more than 100 million yuan was panicked. What kind of battle is this? He was terrified. The battle in front of him was completely beyond his expectations. I am afraid that the strength is far from what they can imagine. A battle at the Admiral level. I heard that this time, in order to deal with the Black Crow pirates, Marine has dispatched a total of 2 Marine Admiral. Just kidding, dispatched 2 Marine Admiral? Don't believe it, someone did see a Kainu and Akiji landing in the area in front. It is estimated that the two sides are fighting. Normally, the 2 Marine Admiral can completely crush the Black Crow pirates, but now it seems that a fierce battle has taken place between the two sides. Furthermore, there was news that the Black Crow pirate strength was not weak, and when the war began, they had an advantage. Admiral is weak? Boom. Like a bomb, it immediately exploded in everyone's hearts. This incident almost subverted their worldview. In their view, Admiral's combat power is almost incomprehensible, and no one will be their opponent except for the top pirates. The Black Crow pirate group is naturally also, after all, they are just a rookie pirate group. But now someone tells them that the Black Crow pirates can compete with 2 Marine Admirals and even get an advantage. This is almost impossible. 2 Marine Admiral. And the Black Crow pirates only had 3 members. The rookie pirate group with only 3 people, facing 2 Marine Admiral, still has an advantage? How strong is this Black Crow pirate group? It's no wonder that Marine gave them such a high bounty at the beginning, and they knew that these people are powerful. This world is going to change the sky. Once the Black Crow pirates enter the new world, the long-term pattern of the new world will change, and there will even be an extra emperor. The strongest rookie pirate group is none other than them. What a horrible group of monsters. Everyone talked a lot. His face was full of shock and fear. Although it was only a rookie pirate group with only 3 people, the Black Crow pirate group had already exploded with terrifying energy. This energy, no matter where it is placed, cannot be ignored. This is true even in the new world where monsters gather. Everyone understands. As long as the Black Crow pirates can survive this level, let them roam in the future. At the same time, Rayleigh flickered like a lightning bolt, heading towards the center of the battle. Looked at the flashing light in front of me and the violent explosion sound coming from my ears. Rayleigh raised a smile. It's just that he has such strength just when he went to sea. How can such a man be blocked here? The world needs them. At the same time, in the waters of the Chambord Islands, a warship moved quickly. On the deck, Kizaru looked at the area ahead and whispered, "Mr. Garp, they have already started fighting and it looks fierce. Just watching from a distance, they can see the intensity inside. Countless rays of light collide. The flames bloomed and the lava fell drunk. Plus the roar coming from my ears. None are spectacles. Although they have not participated yet, they have already made them feel the fierceness ahead. This is an extremely fierce battle. Kizaru, take me over. I'm more and more looking forward to meeting that kid." Garp laughed, his eyes full of war. "Only since the last time I played against Ye Chen. Garp wants to fight Ye Chen all the time and wants to feel the limit of Ye Chen, whether it is really the same as what he said before. There is still more energy left. Then let's go, Mr. Garp." Kizaru grabbed Garp's shoulder with one hand. His figure turned into a ray of light, hitting the mirror and heading forward. The light flickered, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the center of the battle, the two sides collided, and each time there was an extremely terrifying sound, and the violent power gushed out, almost annihilating the surrounding area. Frost condenses in the surroundings, flames rise, low temperature and high temperature are compatible, turning the surroundings into a strange place. It's like purgatory. Akiji was panting, his eyes dignified. Whether it is Ace or Galio, it brings him a lot of pressure. "Mr. Admiral, isn't this all right?" Galio looked at Akiji honestly, covered in armament Haki, rendered with black light, rendering Galio's figure black with a weird luster, like cast steel, with a different color. Standing there, with suffocating pressure. "Admiral doesn't look as good as he said." Ace Desi's eyes boiled with warfare, and the biting air around him rose, almost sinking his surroundings into an ice world. The 18th area has almost become an ice world. Under the abilities of Ace and Akiji, everything was frozen into frost. This guy, Ye Chen, the 2 monsters I found there. Looking at Ace and Galio, Akiji was helpless. In the face of 2 people, no matter who he is, he will not be false, but he has met 2 people, and the cooperation and tacit understanding of the 2 people. One punch is hard to beat forehands. The strength of the 2 is not much different from him. Facing these 2 guys, Akiji really has nothing to do. Call out. Just now, A ray of light fell. Kizaru and Garp slowly fell beside Akiji. Kizaru looked at Akiji, who was embarrassed next to him, and said in surprise, "Akiji, you look troublesome. Are these two guys so troublesome? You'll know if you try it." Akiji said angrily. If it were an ordinary pirate, he would have solved it a long time ago. There needs to be so much trouble. Chapter 32. I don't know where Ye Chen got these two guys, and they may not be worse than us. If it weren't for my rich experience, I would have been killed by the two of them, Akiji said solemnly. The words came out. Garp and Kizaru next to them were a little surprised. Whether it is Galio. The women who appeared in front of them were never seen before. Fortunately, Galio said at least there was some news. But the blue-haired woman, they really have no news at all. Pause time. Kizaru's face became solemn, without the hippie smile of the past, and he didn't want to paddle much in his heart. It is certainly not easy to make Akiji feel so embarrassed and to speak such words. If he continues to paddle or look down, he is likely to be torn apart in the next battle. Where is Kuzan, Ye Chen, and Akainu? I want to meet that guy for a while. Garp laughed. Akiji pointed to the 17th area next to him. They are right there. The voice fell off. Garp rushed over without looking back. See this scene. Ace activated his ability, and an ice dragon appeared instantly, biting towards Garp. You can't stop his ace. With a helper. Akiji suddenly gained a little more confidence, and almost simultaneously used the same ability to stop Ace's ability in midair. Boom. The two collided together, like a huge mountain colliding, bursting one after another, and the ice cubes fell below like rain. Garp took this opportunity to rush into it instantly. And this time, Kizaru's eyes widened, turned to look at Akiji, and asked, Kazan, what's the matter? How can that guy have the same ability as you? Don't ask me. I don't know either. If you want to know, ask her yourself, but she may not say it. Akiji spread his hands, expressing helplessness. He also wants to know why Ace has the same ability as him. This is so strange. Generally speaking, the ability of Devil Fruit is unique. It is impossible for a second identical ability to appear. Although some capable persons are similar, they are only somewhat the same and will not be exactly the same. But Ace's ability is almost the same as Akiji's. This is surprising. Is anyone in control of the ability to replicate Devil Fruit? Kizaru's eyes flickered, and he has something to do with the Ministry of Science and Technology of the world government. Know some things, how much? The Ministry of Science and Technology of the world government is now vigorously researching Devil Fruit, trying to unlock the mystery of Devil Fruit and apply it elsewhere. The world government's research on Devil Fruit has reached an extremely terrifying level, and Devil Fruit can already be used on objects, such as firearms or other things. Through Devil Fruit, wisdom is born to other things. However, the biggest research topic of the Ministry of Science and Technology is to copy Devil Fruit's ability. If this can be researched out, they will be able to get a large number of Demon Fruit power units. Once researched out, various Demon Fruit power can be mass-produced, such as Akiji's ability and Akainu's ability. If these abilities are mass-produced, no one in this world will be an opponent of the world government, and the four emperors will be crushed. It's just that this research project is too difficult. Although a part of it has been researched, it cannot be copied perfectly. Kaido's Animal Ability Core is also a researcher project, but it hasn't made much progress. To copy Devil Fruit perfectly, this is too difficult. Kizaru thought it was impossible before. But before Ace used the ability similar to Akiji, Kizaru couldn't help but think about it. It's impossible. Is anyone really able to copy Devil Fruit successfully? If it succeeds, it will overturn the world. No matter who it is, it must be treated with caution. Kizaru said in a deep voice, Kazan Galio, I will deal with ITS for the girl. You have to deal with it, but you must remember that you must not let her die. I see. Akiji nodded. Although he doesn't know much about the Ministry of Science and Technology, he also knows some secrets. To this, he quickly understood what Kizaru meant. Estes. It is likely to be the product of copying Devil Fruit. If she can be captured by the Ministry of Science and Technology of the world government, this will bring a great breakthrough to the Ministry of Science and Technology. It can even break through this difficult problem. Even if it can't break through, you can also learn some news through Ace. Kizaru's figure flickered and turned into a ray of light that rushed past and came to behind Galio in an instant, saying, Mr. Galio, have you been kicked by the light? What a fast speed. Galio's eyes flashed. Although he knew Kizaru's speed was astonishing, he was shocked the first time he saw him. This speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to catch with a naked eye, and observation Haki is even more difficult to catch. By the time he reacted, the countermeasures had already come to him. Galio said nothing. Armament Haki covered his body. While holding his arms, his wings closed, a magic circle looming. Duran's shield. Boom. Kizaru kicked Galio fiercely, and the huge impact came, and the ice under the feet of the two directly exploded. Just after Galio's figure went backwards a few meters, he immediately stopped. Galio spread his wings and smiled honestly. Mr. Kizaru, this is the power of light. Isn't it too weak? Immediately, Galio grabbed Kizaru. Kizaru furrowed his eyebrows. His right leg gleamed and kicked again. However, still unable to cause much damage to Galio, he just made Galio back a few steps without leaving even a trace on his body. What kind of physique is this? How hard? Seeing that Galio was indifferent, and seeing that his abilities were inadequate for the first time, Kizaru's heart Chunin couldn't help but curse. Galio's body was too hard, like a rock indestructible. Kizaru's abilities are not able to be used at all. After being kicked, ordinary people will basically be kicked off by him. Only facing Galio, he couldn't kick off at all, and even Kizaru felt some pain in his feet. Chapter 34. I want to see how hard your body is today. Kizaru's face sank. His fingers shot out a golden light, and the laser shot out. Since kicking can't work, it's remote. Boom. The laser instantly fell on Galio, and a roar erupted. It's just that the laser didn't pass through Galio's body. Not even a trace of it was left. Galio looked at the position of the laser and grinned. It doesn't hurt or itchy. Are you really Admiral? It's much weaker than the guy next to you. Galio's body itself was cast with a special physique, and with countless magic in the shower, the resistance almost reached an extremely terrifying level, and even diamonds were not harder than him. This is the monster from there. Kizaru's face sank. Chunin couldn't help cursing. Galio's body is too hard, making him a little suspicious of life. Is this really a creature? Or is it capable? But even if it is a capable person, there is no such a strong body similar to a stone-capable person. He has not encountered it before, and has also fought against it. Facing his abilities, those guys were instantly penetrated. Even the Diamond Man, Whitebeard. He didn't dare to face his attack easily. Sky Tsung Yunjian. Kizaru's expression was gloomy. His hands clasped together, and he stretched out, revealing a golden lightsaber slowly. Holding a golden lightsaber, I'm curious, where did Ye Chen find your monsters? According to your strength, no matter where you place it, you are a powerful person who is famous all over the world. Why is it only now known by everyone? He is curious. Whether it is Ace or Galio, both possess extremely powerful strength. In the new world where the monster is pushing, the strength of both can stand at the top. Such a strong man. Why hasn't there been any news before? Instead, did they appear after Ye Chen came out? We are awakened by Ye Chen. A green magic circle appeared on Galio's body, and his body instantly disappeared in place. Next moment, Galio appeared next to Kizaru. His fists were like hammers toward Kizaru's hammer. Call out. Kizaru's figure flickered, and he opened a distance of tens of meters. Boom. The fists fell on the ground, and the entire ice surface was torn apart and exploded. Spiderweb-like cracks covered the entire ice surface. What's the matter with that guy, Kizaru? Seeing Kizaru being crushed and beaten, Akiji was a little confused. Could it be that this old guy is paddling again? Turned out to be beaten by the coercion. This is a bit unreasonable. Normally, Galio's strength is not as good as Kizaru's. Only, when he saw Kizaru with a serious face, he suddenly understood. Kizaru did not paddle. He is serious, but it really can't beat the opponent. At the same time, seeing that Kizaru's abilities could not cause any harm to Galio, he understood everything. Kizaru's strength is very strong, but Galio's body is too hard. Kizaru, your attack poses no threat to Galio. To this, Kizaru was beaten down. This battle is a bit difficult. I hope Mr. Garp and Akainu will quickly clean up Ye Chen. Seeing Kizaru being crushed and beaten, plus he was a bit stinging when facing Ace. It is estimated that they will not be able to tell the winner in a short time. I can only hope that Akainu and Garp are there. If Ye Chen is defeated by them together, then there will be combat power to support them. The balance between the two sides was broken. they will be able to win. At the same time, area number 17. At this time, it has become a world of fire, flames are rising, lava is rolling down, flames are everywhere, and the extremely high temperature burns the atmosphere, almost distorting the surrounding space. In the center, Ye Chen and Akainu glared at each other, their eyes calm, and their killing intent was revealed. It's sad that this guy is hailed as the strongest marshal. It's really terrifying, although he has never played against other admiral. But the oppressive force Akainu brought to him was the greatest he encountered. Of course, when I met Garp, that old guy was not serious, but this time Akainu was serious, trying to understand himself in every move. It seems that I can only use that trick. Ye Chen held Ryujin Jakka tightly, his expression was calm, and he uttered word by word, "Hell hot." The voice fell off. Boom. The boundless breath bloomed, and the entire area on the 17th was violently shaken. One after another flame pillars broke out of the ground, as if an encircling circle surrounded Akainu layer by layer. Dozens of pillars lingered together, like a prison, restraining Akainu in place. Simultaneously, the temperature of the flame pillar rose to an extremely terrifying level. Everywhere it went was burned, the ground was pitch black, and the air was burnt to warp the space, as if the space was burned to the distortion by the high temperature. Just now, a heroic voice sounded. "Ye Chen boy, the old man is here. Last time you said that you didn't use your full strength. Today, I will try your full strength." Boom. Garp is completely dark. Armament Haki is like a piece of armor, covering Garp together. Boom. The magical soldier, Garp fell on the ground like a meteorite, and the whole ground exploded when it landed. See this scene. A ray of light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and the corner of his mouth raised a curve. He said, "Even the Marine hero Garp is here. You Marines really don't look at me. Old guy, is there anyone besides you in Marines reinforcements?" "And the guy, Kizaru." Garp answered when he asked. It didn't hide it. 3 Admiral and 1 Marine hero. Here the Marine formation. Ye Chen was a little surprised. This is so fast that it can be compared to the Top War. Except for a few special people. Marine's top combat power is here. This is too dear to me. Ye Chen's mouth twitches, somewhat speechless. This lineup can be used to play 4 Emperors, and now it is actually coming to play his rookie pirate group. Sure enough, Marine has been eyeing me before these guys. If only celestial dragons died, so many people would be sent. Ye Chen really didn't believe it. Chapter 35. A rookie pirate group. Be so concerned by Marine. Even if Ye Chen has a big heart, he can't help but sigh. This Marine also valued him too much. 4 supreme combat power. It feels okay to fight the 4 Emperor's pirates. Now he is a rookie pirate group who is hitting something special. If it weren't for the strength of the people he summoned, he wouldn't necessarily be planted here today. "Hello, old man Garp. You are all famous people in the world. 2 teamed up to be me a pirate who just went out to sea. Really okay? Are you afraid of others' jokes when you say it? He is really a Buddha now. Just send out 2 Admiral." He expected this, but all 3 Admiral were dispatched, plus 1 Garp. He really didn't expect it. This F***CK. Amount. Garp touched the back of his head and laughed loudly. It seems something is really bad. Akainu, go with you. I'll deal with this guy. Garp said. Akainu suddenly became unhappy. I've been playing with this guy for so long. You will grab my place when you come? Where is my face? Akainu said with a cold face and said coldly, Lieutenant General Garp, this is not your battlefield. Please get out of the way. This is my order as Admiral. Akainu kid, your orders are useless to me. Garp said nonchalantly. With his status, Admiral really may not be able to instruct him. It may not even be possible for Sengoku. Unless it's really about Marine's major issues, Garp can obey orders. Other things may not be able to make him obey. Mr. Akainu, you Admiral are not good. You can't even command a Lieutenant General. Did you go through the back door to become Admiral? Ye Chen on the side added fuel and vinegar. He happily watched the 2 fight. This is the best. Akainu snorted coldly and said, we want to talk about our business. Now we're going to clean up this kid. As long as this kid is caught. If you want to fight this kid one-on-one, whatever you want, whether it's Marine headquarters or anywhere else. It is good. Although Garp is a bit nonsense and attendant sometimes, he is also a person who understands the overall situation and knows the importance of Ye Chen. If Ye Chen does not take it back, the pressure on the world government will be greater. Although he doesn't care. But Marine still needs to think about it. Really boring. Between words. Ye Chen held Ryujin Jakka in his hand and slashed towards the two of them. One Setsuna. The rising flame pillars began to gather, and dozens of flame pillars moved towards the two of them. Finger pistol overlord gun. Seeing the flame pillars moving around, Garp frowned. This time he didn't forcibly penetrate the pillars or touch them with his body. Instead, he used Marine 6 Style's finger pistol. Boom. The shock wave rushed out and instantly passed through the flame pillar, blasting the flame pillar into a gap. But soon, the flame pillar healed. Spitfire. Knowing the temperature of these flames, Akainu didn't dare to fight it hard, and with a move, the lava shot from a distance hit the flame pillar like a cannonball. However, like Garp, the flame pillar exploded and quickly returned to normal. Seeing that his attacks were useless against the flame pillars, Garp and Akainu's eyes instantly fell on Ye Chen's body. Call out. The speed of the two was very fast, and they rushed out like lightning, facing Ye Chen himself. Ye Chen looked indifferent, looked at the two of them, and vomited softly. Burst! The voice fell. In a flash, the flame pillars of everyone gathered, followed by a bright light flickering. Boom. The earth-shaking explosion sounded, and the bright light flooded the entire area on the 17th and even swept the area on the 18th. Run! See the light sweeping in front of you. Akiji and Kazara's face changed drastically, and they fled towards the distance. While Galio flew up, Ace jumped on his back and hovered in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound cut through the entire Shamboard Islands, and even the entire Shamboard Islands vibrated violently. As if a terrifying earthquake had occurred, the entire Shamboard Islands was crumbling. It seems to be blown up next moment. Simultaneously, the sea outside was also affected by the shaking. The calm sea was broken, and the waves swept towards the distance one by one. An extremely terrifying wave soon formed. This explosion is really terrible. More than the 17th area. The surrounding area was also affected, and the island was almost destroyed. Feel this shocking sense of shock. People in other parts of the Shamboard Island shivered. What happened to this? Have there been a major earthquake? This is too scary. Is it possible that Marine and Ye Chen haven't finished their fight yet? Did anyone tell what happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. The sudden shock came, making them feel deeply in danger, as if the entire Shamboard Islands were about to be blown up in the next moment. The area in other places is okay, but people who are close to the 17th area are in trouble. The violent power swept through and swallowed many people watching the theater in an instant. They didn't even have time to say the screams and were directly overwhelmed. And this time, Rayleigh just arrived. He stopped, looked at the area in front of him, his eyes widened and his face was full of horror. At this moment, the smoke dissipated. In front of him, there was a huge pothole. The surrounding sea water poured down, slowly forming a pool of water. Area number 17 is gone. It was blown up directly. Even in the area next to it, many places have followed suit. Everything is destroyed. Under that terrifying force, it was directly destroyed and completely clean, leaving only a huge and incomparable pit. Chapter 36. Seeing the huge pothole in front of him, Rayleigh's eyes widened. The whole person was stunned there. The entire area on the 17th disappeared. This is something he didn't expect. Call out. Just now, a figure rushed over from a distance and slowly landed not far from Rayleigh. Seeing the voice in front of him, Rayleigh flashed his eyes and whispered, Ye Chen? The words came out. Ye Chen turned his head, looked at Rayleigh, and smiled. This is not the king, Rayleigh. Did not expect to see you here. Leave quickly. There are your old friends here. If you stay here again, you won't be able to live in seclusion here. The moment the sound fell, two figures flew out in the distance. The two of them were embarrassed, and their faces were covered with black, like black people. Akainu and Garp. Akainu's face was ugly, cold sweat broke out, and his left arm was broken and blood was flowing. As for Garp, it was better, but his face was not good. Obviously, the outbreak just now gave him a lot of pressure. Garp, Akainu? See, two people. Rayleigh was dumbfounded. Even if Akainu is here, Garp is here too. Simultaneously, Garp also saw Rayleigh and smiled. Rayleigh, long time no see. Long time no see. Rayleigh responded with a stiff face. To be honest, he really didn't see the two people in front of him very much. At the same time, Galio brought Ace to Ye Chen's side. The other side, Kizaru brought Akiji over. Everyone appeared. The surroundings began to calm down, and the atmosphere seemed extremely depressing. 3. Admiral and Garp. I saw a few people in front of me. Rayleigh was silent. Looking at Ye Chen's gaze also changed. He said, Ye Chen, what have you done to get these guys out? Could you be the Holy Land to slaughter the celestial dragons? Rayleigh couldn't figure it out. It's just a rookie pirate group. Why are there so many people? 3. Admiral will not say when he arrives. Garp actually came too. This combat power is simply Garp, enough to deal with 4 emperors. Right now, read more at Homptel novel, XYZ. It turned out to be just dealing with a rookie pirate group that if this spreads out, it will inevitably shock the world. This salary is simply nothing. Even the 4 emperors may not have this treatment, right? Don't ask me. I don't know, although I happened to kill a celestial dragons. But I didn't expect Marine to see me so much. So much combat power was directly dispatched. Ye Chen is also speechless. 3. Admiral was dispatched and did not say. The old guy Garp was also dispatched. 4 supreme combat power. This is really outrageous. Ye Chen, you are too threatening. You were only planning to dispatch 2 Marine Admiral, but you killed celestial dragons. We made sure to take you back to dispatch these people. Now it seems that Sengoku made the right decision. If we are dispatched, one of us may die on you, Garp said with a deep gaze. The combat power of the Black Crow pirates was unexpected and extremely terrifying. Far from being a normal rookie pirate group. Ye Chen's combat power is not to say the strength is comparable to him. There is also the ability of the flame, even better than Akainu. Simultaneously, Galio and Ace's combat power is also extremely terrifying. They just learned that neither Kizaru nor Akiji have gained much benefit. The two are comparable in strength to Admiral. Old man Garp, you are a bit exaggerated. If Admiral is so easy to kill, it won't be called the supreme combat power. Bai said lightly. But Garp chuckled and said, if those guys are the same as you, there will still be marine affairs and world government affairs there. Speaking of which, Garp looked at Rayleigh and said in a deep voice, Rayleigh, what do you plan to do? It's just for the show. The words came out. Everyone's eyes fell on Rayleigh. Rayleigh's appearance is indeed unexpected, and it is also the existence of breaking the deadlock. Once he joins that side, he will tilt towards it. Without Rayleigh's presence, Marine would still have a good chance of winning, but if Rayleigh joined, it would be hard to say. Gar, it's a shame that such a man keeps him here. I want to see this man running towards the sea. Don't you agree? Rayleigh smiled softly, although he didn't admit it bluntly, but the meaning was clear. He is on Ye Chen's side. Rayleigh, you have to think carefully, Garp said in a deep voice. Garp, we have known each other for so many years. Don't you know my character? Rayleigh smiled heartily, not moved by Garp's words. Upon seeing this, Garp looked at Rayleigh deeply. Then he greeted everyone. Let's go. This time the plan has failed. Garp, we haven't failed yet. Akainu roared with dissatisfaction. Run before finishing the fight? How can that be? Moreover, with so much combat power, the Black Crow Pirates group retreated completely. If this spreads out, Marine's reputation will plummet. Isn't that arm taut enough? Ye Chen still has more power. With the addition of Rayleigh, we don't have any chance of winning here. And you have experienced Ye Chen's ability just now. If he continues to play, how many times do you think you can bear it? And how many times do the others can bear it? Heard these words. Akainu fell silent. The explosion just now was truly earth-shattering. It made him feel scared now. If it weren't for Garp's timely action, he might have been swallowed by the flames. Subsequently, Marine retreated, extremely decisive. Even gone. Ye Chen was dumbfounded. He thought it would continue. Unexpectedly, Marine just left. It was too unexpected. Chapter 37. Marine decisively withdrew from the people's expectations. But it is also expected. Marine's combat power is not bad. But Ye Chen's side is not bad either, Both Ace and Galio are Admiral-level combat power, not to mention Rayleigh is also helping. Add Ye Chen himself. Really fight. It's really hard to say that the two sides have more advantages. Not to mention, Ye Chen himself has not yet used his real strength. Bankai cannibalism is too knife. Ye Chen was originally intended to use it. It was just Rayleigh's intervention and Marine decisively left, and he gave up. Mr. Rayleigh, thank you for your help. I owe you a favor. Ye Chen turned to look at Rayleigh next to him and smiled slightly. Without Rayleigh's help, this battle is really hard to say. Marine, who has a numerical advantage, is still extremely terrifying. Although he is very confident in his cannibalism, he may not win. Don't thank me. Rayleigh raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Ye Chen carefully, and said softly, I just don't want to see a man like you stay here. You should go to the wider sea. Where is your stage? There is no reason to stop a man from going to the sea. Hear this. Ye Chen was stunned. Rayleigh valued it so much. It was indeed beyond his expectation. After all, the two did not know each other. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Rayleigh. Ye Chen smiled slightly and paused for a while and said, It's just that, Mr. Rayleigh, with your appearance, it should be difficult to live in seclusion here, right? Marine opened one eye before, but now world government may not agree to it. Rayleigh used to live in seclusion here, just because he didn't do anything extraordinary, which has been the case for 20 years. That's why Marine is considered invisible, but now that Rayleigh appears, it is difficult for Marine to be invisible. After all, he helped Ye Chen. Killed Ye Chen of Celestial Dragons. The position of Celestial Dragons is still very high in the world government. Don't worry about this. Rayleigh smiled slightly and said, Since I dare to show up to help you, I have naturally thought about the consequences, and although the status of Celestial Dragons is high, it is not as high as you think. That's just a little guy. The world government may not do anything to us. It seems that Rayleigh has many secrets. It is estimated that there should have been transactions with the world government that year. Seeing Rayleigh so confident, Ye Chen guessed roughly. Most of the time, Rayleigh made some transactions with the senior officials of the world government. I don't know what it is, but it should be very important. Otherwise, Rayleigh would not be so confident. If the world government takes action against you, you can tell us in advance, and we will come to help no matter where you are. This is the favor we owe you, Ye Chen said seriously. He is not a person who wants to owe favor to others. Pay it back if you can. There was a hint of surprise in Rayleigh's eyes. He didn't seem to expect Ye Chen to say that. At the same time, his impression of Ye Chen improved a lot. If there is any trouble, I will contact you at that time. Well, the matter is over. Let's go to the bar. Okay. Subsequently, everyone left and came to Xiaoqi to rip off. Inside the bar. At this time, only Aunt Xia was left. She stood on the bar with a cigarette in her hand, took a sip, and said to Ye Chen and others at the door, Meet me again, Ye Chen. Well, Aunt Xia, come to order some wine. Immediately, the crowd returned to their seats and sat down. Aunt Xia brought the wine over, put it on the stage, and said, Did those Marines retreat? Ye Chen picked up a wine glass and opened it directly. It has been retired thanks to Mr. Rayleigh's help, but Marine really looks up to me. Since 3 Admiral has been dispatched, he has sent the old guy Garp over. They probably let them come here for safety reasons. They just killed Celestial Dragons and wouldn't send so many people out. Have you offended Marine before? Rayleigh was a little curious. It was the first time he saw the 3 Admirals set out just to deal with a rookie pirate group, and he also brought Garp, the Marine legend. I played against Garp once in the East China Sea. How is the result? Let's evenly divide the colors. That's no wonder. Rayleigh felt relieved. His eyes flickered, and they were all tied with Garp. In addition, Ye Chen's men are also strong, so it's normal to dispatch so many Admiral. 3 Admiral is here, and so is Garp. Aunt Xia next to her was surprised when she heard a few people talking. She knew that there were many people coming from Marine, but she didn't expect that all 3 Admiral would come and Garp himself. This kind of lineup is too luxurious. Even if the 4 Emperors are here, it may not be dispatched to such a lineup. This can be seen. Enough to see how Marine values Ye Chen himself. It's incredible. Aunt Xia looked at Ye Chen deeply. Her eyes flashed with astonishment. The level of horror of this rookie pirate group far exceeded her mind. Facing such a lineup, Ye Chen, they can all retreat. This means that in addition to Ye Chen's strength, his members are not weak, at least able to face Admiral head-to-head. The strength is absolutely terrifying. New world is about to change. If these guys enter, they will definitely have a place. Aunt Xia whispered in her heart. She almost foresaw the scene of Ye Chen and others entering the New World. That is absolutely earth-shattering. The balance of the four emperors over the years. It is estimated to be broken. Chapter 38. New World. Inside a magnificent palace, an albatross with a black top hat was sitting on a chair, and several phone bugs were placed in front of him. How is the investigation of the Chambord Islands matter? The albatross spoke to the phone worm in front of him. President, because the battle between the two sides is too fierce, many of us have been affected, and we haven't got all the information. I just got a general news that Marine values the Black Crow pirates very seriously. From the very beginning, they sent a Kainu and Akiji admiral just to deal with the Black Crow pirates. But even so, the two admirals didn't benefit from facing the Black Crow pirates. And it is rumored that there are reinforcements behind Marine, but I don't know who is supporting IT. That IT is very likely that it will be the third Admiral Kizaru. President, the news on our side is the same. Basically all three admiral have appeared, just to deal with the Black Crow pirates. The albatross in front of him is Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, and he is also one of the 6 kings of the Dark World. His World Economic News is one of the largest newspapers today, and his newsbirds are spread all over the world. Basically, most of the news comes from his newspaper. And because of this reason, Morgans controlled the power of the fishing boat. Whether it was the 4 emperors of New World or the world government, he was deeply jealous, and he even dared to kill the spies that the world government arranged for him. At the same time, the news he worked on can get a lot of attention. If the pirate he follows is written into the news as a special topic, that pirate can quickly become a superstar. Almost can be famous in the world in a short time. The reason why Ye Chen is known to everyone is that he gave Ye Chen one of the biggest topics, which made Ye Chen's reputation soar. On the original, Luffy was also because of him, he was portrayed as the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Although his strength is not comparable, his fame has gone up. And everyone thought it was the 5th Emperor. Hearing everyone's answers, Morgan said in a deep voice, Marine values Ye Chen so much. It seems that it is not only because of celestial dragons, there are probably other reasons. An ordinary celestial dragons won't let Marine go so far. By the way, what was the result? Has the Black Crow pirates been caught, or is it? Although the 3 admiral dispatches surprised Morgans, he still paid attention to the results after the war. If Ye Chen and the others are okay, then this will be earth-shattering big news. At this time, a phone worm with glasses said anxiously, I don't know the result, but according to the information received, all members of the Black Crow pirates drank in a bar without damage, and at the same time the Chambord Islands area on the 17th was completely wiped out. In this battle, it is very likely that the Black Crow pirates will win. Although I don't know how they did it, Marine did not do anything against them. The words came out. Morgan's face changed, his eyes glowed with enthusiasm, and he said, Is this news accurate? Pause time. All the phone bugs said at the same time, President, it's true. I see. You go and continue to collect news about the Black Crow pirates. Heard this sentence. Everyone hung up one after another. Quickly, calm was restored all around. The 3 admiral didn't even break the Black Crow pirates. I asked this due to strength, or is there a deal between the 2 parties? Morgans hesitated. Generally speaking, the 3 admiral shots, even the 4 emperors pirate group may not be able to retreat. The Black Crow pirates actually retreated all over. He had to think deeply. It may be that the 2 parties reached an agreement that made the Black Crow pirates unscathed. If only relying on strength to retreat, Marine would even dare not do anything. Morgans couldn't believe it. That's not right. They played so fiercely, the area on the 17th was gone. There is no reason to stop. Moreover, Ye Chen killed the celestial dragons. According to the character of the world government, he would inevitably kill the chickens and the monkeys. It is impossible to let the Black Crow pirates stay. Could it be that they really relied on their strength to push Marine back? If this is the case, this rookie pirate group possesses extraordinary human abilities. Morgans was shocked. If it really depends on strength, then it really changes. The pattern of the world will change. As long as they enter the New World, the rule of the 4 emperors may change as a result, and it is not difficult even for the emperor to fall. This news must be released. Morgans had a clever idea, holding the pen beside him, ready to start moving. The unprecedented rookie pirate group, the Black Crow pirate group. Take this as the title. Morgans began to write. About 3 days later, Countless news birds flew around the world with the latest newspapers. For emperors, the first half of the Grand Line, New World. People in various sea areas were shocked when they saw this news. An invisible storm swept across. The reputation of the Black Crow Pirates group has grown by leaps and bounds and has become famous all over the world. Chapter 39. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. Marco looked at the information in his hand attentively. His eyes widened, a little shocked. Seeing Whitebeard on the side, he was a little surprised and smiled. "Gula, what happened to Marco? What's the big deal outside?" "Father, something big has indeed happened outside. Not long ago, Ye Chen, the Black Crow Pirate Group, took action against celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands and killed the celestial dragons directly." "Kill celestial dragons?" Whitebeard was a little surprised, put down the big bowl in his hand, and said, "This kid is a little bit courageous. He even dared to do something against celestial dragons on the side of the world government." Chambord Islands. Although it is the junction of the two seas, it is also the site of the world government, close to the Holy Land Marigios and Marine headquarters. It can be said that once something happens there, people from the world government and Marine can support the past as soon as possible. "Father, this is nothing. It's not the most shocking among the intelligence this time. Isn't such information?" "Then what happened? Is it possible that those guys left safely?" "Okay." Marco nodded and said in a deep voice, "According to the intelligence, after Celestial Dragons was killed, Marine responded and sent 2 admirals, Akainu and Akiji, to the Chambord Islands, preparing to fight the Black Crow Pirates. At the same time, the Black Crow Pirates did not leave immediately after killing Celestial Dragons, but stayed in Chambord Islands." The words came out. All around suddenly fell silent. Boom. Whitebeard took a sip of wine, then smashed the glass on the deck with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Good guy, killed celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in the Chambord Islands, so courageous. Killing celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands, few people dared to do this, and at the same time did not run away. This is even more unexpected." Even Whitebeard didn't expect it. Generally speaking, ordinary people will leave. These guys don't leave, obviously something extraordinary. "It's not that there is a mental problem. It's that I am confident in my own strength." "Father, this is not the most important thing." Marco took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "According to the information, after Akainu and the others landed on the Chambord Islands, they immediately started with the Black Crow Pirates, but Marine did not get the advantage. I didn't expect the people who caught the Black Crow Pirates directly, but were suppressed by the Black Crow Pirates. Also, Marine has sent a support. I heard that Kizaru is also here. 3 admirals are here. Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. They are all dispatched. Normally they should be able to suppress the Black Crow Pirates, but it seems that the Black Crow Pirates retreat all over, and the Black Crow Pirates seems to stay in the Chambord for a day before finally leaving." Finished. Marco said with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Father, this Black Crow Pirate group is incredible. If they come in New World, they won't know what waves will be caused again. Hardly need to think about it. Can repel the pirate group of 3 admiral, even if there are not many people. But once you enter New World, it will inevitably cause violent fluctuations, and even changing the situation in New World is easy. It's hard to find top-notch powerhouses, but mass forces are easy, at least for a pirate group like Ye Chen. Almost. After the news spread, Ye Chen wanted to expand his influence. As long as it was publicized, countless influences would join. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed. "These guys are a bit interesting. I look forward to them coming in New World." "Did they come in New World?" "It's not clear for the time being, but it is rumored that someone saw Galio leaving the Chambord Islands with others. I just don't know where the target is. Since they have all come to the Chambord Islands, it is estimated that their goal is also New World. IT is estimated that it will not take long before we can get news from them. Let the people below collect news. If there is any news from them, tell me. I am very interested in these guys." "Understand." Marco nodded. He knew that Whitebeard had a heartbeat. Although he didn't know if it was a normal heartbeat, he was obviously interested in the Black Crow Pirates. Only, how many people are not interested in such a rookie pirate group? After all, they all have such a record. The news spread. Both the 4 emperors and other forces were shocked by this information. 3 admiral can't stop the pirate group, even if they move out. What does this mean? The pirate group with only 3 people, almost 3 admirals side by side. This is Marine's supreme combat power. If the three of them can match the three admiral, once these people enter the new world, they will definitely break the balance. The balance of the four emperors over the past few years may end here. It didn't take long for the news to spread. Marine's bounty for Ye Chen and others has also come out. Ye Chen, bounty. Galio, bounty. Bounty. Bounty breaks through the sky. With only 3 people in the pirate group, each person's bounty starts at 1 billion yuan. Remember, it is a bounty of 5 billion. It's comparable to Whitebeard himself. To know. The Black Crow Pirates group is just a group of pirates that haven't been out to sea for long, but Whitebeard has been active in this sea for decades. Chapter 40. Kill celestial dragons and repel 3 admiral. Is this true? How strong is this rookie pirate group? Isn't it fake news? It's not realistic. This information seems to be done by Morgans himself. The information should be accurate. If he did it, it should be true. But it's too ridiculous, right? Killing celestial dragons in Chambord Islands, facing the 3 admiral. Can you still retreat? This is really amazing. Some of them will be fun in the future. Once they enter the new world, the battle for territory will become a problem again. There may be a 5th emperor. It's not possible. It's absolute. It's just rumored that Kaido is very interested in Galio of the Black Crow Pirates. What might happen to both sides? Then it will be fun. The 2 sides may go to war. Hey, if the 2 sides go to war, you can know if the Black Crow Pirates are really that strong. The news came out. Everyone talked a lot, each with their own opinions. But most of them were surprised. At the same time, some people didn't believe it, but after knowing that it was Morgan's, they basically believed it. Because for so many years, Morgan's intelligence has basically not made any mistakes. As for why there are only 3 admiral and no Garp, that's because when Garp entered, basically no one saw it. The people I saw basically disappeared in the area of number 17 as the smoke disappeared, and so Garp was not included in the intelligence. If everyone knows that Garp is also inside, it is estimated that the whole world will shake a little bit, although it is already shaking enough now. Simultaneously, the reputation of Ye Chen and others was shocking, and many people also heard Kaido's previous message that they wanted Galio to join the pirates. According to Kaido's personality, it is inevitable to get what you want, and it should be unrealistic to give up because of this. If the 2 sides meet, it is estimated that some conflicts will occur. At this time, Ye Chen did not know about the external disturbances. Only after leaving the Chambord Islands, they moved towards the New World. They are still in the sky now. Above the vast expanse of sky, Galio's huge body straddled the air, as if it were some wild monster, covering a large area below. Ding! The new sign-in task is released. Please go to Moonland to sign in. A cool voice sounded. Ye Chen, who was resting on Galio's back, woke up suddenly and slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Lace. The new sign-in task is finally here. Hearing that there was a new sign-in task, Ye Chen was a little excited, but he was a little confused when he thought of the sign-in location. Because of this place, he didn't even know where it was. I haven't even heard of it. Not to mention there. The Moon Kingdom, he knew that there seemed to be this place in other worlds, but he really didn't know the pirate world. Galio find a place to drop. I don't know where it is. He can only find a place to ask someone to ask. Some intelligence agencies should know where it is. Captain, there is an island not far away. Where do you want to descend? That's it. It is good. Upon receiving the order, Galio moved downwards. Just below, there is a small island. It's not a big island, but it's not small. Quickly, Galio's figure appeared on the top of the island. His size was even bigger than the entire island, and he directly covered the entire island. The people below stared at Galio in the sky with wide eyes, almost stunned. They had never seen such a huge creature. Although Sea Kings had such a big one, other than that, they had never seen such a huge creature. What kind of monster is this? Wait, this seems to be Galio from the Black Crow Pirates. The guy who offers a 1.5 billion bounty. Correct. Oh my god, why are they here? New World is going to turn the sky. The Black Crow Pirates have entered the New World. Everyone was shocked. Galio's arrival almost radiated a message. The Black Crow Pirates are coming in New World. At the same time, Galio stopped over a pier. Ye Chen and Ace jumped off when they saw this. Subsequently, Galio's figure also shrank and turned into an ordinary figure, falling beside Ye Chen and others. Go in and take a look. Ye Chen greeted everyone to step into the island. When the people around saw the three of them, they avoided one after another, showing fear. Their record has been spread throughout New World, so most people know their existence. At the same time, in a room on the island, a pirate hurriedly walked in and said to a man wearing a pink feather coat and sunglasses inside in fear, "Master Doflamingo, the latest news is that members of the Black Crow Pirates have appeared at the pier." The words came out. Doflamingo stood up suddenly with a solemn expression. "The news is accurate?" "Accurate. Damn, how come these guys are here?" Doflamingo was speechless. He didn't expect to meet Ye Chen in such a broken place. Others may question Ye Chen's strength, but Doflamingo has multiple identities. He knows that Ye Chen did repel the three admiral at the time. Chapter 41. What are they doing here? Doflamingo really doesn't understand why Ye Chen and the others come here. Because this place is not well known in New World. It can only be regarded as an ordinary island. But this place is very important for Doflamingo because it is his stronghold in New World. There was something during this period, so he came to deal with it, but he didn't expect to encounter these people. Let those who watch those guys retreat. Don't offend them. Doflamingo told him to go down. He knew, well, that he was okay with ordinary people. Facing these monsters, he didn't look enough. Yes. After getting the order, everyone retired directly. At the same time, Ye Chen asked about the location of the Moon Kingdom. But without exception, no one knows where the Moon Kingdom is. I asked nearly dozens of people, but I didn't have a clue at all. My sirs, maybe you can go to an intelligence station in front. Doflamingo is inside, and some of his forces may know where the Moon Kingdom is. At this time, one timidly looked at Ye Chen and the others, and pointed to the front weakly and said, when he spoke, his whole body trembled, as if he had seen some wild beast. Doflamingo is here? Hearing these words, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. He is very familiar with this guy. After all, he has a lot of appearance in the original book, and his weird character is easy to remember. At the same time, Doflamingo's identity has many identities, and he knows a lot of secrets. Others may not know where the Moon Kingdom is. But Doflamingo should know. Even if he didn't know, the people in his intelligence agency should also know. Got news. Ye Chen took Ace and others to leave. Finally gone, so scary. Seeing Ye Chen and the others leave, the person suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to escape after a catastrophe. It didn't take long. Read more. Following the man's directions, Ye Chen came to a room. Glancing at the sign, Ye Chen and others walked in. One enters. There was a middle-aged man who came to meet him. When he saw Ye Chen and the others, his pupil shrank, cold sweat broke out, and he pretended to be calm and asked, "A few guests, we are closed here. You can come again later." Because of Doflamingo's order, he really didn't want to have any relationship with the few people in front of him, let alone any conflict. So I want to use this excuse to let Ye Chen and others leave. Let Doflamingo come out. I have something to ask him. Ye Chen glanced at the middle-aged man and said lightly. The words came out. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his face, smiled, and said, "This guest, we don't have Doflamingo here. If you don't want to die, let Doflamingo come out, and that guy should know that I'm coming. Tell that guy, if you don't come out, don't blame me for cleaning up his pirate group." The voice fell. Boom. The door at the back opened. Doflamingo walked over slowly with arrogant steps, with a smile on his face. "Fufurfur, isn't this the famous Black Crow Pirates? I don't know what you were looking for. Why did these guys come to the door? Is it possible that you came to me specifically?" Doflamingo's eyes flickered, and his eyes hovered over Ye Chen. He had to think so. Few people knew about this place at all, and he happened to be here during this time. Ye Chen came to the door, and still specifically looking for him. He couldn't help thinking more. Although all this is a coincidence, it's just that Doflamingo doesn't think so. "Nothing," Ye Chen said lightly. "I just want to ask if you know where the Moon Kingdom is." Heard this sentence. Doflamingo was suddenly stunned. Just this thing. Just want to ask for directions? He couldn't help asking. Just this little thing? Okay. Ye Chen smiled slightly. "Is it possible that what you think it is? Although I know that you and Kaido cooperate, but I will not embarrass you." "Furifur, you are really joking." Doflamingo smiled stiffly and said, "How can I cooperate with Kaido? Now he dare not admit that he has cooperated with Kaido. Once he admits that these people did this to him, after all, everyone now knows that Kaido is about to deal with Ye Chen and others. Simultaneously, Doflamingo glanced at Galio one more time. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Stop talking about this. Tell me how to get to Moon Country. Give me a pointer at the same time. Ye Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense. He would deal with Kaido's things sooner or later, but he would not attack Doflamingo. Unless this guy doesn't know good or bad. Oh. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said with a smile, Furifer, I can do such a small thing. I'll wait for someone to bring the pointer of the Moon Kingdom over. You may have to wait for a while. As long as it doesn't trouble him, Doflamingo tries his best to satisfy Ye Chen and others. After all, these three guys have repelled the three admirals' ruthless people. If there is a conflict, Doflamingo really doesn't think he can leave safely. His strength is okay against the rest of the people, but facing a monster of this kind of combat power, it is still not enough. Chapter 42. Sit down here, everyone. With a smile on his face, Doflamingo respectfully led Ye Chen and others into a room. Then he greeted the people below to prepare refreshments. He sat next to him and laughed. Fur, I have heard the name for a long time. I heard that you killed celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands and retreated in the face of Sand Admiral. At that time, he was frightened by everyone's bold Yamato now. I really want to see you all. I didn't expect to see it here. There are many people in this world who want to kill celestial dragons, but you are the only one who can take action. Doflamingo's eyes shimmered, bright and uncertain. No matter who it is, he will be surprised when he hears about the Chambord Islands. Kill celestial dragons, face the three admiral, and retreat completely. This record is really brilliant. And they are still a rookie pirate group, which is very powerful. For hundreds of years, there has never been a pirate group like this. It can be called unprecedented. Celestial dragons, nothing more. I saw you kill once. Having said that, Ye Chen seemed to think of something, raised his head and looked at Doflamingo, and said meaningfully, but don't worry, we will not attack you now. Boom. In a flash, the scene was silent for a while, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Galio and Ace stared at Doflamingo. It put a lot of pressure on Doflamingo. It's just that these are nothing compared to Ye Chen's remarks. Doflamingo looked stiff. Furifer, I don't know what else you said. Don't pretend, Doflamingo. Although few people know the identity of your celestial dragons, there are still people who do. Doflamingo's pupil shrank, his whole body shook, and he groaned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, You tell me this, what do you want to do? He is the identity of celestial dragons, although some people know it. But there are not many people who know, and those people are basically top executives, which can also be said to be a secret. And his identity cannot be said, because the Holy Land does not recognize him as celestial dragons. Simultaneously, Doflamingo didn't quite understand. Ye Chen took this thing out and said, What on earth did he want to do? Warn him? Still is. I don't want to do anything. I just talked about the topic of celestial dragons, subconsciously remembering it. Ye Chen smiled slightly, calmly. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face changed slightly, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes flickering under his sunglasses. The next moment, after seeing Ace and Galio who were staring at him next to him, Doflamingo slowly let go of his hands and smiled. Furifer, celestial dragons is nothing, and I was expelled from celestial dragons a long time ago. I'm no different from ordinary people now. If it were to be an ordinary person, Doflamingo would definitely have to do it. But facing Ye Chen, he didn't dare to do anything, because he knew that if he did, he would die on the spot. Although he is very arrogant, it also depends on who he is facing. If facing Ye Chen's level of existence, he knows how to let go of his posture. If facing ordinary people, or the pirates who are not too strong, he is still that unscrupulous Tainyasha. Can bend and stretch. This is the nature of Doflamingo. Well, don't talk about this. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said softly, Tell me something about Kaido. I heard that these guys are going to do something to us. As the king of the dark world, you should know these news. Regardless of the topic of celestial dragons, Doflamingo returned to normal and laughed and said, Fur, of course I know that in New World you and Kaido have been told for a long time. It is rumored that Kaido is very interested in Galio and wants him to join them. Speaking of which, Doflamingo looked at Galio. Upon seeing this, Galio smiled honestly. Let me join them. This will never be possible. I will only follow the captain's footsteps. As the character summoned by Ye Chen, Galio is 100% loyal to Ye Chen, unwavering no matter what happens. It can be counted as the benefits given by the system. Ace sneered and said, they want Galio to join them too. Don't look at their own weight. Heard this sentence. Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat, but he was a pirate group who dared to deal with celestial dragons. His tone was so big that he didn't even pay attention to Kaido of the Four Emperors. If this spreads out, I don't know how many people are scared to death. To know the Four Emperors pirate group, Kaido's deterrence can be regarded as the strongest. But then he thought that these three people were worthy of facing three admiral. It was normal not to put Kaido pirates in his eyes. Furifer, I'm not good at this. Doflamingo smiled and said, but according to what I know about Kaido, once he values things, it is imperative. They are likely to start with you, and you must be careful. As one of the Four Emperors, Kaido is not to be underestimated. IT is not an ordinary pirate group. It doesn't matter. Ye Chen said lightly, since they want to do it, then we will give him a chance. I really want to see how strong the Four Emperors are. Doflamingo was shocked, silent. This pirate group is really arrogant one by one. It's just that I just entered the new world and wanted to do something against the Kaido pirates. But they do have arrogant capital. Then, about 3 or 4 hours later, the people from Doflamingo came over with pointers and maps. This is the pointer and map of the Moon Kingdom. You can take a look. Doflamingo handed the things to Ye Chen. After receiving it, Ye Chen put it away directly. Then they greeted the two to leave. But when he was leaving, Ye Chen's voice came. I know you have a good relationship with Kaido. Tell Kaido that you really want to do something with us, then come to Moon Country. Where are we waiting for him? Hear this. Doflamingo was shocked. Chapter 43. The Black Crow Pirates have declared war on Kaido. Doflamingo's pupil shrank, and his whole body was shaken. This is a big deal. One is the emerging pirate group that defeated the three admiral, and the other is the Kaido pirate group, one of the four emperors that have long informed New World. If the two sides run into each other, Mars will undoubtedly hit the Earth and shake the whole world. Moreover, the strength of both sides is very strong. Once a war starts, it will inevitably sweep the world, and no matter which side wins or loses, it will affect the world structure. That will affect the decision-making of many forces, such as Doflamingo. If Ye Chen wins and Kaido is ruled out, everything he did before will be wasted. The relationship between him and Kaido is not shallow. Once Kaido hangs up, the entire Kaido pirate group collapses, and everything he did before will be gone. Doflamingo took a deep breath, frowned, and said in a deep voice, Kaido may not lose, and even if it loses, it won't die. It's just that this battle really fought, and the outcome is unpredictable. Even if it was him, he couldn't see through this battle. After all, the combat power of the two sides is hard to say. The pirate group with only 3 people can defeat the 3 admirals in the Chambord Islands after killing celestial dragons. This shows that the strength of the 3 is extremely extraordinary, and it is definitely a well-known strong in New World. Kaido is not simple. Kaido himself is known as the strongest creature by sea, land, and air, and his physique is terrifying. Although he has lost many people, no one can kill him. Marine has tried many methods, but still can't achieve the effect of killing Kaido. This shows that Kaido's physical horror is enough. At the same time, the two sides fought, and he was not easy to decide which one would win, because the combat power of the two sides seems to be the same. As soon as I entered New World, I challenged Kaido directly. Oh, wonder these guys are called the strongest rookie pirate group. Both strength and self-confidence can be regarded as the strongest among the rookie pirates in the past. Doflamingo's eyes flickered, and a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. This is a good show. I don't know if Kaido will take over this battle. Kaido can't answer. This is really hard to say. If the Chambord incident hasn't broken out yet, Kaido will definitely take it down. After all, the combat power of the two sides is not at the same level, no matter how you look at it. At that time, the Black Crow pirate group's reputation was only that they offered a high bounty, but their strength should not be very strong. So if this happened at that time, Kaido estimated that he didn't need to go there, and he would directly send a pirate group under his command, and he would have the confidence to eradicate the Black Crow pirate group. But after things broke out in the Chambord Islands, all this is hard to say. The 3-person pirate group can repel 3 admiral, which shows that they have a strength comparable to or even surpassing the 3 admiral. Although Kaido's strength is strong, facing the 3rd admiral still needs careful consideration. Furifer, let Kaido think about this. Doflamingo let out a weird smile. But with that guy's character, he might not refuse. You may want to consider changing to other four emperors. However, what Doflamingo knows about Kaido, this guy's always willing to fight against those who come to the battle, and now there are people who send him to fight, and it is estimated that he will not refuse. New World is going to turn the sky. Leaving this sentence, Doflamingo walked out slowly. As long as the news from him spreads out, basically, it will shake the entire New World, even the whole world. It is estimated that many people will pay attention to this matter. Because of this matter, it may be the most intense and the biggest battle in recent years. The other side. Ye Chen walked out. Galio became bigger in an instant, and Ace and Ye Chen jumped directly on their backs. Then, Galio rose into the sky and turned into a rainbow light across the sky, then disappeared in front of everyone. Up in the air, Ace sat next to Ye Chen and asked, "Captain, that guy Kaido will take our challenge book?" "I'm not sure about this." Ye Chen pondered for a moment and said, "But normally the guy Kaido should come over. He is about the same as you, and he likes fighting very much. Normally, Kaido will come. But no one can guarantee this kind of thing 100%. After all, anything can happen. It will be known at that time. If he doesn't come, then we will find him personally." Ye Chen looked calm. Although he has few people now facing Kaido, he still has a bit of confidence. The next day, a piece of news spread wildly, sweeping the world. People in New World, Grand Line, and many other sea areas were shocked when they heard the news. The Black Crow pirates declare war on Kaido. Really, the Black Crow pirates will directly attack Kaido? It should be true. This news seems to come from Doflamingo, and there is news that Doflamingo and the Black Crow have met. It turned out to be true, but Ye Chen and the others are too crazy, right? They just got to the New World and started fighting for emperors. This is really crazy. They can repel even 3 admiral. They have a strength, and madness is normal. I thought I would have to wait a while for the 4 emperors. I didn't expect Ye Chen to wait, and IT looks good now. I don't know what Kaido's reaction is. And I heard that Kaido was originally one of Ye Chen's pirates. People are interested. Kaido should go. If you really do it, this will be an exciting battle in recent years, and I don't know who will win. I'll know it then. Everyone has their own opinions. However, most of them still remain extremely concerned about this matter, because there has been no combat power of this level for a long time. Although there are people who challenge the 4 Emperors pirate group every year, there are really not many pirate groups like Ye Chen and the others. Chapter 44. Marine Headquarters. Many marine high levels gathered together. Sengoku sat on the top, folded his hands, looked gloomy, and said, "You probably have heard the news about New World recently, haven't you?" The voice fell off. Sitting on the sofa looking sleepy, Akiji said lightly, "Mr. Sengoku, what happened to New World? Could be that the 4 emperors are fighting again? These guys are really restless. They just played against each other not long ago." New World. That was a place where monsters pushed, and the strong from various sea areas gathered to form one after another force, among which was the 4 emperors as the head. Kaido, Whitebeard, Red Hair. The 4 great pirates group has many forces and is powerful, and is known as the title of the Sea Emperor. That is, 4 emperors. The leaders of these 4 forces have different personalities and often conflicts, but they are generally minor conflicts, and they rarely go to war directly between the 2 sides. Although such things are rare, they are not uncommon. And almost every year, but after most of the fights, it will return to normal, and then the same situation. To this, Akiji thought that there was a conflict on the 4 emperors' side again, and the war was about to start again. Generally, Marine is very nervous at this time. Although they wish that all these guys died for various reasons, they didn't really want all of these guys to die, or lose both. "Akiji, you don't pay much attention to the news this time." Kizaru had a weird tone, holding his mouth, and said, "Recently, news of the Black Crow pirates came from the New World. I heard that they have declared war with the Kaido pirates. Because of this incident, it caused a lot of turmoil, and many people all over the world have been talking about it." Ye Chen is going to war with Kaido? Akiji's face changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. He did not watch the news recently. "Ye Chen, why did they engage with Kaido? Is it possible to step on Kaido?" "It's just stepping on Kaido. Isn't this choice a good choice?" Newcomers find the trouble of the veteran pirate group, which has always been the tradition of New World. There are many every year. Because the pirates who can get inside are not weak in strength and have some ability, which leads to a little overconfidence in their hearts, and feels that no matter who they face, they have the power to fight. But often this kind of pirates are basically submerged in history, and no waves are splashed out. With the strength of Ye Chen and others, it is understandable to challenge the four emperors. After all, Akiji is not surprised by the strength, because they have personally experienced the strength of these guys. It is very clear about the strength of Ye Chen and others. It's just that Akiji couldn't figure out why Ye Chen chose Kaido. Kaido is notoriously strong in physique, and his subordinates are not weak. Why Ye Chen and others may not have a chance to win against Kaido. I heard that a long time ago, Kaido let go of the conversation and wanted Galio to join them, and also wanted to kill Ye Chen and the others. Maybe Ye Chen and the others knew the news and declared war on Kaido. Ye Chen's declaration of war is also reasonable. Kazara said lightly, "This matter is not too complicated. He has known a bit. A group of pirates are fighting within. Let them destroy themselves." Akainu said with a sullen face and expressionless face. The internal fight between the pirates and the pirates did not interest him. He even wished that these guys would both lose and they would even die, so that he could save time to deal with these guys later. Ye Chen is really brazen. He just entered New World and went to war with Kaido. He really has the courage. Garp laughed and ate the senbei in his hand. The crane next to him glanced at Garp and said faintly, "It is indeed troublesome for the two sides to fight, and now Kaido has responded. It is inevitable that most of the two sides are going to fight. Moreover, the impact of this war is great. No matter which side wins, it is enough to change the entire New World pattern, whether you win or lose. Ye Chen and Kaido have a strong enough influence in the war. If Kaido wins, his reputation will be even better, and his dominance over New World will increase. If Ye Chen wins, it will be terrible. It is very possible to step on Kaido's body to the position of the four emperors. Become the youngest four emperors since history. By that time, Ye Chen can use the reputation of four emperors to recruit talents and replenish his power. In a short period of time, the power can be increased to the level of four emperors. Mr. Sengoku, since they are at war, what is our attitude here? Are we going to fight too? Akiji looked lazy, looked at Sengoku and asked. He wants to know the attitude of Marine or the attitude of the world government. Simultaneously, everyone looked at Sengoku. Although the fight of the pirates has nothing to do with us, the world government's meaning is that we have someone to go there. If you find that there is a chance to kill Ye Chen, then do it. Having said that, Sengoku paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Of course, without 100% certainty, the identity cannot be revealed. Mr. Sengoku, I am not suitable for this task, and my abilities are easily exposed." Akiji decisively refused. To sneak attack, his ability is simply inappropriate. "I know this." Sengoku nodded, then looked at Kizaru. Almost at the same time, the eyes of the others also looked at Kizaru. Kizaru, who was yawning, suddenly froze there. His face changed slightly. Kizaru looked dark and said, "Mr. Sengoku, I think this task is best for CP0. They are proficient in assassination, and each of them is a king of assassinations, and no one is more suitable than them." Sneak attack? Assassination. This kind of action is really not suitable for him. And this task is too dangerous, so he can't paddle at all. Chapter 45. Run to assassinate? Kizaru is absolutely impossible to agree. Not to mention the damage to his identity, the main reason is that it is too dangerous. Once the two sides go to war and the battlefield is opened, it is difficult for him to get close to those monsters. Not to mention anything else, as long as his abilities are exposed, others will know that he has come. The Logia ability is too conspicuous. Kizaru, this can't be helped. Sengoku pondered for a moment and explained, "The high-end combat power in front of you. Only your abilities are appropriate. Both Akiji and Akainu's abilities are too conspicuous, and they are slow. Once the mission fails, it's difficult to escape. But your abilities are different. Even if you are discovered, no one can catch up with you. Sparkling fruit, speed dominates the world. Except for some special demon fruit power, such as thunder fruit, or the ability to be suspected of rules, it is basically impossible to catch up with Kizaru. Kaido and Ye Chen are not famous for speed. Really found out, Kizaru can indeed leave the battlefield quickly. And this is the order of 5 elders, Kizaru. I can't help it. They ordered us to have an Admiral Combat Power shot here, and CP0 also has high-end combat power shots, you can rest assured. Sengoku shook his head. This was an order from 5 elders. He couldn't refute it. After all, Marine is just a dog of the world government. Any order must be obeyed, especially Admiral. Mr. Sengoku, I have a physical injury. I played against Kaido before. Kizaru said helplessly. Some struggle. He really didn't want to perform such a task. Heard the sentence. Sengoku said decisively, the autonomy of this task lies with you. If you can start, you can start. If there is no chance to start, you can choose not to expose. They are asking for a one-shot kill. If you are sure that you can't kill Ye Chen and the others, then don't make a move. The choice is yours. Heard the sentence. Kizaru was helpless. He couldn't refuse. I took this task. Although very reluctant, there is no alternative. Who makes Admiral obey the world government and celestial dragons? It's just that the position of Marine Admiral plays the role of CP0, which is rare in history. Some can't be seen. The other side. New world. Red hair pirates. On the deck. The red hair took the latest information, read it carefully, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said, what an incredible newcomer. They are already amazing enough to repel the third admiral. They didn't expect to fight Kaido as soon as they entered. The Beckman next to him said faintly, they dare to kill even celestial dragons. There is nothing they dare not do. Declaring war on Kaido is also expected. Few people have the courage to kill celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands. Even they dare not. Not afraid. Instead, they killed celestial dragons, which caused too much trouble, and they a little dislike trouble. After all, if you kill celestial dragons, you will be targeted. The behemoth world government, even if they are 4 emperors, dare not act rashly. This is also true. I suddenly want to see this young man. Shanks laughed, his eyes gleaming, meaning, the courageous young man like this has not appeared for a long time. Beckman took a breath and said lightly, they are going to war in the Moon Kingdom. If you want to meet, we can go and join in the fun. Anyway, the land of the moon is not far from us. The sea area where the Moon Kingdom is located is indeed not far from them now. If you want to rush over, it is estimated that a few days will be enough. Shanks thought for a while, shook his head and said, forget it. This is a war between their 2 sides. It's not easy for us to join. Let them solve this kind of thing by themselves. I believe that one day I can meet those guys. Kaido can't stop their way forward. Heard the sentence. Beckman showed a slight smile on his indifferent face and said, after all, they killed celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands, and they were able to repel the 3 admiral. With this strength, Kaido may not win. What Ye Chen and others did, they may not be able to do it. This is enough to show Ye Chen's strength. The Whitebeard pirates. Got news. Whitebeard held Song Yunxia, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said with a wild smile, Gulala, young one set sail in the moon country. I want to see this man with my own eyes. Marco next to him smiled and said, Father, do you want to accept them as sons? I do have this idea. Whitebeard grinned and admitted decisively. No one was unmoved by what Ye Chen and others did. Kill celestial dragons. Forced back 3 admiral. Declare war on the 4 emperors. No matter what happened, it was a big event that shocked the world and shocked the whole world. Putting this kind of thing on any one person is enough to make him famous in the world, and all things are gathered together. That's even more amazing. It will make countless people wonder what kind of person it is to have such arrogance and make such a decision. The other side, the country of peace. Kaido sat in the first seat with a newspaper in his hand and looked at it carefully. After a while, Kaido crushed the information and stood up suddenly, with a gloomy look. Facing the generals below, he said in a cold voice, you know the news of the Black Crow pirates? They have openly declared war on us. Since they dare to declare war, then we will accompany them to the end, gather troops to the Moon Kingdom, and crush them to pieces. The declaration of war. It has caused a worldwide sensation, and countless people have been moved by it. Chapter 46. Land of the Moon. Located in the center of New World. Due to its special location, the Land of the Moon is extremely prosperous, and at the same time it is protected by Kaido. Basically no one dares to make trouble in the Land of the Moon. Only after the declaration of war appeared. The prosperity of the Moon Kingdom is absent. Countless people have left from the Moon Kingdom, and even the royal family in the Moon Kingdom dare not stay here, because this has become a battlefield. It may be the biggest battlefield in recent years, or even in the next 10 years. News of the declaration of war came out. A week later, the entire Moon Kingdom went to the empty building. leaving only a special group of people who were to witness this battle. It's just that the number of people is not very large. At this time, a huge figure appeared abruptly, hovering in the air, and the huge figure almost enveloped the entire Moon Kingdom. Ye Chen is here. This is Galio. Is it finally here? I heard that Kaido is also on the way. I guess it won't take long to arrive. The curtain is finally about to begin. I don't know who will win this battle. I heard that Jack the Drow, the cadre of Kaido, has arrived in the land of the moon, and now Ye Chen and the others have arrived. I wonder if there will be a fight between the two sides? It's hard to say. Neither are good talkers. Maybe the battle between the two sides will begin. Jack the Drow. He was ordered to capture Galio at the beginning, but Galio's whereabouts were mysterious and could not be found. Why Ye Chen declared war later. Jack the Drow came directly to the Moon Country, sometime earlier than most of Kaido. At this time, in a magnificent palace, the burly Jack the Drow sits on it. A pirate came hurriedly below, anxiously reported, "Master Jack, Galio of the Black Raven Pirates has arrived, and maybe the entire Black Raven Pirates have also arrived." Call out. Jack the Drow stood up suddenly, his expression gloomy, and said coldly, "These guys have finally arrived. Boss Kaido, when are they going to arrive? It may take another day or two." Hearing that it would take a day or two, Jack thought for a moment and said, "Let everyone gather and meet this arrogant rookie pirate group." Heard this sentence. The pirate below was taken aback and said quickly, "Master Jack, Master Kaido has not arrived yet. We are going to meet them now. Something is wrong. After all the opponent's combat power is there. The opponent can repel 3 Admiral. This is enough to illustrate the problem. The high-end combat power is very powerful. On their side, there is only Jack the Drow enough to see, and the others are nothing. If the present passes, they may be annihilated. It can even be said that 100% will be destroyed, because strength is not at the same level. I know this. I just want to meet these guys." Jack the Drow glared at the pirate and then said coldly, "What are you standing there doing?" "Yes." Hearing this, the pirate retreated very helplessly. The other side. Galio fell in a square in the Moon Country. Almost at the same time, Ye Chen and Ace jumped off. Footsteps landed. In a flash, the system prompt sounded. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting rewards." Almost instantly, a huge amount of knowledge poured into Ye Chen's mind. These are all basic abilities of Shinigami. It's just an ability derived from all the basic abilities in the Shinigami world. For example, all the moves of Ghost Blade and White Hits and other moves are in it. For example, Yoruichi's special White Hits. This reward is pretty good. Ye Chen smiled slightly. This reward may not be as good as before, but it is not bad. At least let him have some more means. For example, Shuimpa gave him an advantage in battle, and the many moves in Kido also made him stronger. Heido and Bakudo are both good abilities. "Captain, why are there so few people here? Didn't you say that Moon Country is quite prosperous?" Galio looked at the surroundings in silence without anyone, making him feel a little confused. According to the news they got before, the Moon Country is quite prosperous, and it is considered a middle upward country in New World. And the population is quite large. There are millions of people. And no, as the central square of the island, there is not even one person. This is very strange. Everyone is probably gone. Ace glanced around and explained, "This is about to become a battlefield between us and Kaido." After hearing the news, I guess they are all scared. I should have left during this time, but it was really fast enough to leave. It has been less than a week since we declared war, and there is no one here. 1 week's time. Almost 1 million people leave the island, which is astonishingly fast. And this is still an island, not on land. The only way to leave is by boat. If you want to leave millions of people in a week, you don't know how many ships it will take. But even so, all the people in Moon Kingdom also left. This execution power is a bit powerful. "Galio, go catch someone and see what's going on here," Ye Chen said to Galio. Hearing this, Galio nodded and then left the place. Chapter 47. Galio was about to get up. Boom. There was a roar in the distance, as if a group of legions were coming towards this side. The army was crushing, and the whole ground was trembling. Kaido people. Ye Chen observation Haki spread out, and immediately felt that a group of people were coming in the distance, and the direction of coming was exactly on their side. It didn't take long. After a while, Jack the Drow walked with a group of pirates from a distance. There were a large number of pirates. There were dozens of pirates, and the breath of each pirate was not simple. It was far from the ordinary pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Jack the Drow. A gleam of light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes that as one of Kaido's 3 cadres. Jack the Drow Ye Chen was extremely familiar. However, although this guy is one of the 3 plagues, his strength is far inferior to the former Flame Ember and Plague Queen. But even so, it is an extremely powerful combat power in New World. Otherwise, it won't become one of Kaido's 3 cadres. Anyway, Kaido is also one of the 4 emperors. Being able to become his cadre is definitely not simple. It's just that for ordinary people, for people of Ye Chen's level, Jack the Drow is nothing. You are the members of the Black Crow Pirates? Jack the Drow walked ahead strong like a little giant, looking at Ye Chen and others condescendingly, and said coldly, "Except for that, Galio, you guys don't look good." Galio's physique is unquestionable, even if Jack the Drow himself is small in front of Galio. But Ye Chen and Ace look too petite, although their height and body shape are pretty good among ordinary people. But in front of Jack the Drow, he still looks a little petite. After all, this guy has a height of 3 or 4 meters, and he has a strong physique, which is not comparable to ordinary people. Plus, the aura on Ye Chen and Ace is very flat, without the oppressive aura of the strong. Although he heard that Ye Chen and others are very strong, Jack the Drow disapproved of the breath of the 2 at the first meeting. It's just that it's blowing hard outside, and it's far from being as strong as the rumors. Hearing Jack the Drow's words, neither Galio nor Ace's faces were right. In particular, Ace Desi's face was cold, and a biting cold air burst out all over his body, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped to freezing point. Frost began to condense on the ground under his feet, freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jack the Drow angered them. Ye Chen was a little speechless. Although I knew that Jack the Drow had some problems in his mind, I didn't expect to be so stupid that Kaido hadn't even come yet and even came to mock him. Is this guy deliberate, or is he dying? Ye Chen didn't figure it out a bit. But he doesn't need to figure it out. The host, Galio and Ace both looked at Ye Chen. They were waiting for Ye Chen's order. Jack the Drow's remarks undoubtedly angered them. Kill him. Ye Chen looked indifferent and said, "Just give Kaido a gift, and this guy is dead on his own. No wonder we are." The words came out. Galio and Ace couldn't help smiling. "Let me do it." Galio slowly walked out, his simple smile faded, and he gradually became cold and said murderously, "I want to crush this guy with my hands." Heard this. Ace hesitated and nodded slowly. "Ha, crush me." Hearing that Galio was about to squeeze him to death, Jack the Drow laughed wildly and said, "Who gave you the confidence? It's enough to kill you." Galio stepped on the ground and rushed out suddenly. Under the pressure of huge force, the ground cracked directly. Numerous cracks went in all directions, forming a huge spider web. The wind blew up. Galio was fast, like a bolt of lightning piercing through. Fast speed. Jack the Drow's pupils shrank, and Galio's speed was far beyond his expectation, which was somewhat inconsistent with his size. Bang. The gigantic Galio appeared in front of Jack the Drow and slammed punch. Under the cover of armament Haki, a terrifying aura erupted, engulfing a stream of air, sweeping in all directions like a hurricane. Galio's figure was too big, as if covering the sky, shrouding everyone in the shadows. See this scene. Kaido's pirates are all a little frightened. What speed is this? Come to them in the blink of an eye? This is unscientific. After all, the body is so huge. It's not that there are people as big as Galio. There are many giants. But people who are as fast as Galio do not have giants. Galio's speed is too fast, so fast that they can't react. But fortunately, Galio's goal is not them. It's Jack the Drow. The speed is very good, but if you want to kill me, the strength is a little bit worse. Jack the Drow licked his mouth and laughed wildly. Seeing Galio's speed so fast, I felt even more excited. Jack the Drow's reaction speed was very fast. The moment Galio was approaching, he almost instinctively reacted, armament Haki covered, and punched out. Bang. The fists collided, and there was an astonishing roar. A terrifying force burst out, and the ground beneath their feet exploded, exploding a big hole. The violent storm rushed out, blowing the surrounding crowd directly away, and no one could stand it. The strength of the two is too terrifying, and the aftermath of the battle is not something ordinary pirates can contend with. Even though the pirates of Jack the Drow are good, they are not much worse than Galio and Jack the Drow. What kind of power is this? Even stronger than me. At the moment the fists collided, Jack the Drow's face suddenly changed. It felt a terrifying power from Galio's fist. In front of this power, the power he was confident of was not worth mentioning. At the same time, Galio burst out, and the terrifying force burst out. The huge force crushed Jack the Drow, and his fist burst out like a cannonball. Click. Galio took Jack the Drow's arm with a punch, and the sound of a fracture sounded. After breaking the arm, the big casserole fist fell on Jack the Drow's face. There was a bang. Jack the Drow's face was distorted and deformed, and several teeth with blood spattered out, and then the whole person was beaten out. It flew upside down for several tens of meters and directly hit the building next to it. Chapter 48. Master Jack. Master Jack. Seeing Jack the Drow being shot out instantly, everyone's pirate's complexion changed drastically, and they shouted in the opposite direction of Jack the Drow, flying out worriedly. At the same time, many people were heading over there. When the two played against each other, Jack the Drow was instantly defeated, which no one had expected, although they knew that Galio was extremely powerful. But Jack the Drow is not weak. They thought that the strength of both of them would contend with it. Who knows? The power gap between the two sides was so big that in a moment, Jack the Drow was knocked into the air, apparently crushed by Galio's power. Now that Kaido hasn't come, the strongest on their side is Jack the Drow. If Jack the Drow is not Galio's opponent, their situation would be extremely dangerous. This is why these pirates were so worried after Jack the Drow was shot into the air. It's about your own life. They have to worry. I'm fine. Jack the Drow crawled out. His face was not very good. The metal object on his mouth was also crushed by Galio. Now that Jack the Drow lost the metal, his sharp teeth looked a little weird. Galio, right? The power is really strong. No wonder Kaido boss wants you to join. Jack the Drow wiped his mouth and said frantically, I admit your strength. You can join us beast pirates. The words came out. Galio was a little speechless. What's the matter with this guy? I was defeated. There is so much arrogance. Does my strength need to be recognized by him? Is it possible that this guy still thinks he is better than me? The other side. Ace Des pointed to Jack the Drow and said weirdly, Captain, is there a problem with this guy's brain? She couldn't understand that Jack the Drow was defeated by Galio. Ordinary people should feel very angry about this kind of thing, or even feel embarrassed. Basically say something cruel. And Jack the Drow's mind seemed a little different. He felt very happy instead, and at the same time said that he recognized Galio's strength and could allow Galio to join them. This is weird. It seemed as if it was Galio that was knocked into the air, not Jack the Drow himself. This guy, really has a problem with his brain. Hearing what Ace said, Ye Chen didn't know how to answer. Jack the Drow's brain circuit is really different from ordinary people. Read more at Hoptel novel. Why is he? Kind of stupid. My strength does not need your approval. Galio said, and I won't join beast pirates. You are not worthy yet. Between words. Galio rushed out, covering Armament Haki's fist, looking extraordinary and terrifying. Arrogant. Hearing Galio said that their pirate group was not worthy of letting him join, Jack the Drow was furious. A ray of light burst into his body, and his body shape began to skyrocket. Almost instantly, a huge mammoth appeared in front of everyone. Zoan, elephant fruit, ancient mammoth. After transforming into a mammoth, Jack the Drow not only swelled several times in size, but also his breath. Mammoth shock. Jack the Drow ran, his huge body resembling a cannonball, rushing away with a terrifying impact. After being transformed into a mammoth, Jack the Drow's power was extremely terrifying. When he ran, the ground shook. The ground shook and the mountains shook, as if there was a major earthquake. Justice Punch. Facing the impact of Jack the Drow, Galio was not afraid. His hands gathered Armament Haki, and his fists rushed towards Jack the Drow. His power is extremely terrifying, and there are not many people who can compare with it. It is true that Jack the Drow uses the Devil Fruit ability, but Galio still felt that this guy was not as powerful as him. Bang. Galio hammered both fists towards Jack the Drow's head, like a sledgehammer, hitting Jack the Drow's head. Galio's power was beyond doubt. His fists hit his head, and Jack the Drow's expression appeared painful, screaming again and again. There was a bang. Jack the Drow fell on the ground, and the huge impact exploded the ground. The stones splashed and smoke billowed. Ended. Galio looked cold. Looking at Jack the Drow lying on the ground, his fists gathered armament Haki, and he punched Jack the Drow on the head. Looking at the huge fist in front of him, Jack the Drow had a look of surprise in his eyes. He is about to say something. However, Galio didn't give him a chance at all. Punch on his head. Boom. There was a deafening sound, and the ground under the two people's feet exploded with a bang, and a pit that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared. Under the pothole. Jack the Drow has disarmed Devil Fruit and returned to its normal form, lying on the ground, his head covered with blood. He lay there feebly. Galio suffered 2 heavy losses, making him a little weak. Galio catch him. This is Ye Chen's voice. Good captain. Hearing this, Galio grabbed Jack the Drow on the ground like a dead body and flew upwards. The punch Galio just now was extremely terrifying. The entire ground was destroyed, and it fell directly tens of meters. As if a meteorite fell, it exploded the entire ground. Fly to the top. Bang. Galio threw Jack the Drow to the ground in front of Ye Chen, and then he landed next to Ye Chen and said, Captain, this guy's average and a little vulnerable. Not as good as those Akaina guys. At first I saw Jack the Drow so arrogant. How strong does he think this guy is? Who knew it was so weak? Far from being comparable to those of Admiral. This guy is just average. Hearing Galio comparing Akainu with Jack the Drow, Ye Chen smiled. And you compare Akainu with him, which insults Akainu. Akainu is Marine Admiral, and it is also extremely scary among Marine Admiral. Although Jack the Drow is Kaido's cadre. But the strength is definitely not at the Admiral level, and it is estimated that there is not a small distance from the Admiral level. Compare him to Akainu. It really insulted Akainu. Akainu is not that weak. Chapter 49. Master Jack was arrested. What shall we do now? What else can I see? Seeing Jack the Drow got caught, the rest of the beast pirates were anxious, but these people didn't dare to say anything. I can only watch. Now Jack the Drow is not an opponent. If they do, they will only die. Rather than what to do, it's better to pray for Kaido to come quickly. And Kaido is on the way. It should be soon. At the same time, on a towering building, 3 masked figures stood there. One of them was wearing a birdman mask, holding a telescope and looking towards Ye Chen and the others. Jack the Drow really lost. He shouldn't die now. Maybe he's in a coma. Why Ye Chen and the others didn't do anything with their character, it is very likely that they will wait for Kaido to come over and do it in front of Kaido. The person wearing the birdman mask turned to the telescope and said, These guys are not afraid, and they might think so. A lazy voice rang out and said, With her character, Kaido might have to give Kaido a little bit of power. But Jack the Drow is also looking for death. Without Kaido, he dare to do something with Ye Chen and the others? Jack the Drow is notoriously mindless, and it's normal to do this, said another person with a civet mask next to him. All 3 are members of the world government. The 2 are CP0 people, and they are also CP0 cadres, and they are not weaker than Admiral, but as for the lazy voice, Kazuru. The 3 of them actually came to Moonland a long time ago, and have been waiting for Ye Chen and Kaido to go to war. Waiting for the 2 sides to go to war and have a chance to intervene. The best result is someone who can solve Ye Chen, or someone from Kaido. They saw Jack the Drow come first, and they also saw Ye Chen and others coming. It's just that they are quite speechless. Although knowing that Jack the Drow is a bit stupid. But I didn't expect to be so stupid. A person ran over to provoke the Black Crow pirates. If Kaido was there, it doesn't say anything. After all, Kaido's strength is there. But now only Jack the Drow is alone. This guy is very strong in New World. But if you compare it to the members of the Black Crow pirates, it's far inferior. Because the Black Crow pirate group has the lowest strength of Admiral. Jack the Drow, provoked in the past. Isn't that looking for death? As predicted. You don't need Ye Chen to shoot. Galio hammered Jack the Drow all by himself. Regarding Jack the Drow's way of giving heads, Kazuru and others can only say that the rumors are true, very mad and stupid. They can now imagine how furious after Kaido came and saw Jack the Drow got caught. Kaido is almost here. It won't be long before the 2 sides should go to war. CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, said in a deep voice. Wait. CP0, wearing a Civet Cat mask, said, waiting for them to lose and lose. We are taking action. We must not expose our whereabouts at will. Okay. The man nodded. This time they came here for the benefit of the fishermen, waiting for both sides to lose and lose the net. At the same time, in the sea not far from the Moon Kingdom, a huge pirate ship came towards this side, and on the towering flagpole on the ship, the black pirate flag was engraved with the Beast Pirates logo. The Pirates of Beast Pirates. And on the bow, Kaido, a huge figure, stood on top. There were two figures sitting beside him. One is wearing black clothes and a black mask. His eyes are calm, and his breath is cold. Burning embers. The other is a pirate with a fat body, wearing black sunglasses and looking a little wretched. Plague Quinn, Kaido's two strongest cadres. Although it has the same name as Jack the Drow, it is far more powerful than the Drought. Boss Kaido, intelligence from Moon Country. Quinn's voice was heavy, as if suppressing his anger, and said, the members of the Black Crow Pirates have arrived. And Jack is also in the Moon Kingdom, but that guy who ran to provoke the Black Crow Pirates has been defeated by the Black Crow Pirates and has been caught. The words came out. Jin's eyes flickered and said, this guy is still the same as before. Heard the news. They are not too surprised. Because Jack the Drow has always been like this, a little arrogant, plus a little stupid. Things like this giving heads are the style of this guy. It's just a matter of giving away the head before. After all, not many people can help him. But the Black Crow Pirates are different. Although only a rookie pirate group. But the combat power is not bad and can compete with Marine 3 Admiral. And now that the two sides are fighting, Jack the Drow is doing so undoubtedly weaken their combat power. This idiot. Kaido turned dark and snorted. Just treat this guy as dead. Jack the Drow's practice also made him extremely unhappy. It was okay before. There were not many people threatening them, and Jack the Drow could do whatever he wanted. But now, facing the Black Crow Pirates, Jack the Drow is so stupid, he doesn't know what to say anymore. Right when Jack the Drow is dead. Chapter 50. I heard Kaido when Jack the Drow was dead. Quinn and Jin's faces were calm, and there was not much change. In this case, Jack the Drow still didn't see the situation clearly, and was still so dying. They didn't have much thoughts. It's just as if it's self-explanatory. At this time, a pirate ran over and said, Boss Kaido, the land of the moon is here. The voice fell off. In front of everyone, a huge island came into view. The land of the moon is here. Kaido has arrived. This war is about to start. At the same time, on a tall building in the Moon Kingdom, a telescope in the direction of CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, said in a deep voice, Kaido's pirate group is here. The words came out. Whether it was CP0 with a civet mask or Kizaru with a monkey mask, his face suddenly became serious. Kaido arrives. This means that the war between the two sides is about to start. An unavoidable war. It may even be the biggest war in recent decades. One is the Four Emperors Pirate Group. A pirate group starting with 3 admiral ranks, no matter which one is currently the top power in the world. Although there are not many people in the Black Crow Pirates, the combat power is too terrifying, and it is no longer weaker than the Four Emperors Pirates. In some people's minds, the Black Crow Pirates is the 5th Emperor. The undoubted 5th Emperor. Kaido's pirates are near the pier in Moon Country. The flame embers soared out and turned into a pterodactyl in the air, encircling flames all over, flying towards the kingdom of the moon. His speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through most of the Moon Kingdom. Quickly, he came to the sky above the square where Ye Chen and others were. Ye Chen, Galio, Ace, and Jack that guy. Jin is in there. Soon I saw a group of people below. A group of Black Crow Pirates were still there, and Jack the Drow fell unconscious in front of the 3. As soon as he appeared, Kizaru and others hid immediately, not daring to be discovered by Jin. After all, this time they intend to make a secret move. It is not conducive to revealing one's identity now. At the same time, as soon as Jin appeared, Ye Chen and others immediately spotted him. The people from Kaido are here. Ye Chen looked at the flames soaring in the sky. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and slowly got up. The appearance of the flames. This almost means that Kaido should be nearby. Galio and Ace also noticed the fire embers in the sky for the first time. These guys are finally here. Ace's eyes were full of warfare, and he smiled and said, I'm getting a little impatient while waiting. Ace is a fighting freak, the one who is most pressing to go to war among them. Especially after being summoned by Ye Chen, she learned that Kaido was the strongest group of people at the time, and her fighting spirit was even more sufficient. I want to fight almost immediately. Especially after the battle with 3 Admiral, Ace has great expectations for Kaido and others. I hope these guys are as strong as those of Akainu. Hearing these words, Ye Chen smiled and said, Then you are a little embarrassed for them. Kaido may be better than the 3 Admiral, but the rest is hard to say, but the bird above should be the same. Yin Calamity Ash is Kaido's Emperor's deputy. The strength is not weak. It should be an Admiral-level strong person, and Play Quinn might be a little weaker. Heard this. Ace Desi's eyes lit up and said, That guy is Yan Banjin, isn't it? Leave this guy to me. She didn't plan to find Kaido to do it. Because she knows. This is Ye Chen's goal. Leave the rest to me. Galio smiled honestly. He didn't care about anyone. He wasn't picky about his opponent. Boom. After a long time, there was a roar. Kaido brought a group of people from a distance. The huge figure, like a demon god, carries a huge sense of oppression. When the nearby pirates saw Kaido coming, they became excited and yelled, Boss Kaido! Boss Kaido is finally here. Because of Jack the Drowa's death, they have not dared to speak and are waiting for Kaido to arrive. Because I was afraid that I would speak up, Ye Chen and others were invited to act on them. Fortunately, people like Ye Chen are not interested in them, so they can be safe, but even so, they are extremely suffering. Now, Kaido is here. They finally raised their eyebrows and didn't need to suffer as much as before. Kaido didn't look at those people. Instead, his eyes fell on Ye Chen and others. After taking a look at Galio and Ace, his eyes finally fell on Ye Chen. As for Jack the Drow, he ignored them. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kaido. Seeing that Kaido had come, Ye Chen slowly got up, smiled, and said, I thought you wouldn't come. Humph. Kaido snorted coldly. Joke, who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is 4 Emperors Kaido. Why are you afraid of you? If Lousy is too far away, there is no need for you people to wait. Heard this. Ye Chen didn't care and slowly got up, kicked Jack the Drow under his feet, and thrust a sword into Jack the Drow's chest. The sharp blade pierced Jack the Drow's heart instantly. Puff. Jack the Drow was awakened by the violent pain. His mouth squirmed, as if to say something, but finally he fell weakly. Jack the Drow died. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere was solidified, silent, and the needle fell silently. The people at Beast's Pirates all looked at Ye Chen glaringly. They can't believe it. Ye Chen dared to kill Jack the Drow in front of them, and he waited for them to arrive, killing them. This is simply a great humiliation. Pause time. The faces of everyone at Beast's Pirates were not very good, and their hearts were so angry that sand burst into their eyes. If killing intent can kill people, maybe Ye Chen has already died and I don't know how many times. Court death. Kaido let out a roar. A breath of terror erupted from his body. An incomparable mental shockwave penetrated. Conqueror's Haki. Hear the words. Ye Chen's expression remained as usual. A burst of Conqueror's Haki, which was not weaker than Kaido, and even stronger than Kaido. Bang. The two collided together, as if Mars hit the Earth, producing a terrifying impact. Above the sky, the wind and the clouds are changing, clouds are rolling, and the lightning is thundering. As if the end is coming. Chapter 52. Boom. 2 unscrupulous Conquerors Haki collided together, causing a distance collision, and even some cracks appeared on the ground, and the strong airwaves seemed to be able to blow people away directly. Under this wave of air, apart from Quinn and Jin, the rest of the Beast's Pirates looked terrified, let alone maintain their consciousness, and could not even stabilize their bodies. Ye Chen. Kaido roared angrily, and the huge Conqueror's Haki rose suddenly, reaching an extremely terrifying level, which was comparable to Ye Chen's Conqueror's Haki. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen's brows throbbed. Conqueror's Haki was promoted once and got perfect. Conqueror's Haki. Ye Chen's Conqueror's Haki few people can compare. It is estimated that the dead Roger or Red Hair can be compared with it. Although Kaido is 4 Emperors, the research on Conqueror's Haki is obviously not at the same level as the first 2. If it is to fight the flesh, it is estimated that few people are his opponents. But if it is Conqueror's Haki, Kaido is definitely not Ye Chen's opponent. As Ye Chen's Conqueror's Haki improved, a wave of terror was born, directly overwhelming Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. Boom. As if a chemical reaction had occurred, a colliding Conqueror's Haki exploded with a violent shock wave, and the ground, buildings, and all irrelevant things around it were all crushed. Under the violent shock wave, all the beast's pirates behind Kaido were unconscious and were thrown out of the square at the same time. No one is immune except Kaido, Quinn, and Jin. On Ye Chen's side, Galio and Ace are as solid as Mount Tarzan, and their expressions have not changed much. Although the Conqueror's Haki on both sides is strong, the strength of the two is not simple and does not have much influence. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is actually at a disadvantage, Kizaru said in a bit of amazement. In this sea, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is not the top one, but there are only a handful of people who can be stronger than him. Now it is estimated that one more person will be added. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is not Ye Chen's opponent and clearly falls into downwind, can only barely confront. Bang. A deafening sound rang out and a violent shock wave rushed out. Kaido took a step back and his face was ugly. Conqueror's Haki's collision. He lost. Kaido, don't waste your efforts, just your three-legged cat's Conqueror's Haki. Can't stand a blow in front of me. Ye Chen said with a chuckle. Humph. Upon hearing these words, Kaido snorted coldly, his face black as coal. He intends to use Conqueror's Haki to give Ye Chen a good start. Who knows? Ye Chen's Conqueror's Haki is so much stronger than him. This disarmed the enemy, but helped the other side. Why is this guy's Conqueror's Haki so strong? Kaido looked solemn. Ye Chen's Conqueror's Haki is too refined and far better than him, unlike Ye Chen's age people can have. Although Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is not the strongest in the world, there are only a handful of people who can beat him. And the Conqueror's Haki of these people has undoubtedly reached that level after decades of specialized research. Ye Chen obviously hasn't passed that long time. So Kaido feels very strange. How did Ye Chen achieve this kind of age and has developed Conqueror's Haki to this level? Conqueror's Haki, a useless toy, it's nothing. Kai said, his face turned dark and coldly snorted. And no matter how strong your Conqueror's Haki is, it won't stop me from killing you. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido waved the mace in his hand. The huge mace was pitch black and covered armament Haki. The sharp fangs bloomed with cold light, and they swung directly towards Ye Chen towards the dazzling penetrating power. This is the purest mace skill that IT hits the opponent at an extremely fast speed. IT is basically no skill, but it has played extremely terrifying power. Swinging it over, it directly tears the air and gives birth to the strong wind pressure is enough to make 99% of the people in the sea shudder. This is a combination of strength and speed, and a symbol of strength. Although there is no skill, power is better than everything. However, the people Kaido faces are 1% of the minority, and an extremely terrifying monster, even standing at the apex of this sea. There are very few who can compete with him. Under the terrifying attack, none of the members of the Black Crow Pirates group panicked. Their faces were plain, as if they did not regard Kaido's attack as a thing. Ye Chen drew out the sword, armament Haki instantly covered the blade, and the black sword shone with a strange light. Pling. The crisp sound resounded in the hearts of everyone. The black knife fell on the mace, and the two collided. With a deafening noise, cracks continued to appear on the ground, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Soon, a cobweb with a length of several hundred meters emerged. Follow closely. Boom. A terrifying roar sounded, and the whole ground exploded directly. A huge pit was exploded in the ground on both sides, hundreds of meters long. Originally, after the battle between Galio and Jack the Drow, the square was already in dilapidated condition, and half of it was no longer visible. But now, the confrontation between Kaido and Ye Chen turned the square into ruins and mess. Simultaneously, Jin's eyes flashed. His body instantly transformed into a pterodactyl, lingering in the flames and dashing towards Ye Chen. He is like doing something to Ye Chen. However, almost instantly, in front of him, a huge ice wall appeared, the biting cold air spread away, and the surroundings froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ace walked out slowly, with a war intent in his eyes, and a chill lingered around him, saying, "You have crossed the boundary of the flames. There is not your battlefield." Ace des. Jin looked at Ace deeply. When they came, they had already read the information of the Black Crow Pirates. I know that Ace is powerful and possesses the same abilities as Akiji, and even the strength is not much different from Akiji. It is a powerful enemy who is extremely stinging. The other side. Galio appeared in front of Quinn and said honestly, "Your opponent is me." Quinn's face was heavy when he saw Galio's huge figure. This guy is not easy to mess with either. Chapter 53. Galio is huge, his power is terrifying, and his body is even more amazing, making him an extremely terrifying opponent. Even though Quinn, as the capable person of Brachiosaurus fruit, is extremely powerful in physical body, he is facing Galio. There is no confidence in my heart. Because Galio is hailed by countless people as a powerful creature that may be only weaker than Kaido, and even comparable to Kaido. As a cadre of Kaido for many years, Quinn knew the power of Kaido's body far beyond their imagination. Justice Punch. Galio shook his fist and rushed out, armament Haki instantly covered. The pitch-black fist was huge, like a shot cannonball, tearing the air and piercing out with a sharp whistling sound. Brachiosaurus. Faced with Galio's fist, Quinn's face changed slightly, and he quickly used the Devil Fruit ability. With a flash of light, his body shape changed rapidly, and he quickly soared into a Brachiosaurus. His body was huge, up to 10 meters long, with short limbs, but his neck was very long, longer than his own body. It has a height of nearly 20 meters. Armament Haki instantly covered his whole body, and Quinn's eyes were cold. He waved his long neck like a whip and swept towards Galiotish. The neck of a Brachiosaurus is very long, longer than its own body. For this reason, Quinn can be used as a weapon similar to a whip-like weapon due to Armament Haki's physique. This kind of attack and destructive power is extremely terrifying. If an ordinary person is hit, or a person with a weak physical body is hit, the body will be crushed directly. Bang. The two collided together, the powerful armed color and the physical ability collided together, and the shattered shockwave swept the surrounding like a hurricane, mixed with a collision like a dark thunder and lightning. That was an extremely unique ability. The combination of power and physical body gave birth to a terrifying ability. The strength is not bad. Feeling the pressure from his fist, Galio grinned. It's far better than Jack the Drow. I don't know how that guy can stand at the same level as you. Although you're both one of the 3 plagues, obviously your strength and strength are far beyond that guy can compare. Among the 3 plagues, Yin Calamity Jinder is undoubtedly the strongest, followed by Quinn, and the gap between him and Yin Calamity is not that big. Although not weak, the difference is not too big. But only Jack the Drow is the biggest gap. There is almost a level difference between the 2 sides. When fighting Quinn, Galio suddenly reacted. The guy in front of him was much stronger than Jack the Drow. The strength of that fellow Jack is naturally not comparable to ours, and his strength is not much different from that of the 6 volleys. However, he is slightly stronger than the 6 volleyball players. The reason why he became one of the 3 disasters was only because of his devil fruit and the 3 special cadres we needed, so that he was added, if it is based on the strength. That guy belongs to the ranks of the 6 volleys. Volley 6. It is also a special cadre group of beast pirates. Their strength is not comparable to the 3 plagues, but their strength cannot be underestimated. They are also famous in New World. Kaido came over this time and didn't bring them over, mainly because Kaido doesn't think it is necessary. At the same time, the 6 volleys couldn't do anything when they came over. This level of battle is obviously not something they can participate in. If you come to participate, you will only find death. Although Galio had heard of the 6 volleys, he didn't quite understand Kaido and the others. But he knows a little. Jack the Drow is obviously not on the same level as the person in front of him. So I thought that your 3 plagues are all at the level of Jack the Drow. Galio grinned and said, as the core cadre of the 4 emperors, it would be terrible if only Jack the Drow had the strength. Jack the Drow said it hurts. He is dead. Why suffer from this? But in terms of strength, Jack the Drow is indeed inferior to the other 2 disasters, but he does have a lot of self-confidence compared to the 6 volleys. With his strength, he was in a very embarrassing position in the 2 calamities and 6 volleys. But it's just this strength. That's not my opponent. Galio's eyes were condensed, and terrifying power burst out all over his body, like the vastness of the sea, instantly burst out of his body, blasted out with a punch with great power. Bang. A dull moment, Quinn's pupil shrank, his scalp numb, and he felt the terrifying power of Galio. In the face of this force, everything seemed weak. Quinn's huge figure was blown out by Galio with a punch, and he couldn't stop it, and he couldn't resist it. This force is far beyond his imagination. There was a bang. Quinn flew upside down for hundreds of meters and finally landed on the ground, exploding a huge pothole. How terrifying this guy is, he can compare to Kaido boss. Quinn cursed inwardly. Galio's power was too terrifying. It was constantly flowing, as if there was power that could not be used. And at the same time, this power seemed to be able to shake everything. Such a power, he had only experienced it through Kaido. Another person is Whitebeard. The power of these two people is extremely terrifying, almost standing at the top of the world. And Galio obviously has the same strength as the two. Terrifying. The hero is here. Galio's voice resounded around the surroundings, and a huge figure rose into the air, falling towards Quinn's landing at an extremely terrifying speed. The speed was very fast, and there was a whistling sound all around, as if a meteorite fell from the sky, and it fell straight down. See this scene. Quinn's scalp was numb and his face changed drastically. Goo goo. He swallowed his saliva, and if Galio fell in this form and hit him, even if he had a strong physique and strong resilience, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Galio's body is too special, so hard, and the power is terrifying, and also rushed into the sky and fell. If an ordinary person is within the range where he hits, he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Did not think much, Quinn quickly got up and left. He cannot be hit by Galio. If it gets hit, basically lose the ability to fight. Force. Chapter 54. Galio descended from the sky, descending in a terrifying posture. Boom. A dull, deafening explosion sounded. The island shook. The ground shook the mountains. It seems that there has been a shocking earthquake, which will explode and split at any time. These guys are really destructive. Standing on a tall building, Kifra felt the shaking around him and couldn't help sighing. It's just started. The whole island is about to explode. It feels like this island can't withstand the ravages of these guys several times. Although the land of the moon is an island country. But the island is not small, but rather big. But after the battle between the two sides, the entire island shook and screamed, as if it could explode at any time. This means that the forces on both sides are extremely terrifying and may destroy the entire island at any time. And all this is just the beginning. It was like this at the beginning. It's hard to imagine what the entire island looks like after the fierce fight between the two sides. It is normal to be destroyed. The destructive power of the top powerhouse is still too terrifying. None of the guys below are simple. CP0, wearing a civet cat mask, said in a deep voice, "The members of the Black Crow Pirates group undoubtedly have admiral-level strength, and Kaido's Quinn may not have reached it yet, but Flame Cinder should be at this level. At least the power bursting out of the 5 admiral levels is obviously not comparable to ordinary people. It is normal that this island will be destroyed." Kizaru and another CP0 nodded in agreement. It is true. The fighting power of both sides is too terrifying. The destructive power is amazing. If it continues, this island will be destroyed. That is also normal. Quinn's strength is not weak, but looking at the current situation, he should not be Galio's opponent. CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, pointed to Quinn, who was fighting in the distance, and said, "His strength is considered to be at the top in New World, but facing the Admiral-level Galio, he is still far inferior. He should be the first to lose. Once he loses, it will be difficult on Kaido's side, and the situation may take a turn for the worse." Both sides are 3 high-end combat strengths, and now they are fighting against each other, and there is nothing to see. But if one party loses, then it is difficult which one loses. For example, Galio won. Galio can join the rest of the battlefield. That would be a great pressure for Kaido and Jean. The opponent he was facing was very stingy. Now there is one more Admiral-level opponent. It is difficult to contend with it. Not necessarily. The CP0 of the Civet Cat Mask has other opinions. He said, "Although Quinn's strength does not seem to be as good as Galio, you also know the title of this guy. This guy is very difficult to deal with. If you use those abilities, even Garyobi is stronger, and he may not be able to win." Heard this. The two immediately reacted. Quinn's title is Plague. Although his Devil Fruit is very powerful, Quinn's greatest ability is the infectious disease he studied. This kind of virus is extremely terrible. Once it is stuck, the body will appear with skulls, and at the same time, The body will become hot and the head will be dizzy. It may even die in a short time. Once Quinn relied on this virus to slaughter people in a country, although it is only a small country. But there are also tens of thousands of people. One person wiped out the entire country. For this reason, Quinn became famous in the sea and became the third in command of beast pirates. There are even many people who fear Quinn more than Jin. Although Jin is powerful, he doesn't have these abilities, and his personality is not as changeable as Quinn's. Kazura took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "If you don't say, I forgot that this guy needs this hand." Only after Kaido became the Four Emperors, Quinn hasn't used the Plague Bomb for a long time. If this guy's now, if you use it, it can indeed cause a great threat. Moreover, the people on the Black Crow side should not know much about Quinn's abilities. If they are recruited, it is really difficult to solve them. It is true that Quinn's strength is not as good as Galio's, but if the Plague Bomb is used, it will be very uncomfortable. This kind of thing, even Kazuro himself is afraid. Once you are recruited, it will be very troublesome. Losing the ability to fight is another matter. Let's see if this guy has a chance to use it. If Galio is hit, it will be difficult for Black Crow. CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, said in a deep voice, "The strength of the two sides is not much different. If one of them loses alone, it basically means that this side is going to lose. But I'm optimistic about Kaido. Not to mention Kaido, the other two have some ability to press the bottom of the box, and it is difficult for people like Black Crow to contend with it. I am different from you. I am more optimistic about the Black Crow side." The CP0 of the Civic Cat Mask said, "I always feel that Ye Chen is hiding his true strength. This guy may not be as simple as intelligence. I also agree with your optimism. I may be more optimistic about Ye Chen's side." Kazuro pondered for a moment. A flash of light flashed in his eyes and said, "You haven't faced these guys directly. You don't know how difficult these guys are. He is far from simple as we thought." If it was before. Kazuro is definitely optimistic about Kaido. But after playing with Ye Chen, he knew that Ye Chen was definitely not as simple as he thought, and he was in Chambord last time. Kazuro realized that Ye Chen might have hidden a part of his strength. When they heard Kazura say this, the Birdman Mask CP0 didn't speak, just looked at the crowd below. He believed his gaze. At this time, the war below was in chaos. The explosions sounded endlessly, the ground was sensational, cracks were being produced all the time, and even potholes followed. The entire island is in a mess, and the war is burning, and it seems to be in ruins. Galio and Quinn head-to-head, and terrifying power erupts. Every collision can produce a huge shockwave sweeping around, but every time Quinn is basically suppressed. And the other side, Jin is fighting Ace. Chapter 55. Bang. Galio was extremely arrogant, not afraid of Quinn's attack, and punched Quinn in the face. The huge fist made Quinn's face almost deformed, and the whole person was directly blasted out, falling on the ground to make a crack of tens of meters long. Quinn got up, looked at Galio, who was standing, panting, his face covered with solemnity. But my heart was swearing. What's the matter? The monsters that popped up there. He was speechless. Facing Galio, he has been crushed and beaten. There is no advantage once. He couldn't fight hard, and every attack Galio could cause him a lot of damage. And his attack fell on Galio as if it was useless, and every attack made him feel very painful. It's like hitting a sea stone by yourself. Correct. It is sea stone, the stone that claims to be the hardest. It is also a treasure of the sea. Even Quinn wondered whether Galio had eaten devil fruit sea stone. Otherwise, it can't be so hard. 09, although his power is not the top, there are only a handful of people who can be stronger than him, and he can blast most things in the world. Only sea stone. Quinn couldn't help it. And Galio's hard body is no different from sea stone. If this continues, I'm definitely not this guy's opponent. Quinn also understands that if he continues, he will only become Galio's sandbag, and there is absolutely no possibility of winning. He also thought about using plague bombs to attack Galio. But seeing Galio's physique, he felt that even the plague bomb did not have much effect. Because Galio's body didn't look like a normal creature's body, the plague bomb shouldn't be of much use to Galio. I hope that Kaido old Yamato Jin can solve his opponent as soon as possible. He can only pray that Kaido and Jin can quickly end the battle and rush over to support him. Only. When he saw the battle around him, his heart suddenly sank. Because both Kaido and Jin were entangled by members of the Black Crow Pirates, and they were basically evenly matched. Within a short time, It is basically impossible to end. This also represents, during their end, he will still suffer from Galio's devastation. I can only fight. Seeing Galio rushing over again, Quinn gritted his teeth and quickly covered with armament Haki to resist Galio's offensive. At the same time, on the other side, Jean transformed into a toothless pterosaur, surrounded by flames, staring at Ace below. There was some fear in his eyes. Ace's ability restrained him a little. Although it is Zoan Devil Fruit, Jin can also use part of his fire power, otherwise he wouldn't be called a fire disaster. It's just that these fire abilities of his, facing the use of Ace, some of them don't work. After all, he is not the kind of lava like a Kainu. The temperature is extremely high that it will take some time for Ace's ability to freeze within a short period of time. Once his flame radiated, Ace could freeze his flame almost instantly, making him extinguish it instantly. Flame is one of his abilities, and one of his strengths. It is now controlled by Ace Desker, which somewhat weakens his abilities. He can only rely on the flying ability of the toothless pterosaur to hover with Ace in the air. Blazing Ember, you won't be flying in the air all the time, will you? Ace's mouth showed a public smile and sneered. If you really intend to do this, then I'm a little disappointed. As the second master of beast pirates, I thought you would be very strong, and you can't compare it to Marine Admiral. As the Emperor's deputy, Jin definitely possesses Admiral-level strength. It is not difficult to compete against one Admiral, just like Whitebeard's Marco. In fact, basically, the Emperor's deputy has this ability. If the Emperor did not even have an Admiral level, then he would not qualify as 4 Emperors. Whether it's the Ant's son, Marco, or Beckman. But Beckman may be stronger. Rumors are on the same level as Redhead's. Of course, this is just a rumor. Does it need to be verified? Ace, you don't need to arouse me. Flying in the air, Jean said in a cold voice. It has nothing to do with me, whether you are disappointed or not. It does not mean that you can win in the end. And you will definitely stay here today. No one can change it. Between words, Jin suddenly increased his speed. Armament Haki covered his body, and the flames all over his body soared, like a black lightning falling from the sky, towards Ace's ice wall. Jin was very fast, and he was about to come to Ace in the blink of an eye, but Ace's reaction was not slow. The biting cold broke out. A wall tens of meters long was formed in front of Ace in an instant. Bang. Like a cannonball shot out, Jin directly smashed the entire ice wall away, and the ice was scattered. The claws lingering around Armament Haki became extremely sharp, like a cold sword, biting towards Ace's ice sword. Facing Jin's attack, Ace's eyes were fiery. His fighting spirit was boiling, and a 2-meter-high sword quickly formed in his hand. Almost at the same time, Armament Haki covered it, and the white sword instantly turned black. When I came here, Ye Chen taught Ace Armament Haki. Her talent is very strong, and she mastered Armament Haki in only 1 day. Useless Ace. Seeing Ace blocking him with an ice sword, Jin's eyes were cold. How could an ice sword be able to stop his offensive? Even if it is covered with Armament Haki, it won't work. Bang. The two collided, and the ice sword was instantly fragmented. And at this time, a smile was raised at the corner of Ace's mouth. See this scene. Jin's pupil shrank, and an unknown premonition rose in his heart. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ace whispered, absolutely zero. Between words, a terrifying cold air erupted from Ace's body, and this utter cold air was dozens of times more terrifying before. Almost instantly, the cold air spread to the surroundings, and everything was frozen. Even the air was frozen instantly. In a blink, around it became an ice world. What happened? Quinn, who was in a fierce battle with Galio, shivered suddenly, feeling that the temperature around him seemed to drop quickly. Then, he found everything around him was instantly frozen, and his body began to freeze. The speed is fast. He didn't even notice it. Chapter 56. A deep chill spread out. The speed is too fast. It was almost in the blink of an eye. The entire island is generally frozen into ice, becoming an ice world. Ace's ability is too similar to Kuzan. Seeing the ice world below, Conqueror said in a deep voice, and the strength is almost the same. Had it not been known that Ace has the same ability as Akiji, if it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes, Kizaru suspects that Akiji is here. The ability is too similar, and so is the strength. There is hardly much difference. The ability to freeze instantaneously, a chill to the bone. Akiji can also do it in an instant. Generally speaking, Devil Fruit's abilities are unique. Basically, the same abilities will not appear. CP0 wearing a Birdman mask said in a deep voice, even if it is similar, but is not the same Devil Fruit ability, this Ace ability is almost the same as Akiji Admiral's ability, even if she does not know whether she has Logia Elementalization ability. If she also has the Logia Elementalization ability, it means that the Black Crow Pirates have the ability to replicate Devil Fruit. Heard this. Both Kizaru and CP0 looked heavy. If Ace has the same Logia Elementalization as Akiji, that's a big deal. Now copy Akiji's abilities. In the future, you can copy the abilities of Kizaru, Akenu, and even Whitebeard. These people's abilities are undoubtedly the top fruits of Devil Fruit, and their destructive power is amazing. And as long as you eat this type of Devil Fruit, you can basically become a strong one in a short time, and you will be able to step into the Admiral level in the future. Become the top powerhouse of the world. Copy Devil Fruit. It is equivalent to copying the strong. This is not the deadliest. The most deadly point. If the Black Crow Pirates group really controls this ability, in the future, even a Devil Fruit army can be formed. For example, Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit Legion. A Kainu Lava Fruit Legion? If such a legion really appeared, absolutely no one in this world would be an opponent of the Black Crow Pirates. Elementalization can make them choking. Not to mention the destructive power of Logia Devil Fruit. We'll do it on Ace later. CP0, wearing a Civic Cat mask, said in a deep voice, "We want to try whether she has elementalization. If there is an elemental flower, we will spread the news. If not, they can feel at ease. This means they are thinking too much. But if there is any, that would be troublesome." Okay. Kizaru and the other CP0 nodded. They also know the seriousness of the matter. Kaido, your subordinates look a little ill. Ye Chen slashed away with a knife, and a fierce sword aura shot out, drawing a terrifying crack on the ground. Click. Kaido waved his mace to smash his sword chi, glanced at the battlefield next to him. His face was as usual, and he coldly snorted, "Don't be too confident, Ye Chen, this is just the beginning. The warm-up is not over yet." It seems to be responding to Kaido's words. The embers that had been frozen into ice sculptures, cracks appeared all over. The moment the voice sounded, the entire ice sculpture exploded. The ice cubes shot in all directions. Jin broke free from it and flew in midair. His eyes were cold, and his figure was a little embarrassed. Just now Ace caught him by surprise, and he almost got caught. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have become a sticky fish. "Ha, Kaido, you are right." Seeing Jin break free, Ye Chen didn't care and smiled. The warm-up is indeed not over. Talking. Ye Chen said to Ace's direction, "Ace, stop playing, be serious." The words came out. Kaido and Jin's face went dark. Haven't been serious yet? True or false? Kaido's words were just scenes, and in fact, he was a little surprised at Ace's ability to explode. It's just the enemies of both sides. Kaido can't put down his face to praise each other. This will have a great impact on their morale. "Captain, I still want to play with them." Hearing Ye Chen's words, Ace Desi's mouth curled up and smiled. "But Captain, you said that, then I won't play." Jin, flying in the air, looked suspicious. He couldn't judge the truth of the other party's words. Could it be? Ace is really not serious? If this is true, that would be terrible. After all, Ace's outbreak just now is no longer weaker than him. If this is not serious, how strong is Ace so serious? Is it possible to reach the level of Kaido boss? Impossible. If it really reaches that level, it is impossible for Ace to be Ye Chen's crew. Although he admits that Ye Chen is very strong. But Ye Chen is strong, probably at the level of Kaido boss, if both are at the same level. Ace Desi has no reason to become Ye Chen's subordinate, unless Ye Chen's strength is higher. However, this is impossible. The four emperors are already the culmination. This is a well-known thing. Although he didn't believe it very much in his heart, Jin did become more cautious, flying far away from Ace in the air. "Come down." Ace gave a low cry, and endless cold air burst out, forming countless ice spears in the air, rushing towards Jin. There are a lot of ice spears, and they are extremely fast. They penetrated in an instant, covering the sky and the sun, almost covering the entire sky. Call out. Jin's wings swept across, generating a hot wind, trying to clear Ace's ability. But there are too many ice spears. Even though Jin has the ability to fire, he faces countless ice spears. He was finally hit several times by the ice spear. Can't continue. If I continue, my physical strength may be a problem. Jin flew in the air, avoiding the ice spear in the air. If he continues, he will only fall into the trap of the opponent. In this case, his physical strength is lost. It will be a disadvantage soon. He is looking for an opportunity. I plan to find a suitable time to play against Ace. After a long period of trying, Jin finally found a suitable opportunity, and his speed suddenly increased. Like a black lightning, it headed towards Ace at a speed that the naked eye could not catch, and to guard against the absolute zero of Ace in one time. When Jin was about to reach Ace, he suddenly flew towards the sky, after confirming that Ace used absolute zero, rushing down towards the bottom. Have to say, this guy thought a lot in order to severely inflict Ace. Are you good? And his temptation did lead to the absolute zero of Ace. It's this time. Jin shouted in his heart, his eyes filled with madness. This time was Ace's gap, after using absolute zero. Ace has absolutely no way to parry him. At this time, Jin rushed out like a bolt of lightning, too fast, almost impossible to catch. Even observation Haki is a step slower. In a blink. After crossing a distance of 100 meters, Jin appeared in front of Ace, covered by armament Haki with two claws, sharp and sharp, towards Ace's neck. And at this time, Ace Des whispered, "Moko bottom." The voice fell. The terrifying chill gushes out. An unimaginable chill swept all around. Do not touch the ground. There. Building. Even space and time. Frozen at this moment. Everything came to a halt, as if time was paused. Chapter 57. Jin's experience is still old-fashioned. This time Ace will suffer. Seeing what happened below, Kizaru exclaimed, this time through Jin's attack, maybe we can see if Ace is elementalized. Ace has done a very good job. He is not weak in strength, not much different from Jin, but Jin is better than Jin after all. His experience is too sophisticated. Ace was just cheated by him. CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, said in a deep voice, Jin is the killer. Even if Ace is elemental, he will be severely injured if he does not die. This attack is likely to be a turning point for both sides. CP0, wearing a civic cat mask, shrank his pupils and said in amazement, once Ace loses the ability to fight, once Jin joins Kaido or Quin's battlefield, it will be difficult for the members of the Black Crow Pirates to resist. With Jin's strength, once joining the other two battlefields, it was enough to change the current situation. The strength of Admiral level is terrible. Once Jin defeats Ace and chooses to help Quin or Kaido, the situation will be different. Even if Galio and Ye Chen have the advantage, they are both resistant to one more Admiral force. The balance of victory will change accordingly. It can be said, this time Jin's offensive was enough to change the situation in front of him and even change the future pattern. If the Black Crows and pirates were defeated, the reputation of Beast's pirates would be even more terrifying. Even with this opportunity, it might not be impossible to step on the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, the #1 pirate group in the world is not Whitebeard. It's Kaido's Beast pirates, although they are both 4 emperors. But Whitebeard's prestige is too high, and they have been active in this sea for decades, although most of them call them 4 emperors. It seems to be one level. But if most of them are to be ranked in the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is definitely the top spot. Is Jin going to succeed? Seeing Jin's gaze, he was about to severely inflict Ace. Quin, who had been beating, was suddenly overjoyed. Once Jin is successful, he can come and help him. He no longer needed to face Galio, who was an Iron Man. Even if they join forces, it is impossible to kill Galio, even if you don't choose to help him. To help Kaido is also very useful for them. It can even make them win. Think of this. A smile appeared on Quin's mouth, and he said triumphantly, did Galio see your companion? She is dying. In his opinion, Jin's attack this time was perfect and could hardly be resisted. It was inevitable that Ace was recruited. Hear this. Galio glanced at it and said with a sneer, innocent. Although Ace looks dangerous, Galio knows Ace's abilities, and it is difficult to kill her. Because of Ace Desi's ability to press the bottom of the box, even Ye Chen was shocked. as long as Ace did not use that ability. She can't die. Hearing what Galio said, Quinn's face turned dark, and he sneered and said, "You laugh more now, there will be no chance later." Galio ignored him. A punch was hit directly on Quinn's face, and Quinn's face was immediately deformed, and several teeth with slender blood flew out directly. Have to say, Quinn is really tough. Having already punched so many punches, this guy is still alive and well. Ye Chen, the warm-up is over. Kaido glanced at the battle next to him, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he laughed wildly and said, "And you are over too. As a newcomer, you are indeed very powerful. The IT is rare in history, but the newcomer is a newcomer after all, and it is not comparable to us. The fighting consciousness is still too immature. If you're going through 10 or 8 years, we may not be your opponents. But now you don't have this chance, you have already lost." Between words, Kaido waved his mace and burst out an extremely terrifying aura, like a tyrant, sweeping everything and swallowing mountains and rivers with anger. Bang. The ground under the feet collapsed, and the cracks like a cobweb swept away in all directions. The air waves swept. Like a hurricane, it swept towards madness. The black light ran across the air, directly toward the air, and hit Ye Chen with a sharp whistling sound. "You are too arrogant, Kaido." Ye Chen waved his knife and said faintly, "Who told you? We are going to lose. We are newcomers, yes, but this does not mean that we are weaker than you." Speaking of which, Ye Chen's conversation turned and the corners of his mouth showed a curve. He said mockingly, "Keep your eyes open and take a good look. Who is the loser?" At that moment, a magnificent force swept out. Under this force, everything was solidified. Kaido also felt bad for the first time. This force was too weird and made his observation Haki crazy warning. But it didn't work. He didn't know what this force was. He didn't know what ability was. This force came quickly. It's fast. For almost a moment, the power faded quietly. And just now, whether it is Kaido, it's Kizaru or Quinn, all eyes widened, as if seeing something incredible. Jin didn't directly hit Ace as they thought. Instead, in front of Ace, a sword light burst out, and one of Jin's arms flew out. Blood is flowing like a fountain. Blood was in the air. When Jin's eyes widened and his face was inconceivable, he didn't even notice when Ace made the shot. The speed is amazing. Even his intuition and observation Haki didn't even notice it. He was hit hard by Ace. The icy ice sword struck his chest. A deep crack appeared on his body, and a wing was directly cut away. Although he is not dead, but it has also been hit hard by Ace. The situation suddenly reversed. Everyone thought that Ace was going to be hit hard by Jin. But in fact, instead, Jin was hit hard. How even was hit hard? They don't know. Even Jin is the same. Bang. At the moment his arm was cut off, Jin's expression changed slightly, and he adjusted his figure quickly, returned to his human form, and quickly retreated toward the rear. Without a wing now, he also lost the ability to fly. Chapter 58. When did it happen? Why didn't we notice it? Seeing that Jin was hit hard in an instant, Quinn's eyes widened, his heart shook, and his face was full of shock. Isn't Jin Tianda's advantage? Why is it that the one who has been hit hard now is Jin? And when did the opponent make the hand? Why can't they see it? It was weird just now. Quinn has been paying attention to the battlefield between Ace and Jin, always paying attention, just waiting for Jin to take Ace seriously. But who knows? It's just a blink of an eye. Jin, who was holding the winning ticket, was hit hard in an instant. They didn't see exactly how Ace did it. Only seeing the speed beyond imagination, Ace made an instant shot, and Jin couldn't avoid the move in an instant. The speed is too fast. They didn't react quickly. Neither his sensing ability nor observation Haki was aware of it. It's as if time has stagnated at some point. Just now, Galio fisted over and hit Quinn in the chest. The power of terror erupted. Puff. Quinn couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This force is really terrifying. Even if his physique is strong, it is difficult to resist. As I said, you definitely can't beat her. Galio said indifferently, Ace strength, but even the captain appreciates it. He doesn't think it is necessarily an opponent. Do you think it is possible for you? Even Ye Chen is not an opponent? Heard this sentence. Quinn's heart was shocked, and they spoke highly of Ye Chen. Almost has the ability to be on par with Kaido and the others. 4 Emperors level. The current apex of this world. If even Ye Chen appreciates Ace, don't even think it's an opponent. Doesn't it mean that Ace Desi also has the strength of the 4 Emperors level? If that is the case, that would be terrible. 2 4 Emperors. This is definitely an unimaginable force. Even if they are confident, it is difficult to fight each other. Did you see that guy shot it? Kazuru raised his head stiffly and said to CP0 next to him, I didn't see it clearly just now, and my observation Haki didn't perceive how Ace did her action. Although his observation Haki is very good, he is not yet cultivated to a high level. An observation Haki next to him has cultivated to a very high level. If he can't see clearly, people at CP0 should be able to see it clearly. I didn't see it clearly either. Me too. The 2 CP0 shook their heads, still with a touch of shock in their eyes. The speed is too fast. They didn't react quickly. Even observation Haki didn't react. This is almost impossible. In particular, the 2 CP0 observation Haki are extremely powerful, and there is no way for them to have an early warning of observation Haki. This is difficult. It is almost impossible to achieve. But now Ace has done it. Still under the circumstances that they are prepared. They simply couldn't understand how Ace did it before. I don't think it's too fast. CP0, wearing a civet mask, hesitated and said, I always feel that Ace time seems to be 1 or 2 seconds longer than us. What I mean is not too fast, but the passage of time. You mean Ace controls the power of time? I can't be sure, but there is a possibility. The words came out. Everyone gasped. If this is the case, then Ace's danger level will be greatly increased, whether it is time acceleration or time stagnation. These abilities are extremely terrifying and can be called an incomprehensible existence. If Ace really had the ability to control time, even if it was just an extra second or a pause of 1 second, it would be extremely terrifying. Because it only takes 1 second to change a lot of things. For example, the life and death of a person. Especially their fighting at this level. If it is stagnant for a second, it is enough for others to kill them. Although they are powerful, they are only their own abilities, and their physical abilities are not as terrifying as imagined. As long as they are penetrated through the heart, even they will be cold. Everyone was silent. I feel we better stay away. Kazuru pondered for a moment and said anxiously, we haven't confirmed the ability of Ace. If it really is the ability of time, once we intervene, we may be killed instantly. And we don't know if she can use this ability multiple times. Kazara's concerns are not unreasonable. If Ace really has the ability to control time, once these people appear, don't say they are set on fire. It is difficult to deal with them quickly with just 1 Ace. Although Jin was not dead, but it doesn't mean that they will go down, and they will be as immortal as Jin. No one likes to fight with their own lives. Especially Kazaru, who likes paddling. I agree, if we want to do it, we still have to find out Ace's ability. CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, said in a deep voice, Ace's ability is very strange. If we don't figure it out, we may only die. Watch the change. The CP0 tone of the Civet Cat mask was very calm, and he agreed with what the two said, but his eyes flickered, obviously not as calm as his voice. Ace Desi followed Jean, and the biting cold air burst out, forming a terrifying sword, slashing directly towards Jean. Bang. Jin's face was pale, and he grabbed the Kaido at his waist with one hand, and slashed towards the giant sword. Sword aura penetrated and cut the giant sword in half. It's just that the big sword just shattered, and countless ice blocks formed a sharp long sword, densely dense, covering the sky and the sun, falling towards the embers. Simultaneously, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and all the surroundings were frozen. Jin just stood for a while. Half of his body was frozen into ice. The freezing speed of the cold air was too fast. He didn't even want to react. Just now, the ghost of Ace did not know when he appeared behind Jin. An ice sword in his hand came out of nowhere, heading straight towards Jin's chest. Ended. Seeing the ice sword in front of him, Jin's pupil shrank, observation Haki warned wildly, and an extremely dangerous feeling rose in his heart. Are you going to die? But everything is noticed, but his body is too weak now. There is no escape. Simultaneously, there were countless revolving lanterns in his mind, That was his life. Go away. Just now. There was a cold shout. Kaido didn't know when to rush out, hugged Jean, and rolled forward. Because of him, although Ace's ice sword was stuck in Jin's chest, it was not stuck in his heart. The injury is not fatal. Almost at the same time, Kaido is transformed into a dragon, a huge figure hovering above the sky. Force. Chapter 59. The wind howled. Kaido instantly transforms into a dragon, with a huge body, tens of meters long, straddling high in the sky. The huge body exudes a sense of oppression like suffocation, which makes people see the discoloration, and everyone is terrified. Yin Disaster Cinder was lying on Kaido's body, his face pale, covered in blood, and there was an ice sword stuck in his chest, although it hadn't stuck in his heart. It is not fatal in the first place, but it is also dangerous enough. If there is no immediate treatment, Jin might die as a result. Although his physique is very good, it is not a monster-level body like Kaido after all. His arm is broken, his body is damaged, and the blood flow continues. If there is no treatment for a long time, Jin may also bleed to death. He is too dangerous now. Kaido had to come and help. If it hadn't been for Kaido's intervention just now, it would have been possible that Yans and Jean would have died in the first place. Ace Desi's move to freeze time and space brought too much threat to Jin. If at first Ace 147 Desi aimed at his heart, it is estimated that Jin is dead now. In fact, Ace also moved towards his heart at first. It's just when it's running through. Time is restored. Jin reacted and only cut off one hand. It's okay. Kaido hovered high in the sky and asked Jin on his body. Jin can't die. Once Jin dies, Kaido will also be hit hard. And as one of the Imperial lieutenants, Jin with Admiral level is a rare combat power. If Jin died here today, this is also a big blow to Kaido. At least he has lost his right and left arm. If he wants to compete with other four emperors next time, Kaido will be at a disadvantage. And so, when he saw that Jin was about to be killed, Kaido immediately exploded at an astonishing speed and directly pulled Jin back from the edge of death. Ahem. Jean vomited blood and said weakly, "The situation is very bad. If no one treats me, I will probably die because of it." He also wants to hold on. But the body did not give him this opportunity. He is extremely dangerous now. If you want to hold on hard, it is likely to die. This is not worth the loss. This is true for others or beast pirates. So dangerous. Kaido's pupil shrank and his heart shook. Although he knew that Jin's condition was very bad, he didn't expect it to be so bad. Almost life is hanging by a thread. Can't stay here anymore. With Jin in this state, staying here will not benefit them much. Because Jin had already lost his fighting ability, and Quinn was hit by Galio again, and when he faced Ye Chen, he had no advantage. It is extremely dangerous for them to lose such a combat power as Jin now. Because Jin has lost his fighting ability, Ace can come out to help Ye Chen or Galio. Quinn comes up. Kaido yelled at Quinn below. Almost instantly, Kaido made a decision. He intends to leave here. Can't stay anymore. Because of Jin, he can no longer be regarded as a combat power, but a drag oil bottle. The seriously injured Jin is extremely troublesome for Kaido. In addition, the opponent is not weak, and with one more Admiral power, they have no chance of winning here. If you continue to stay, Jin will not die alone, and Quinn will follow him closely. Kaido may not die, but it will be severely injured. The consequences are serious. It may even be a huge blow to the entire Beast Pirates. But if you leave now, everything is fine. Although Ye Chen will step on it, his reputation is damaged. But compared to the consequences of leaving, it is best to leave. At least there is no damage on their side. But if it stays, once Jin and Quinn were dead, Beast's pirates may therefore not qualify as four emperors. If both were alive, no one would dare to question the status of Beast pirates. Both. Which is lighter and heavier? Kaido clearly distinguished. Not to mention, the strength is there. Even if it is stepped on, there will be some reputation at most, and they will not be able to touch their roots. It's Kaido, boss. Upon hearing these words, Quinn reacted immediately and hurriedly moved upwards. He heard it. Kaido, boss, is going to run away. Quinn was very happy when he heard these words, because he also felt that if he stayed, the consequences would be more serious. At the same time, he might still die here. Think of these. Quinn was almost overjoyed. If you can leave here, it is obviously the best. Although Quinn was huge, his speed was not slow, and he quickly stepped on some buildings towards the sky. Where to go? Seeing Quinn was about to run away, Galio yelled and ran after him. Heat! Kaido opened his mouth slightly, and a majestic force burst out, heading towards Galio below with a terrifying power. The heat brought high temperature and burned all around, and the air was distorted by the burning, as if the entire space was distorted zero. Galio's face changed slightly, his figure turned upside down, avoiding the heat's attack. And just this time, Quinn ran up and sat directly on Kaido. Seeing Quinn coming up, Kaido immediately soared towards the sky, looked at Ye Chen below, and said coldly, Ye Chen, this time we lost. But this does not mean that we will lose in the future. We will meet again. The next time you meet, it will be your death date. Heard this? A flame rose up around Ye Chen below, and the hot temperature burned almost everything, and the ice surface of the entire island instantly merged. Ye Chen, who was in the flames, sneered, There is no next time. Ryujin Jakka, purgatory. The voice fell. Ye Chen held Ryujin Jakka in his hand, gathered the surrounding flames, and slashed towards Kaido in the air. At that moment, the endless flames gathered together, forming an astonishing sword energy in the air, and the black light burst, like a beam of light, penetrating toward the sky. The dazzling light covered everything and occupied everyone's eyes for an instant. At this moment, everything lost its brilliance, and there was only the only light left in the entire world. Unstoppable. The black light greeted the eyes. It was the light formed by a group of black flames. It was pitch black with destructive power. Just a touch of brilliance made Kaido feel extremely dangerous, as if the light in front of him could kill him here. Over the years, the unfamiliar and familiar sense of crisis has spewed out in my heart, spreading to the limbs and goosebumps all over his body. Kaido has forgotten the last time he encountered this sense of crisis, although he has fought against some strong men over the years, and many of the world's top strong men have fought against Whitebeard, Garp, Sengoku, and so on. Fight to the death. But none of them are as dangerous as they are today, that deep-rooted and terrifying sense of crisis. This is the first time Kaido has encountered it in decades. No matter how severe the injury in the past, Kaido has the confidence to live. But facing the light this time, Kaido has no self-confidence for the first time in decades. The light in front of you. Bring him great danger. The black light fell. A violent light burst out in a flash, covering the entire sky, accompanied by a scream. Kaido was chopped in half while destroying the ancients. Chapter 60. Boom. The black beam of light is filled with unimaginable temperature. Wherever the light goes, everything is burned clean. Even the space is distorted. The clouds in the sky disappeared, and the sea below, water, vapor rises. There was no such thing as a collision. Kaido's body was vulnerable to a black beam of light and was instantly cut in half. The blood was gushing like a fountain of blood, and the blood was falling down in the sky like rain. After cutting off Kaido, the beam of light swept away at a terrifying speed, disappearing into the endless end. Silence. After a brief calm, there was a huge trench on the sea, thousands of meters long, endless, at the same time. The sea surface swept by the beam of light. There was constantly rising water vapor, covering the surrounding sea, as if plunged into a foggy sky. Unimaginable moves. Words can't describe its horror and magnificence. Even if Kizaru and these knowledgeable CP0s were dumbfounded in front of this move, their eyes widened, and they were full of shock. Oh. Kizaru swallowed and tremblingly said, This is still a human move. Even Whitebeard may not be able to perform such a powerful move, right? Sword breaks the sea. This is Ye Chen's true strength? No wonder he dares to challenge Kaido so confidently. It turns out that his strength has already reached Kaido's level. It may not even surpass Kaido. It may already be on par with Whitebeard. He hadn't seen Whitebeard really fight to the death in 09, and he hadn't seen the power that could almost destroy the whole world. But he had heard from Garp and Sengoku that Whitebeard, with all its strength, could destroy the entire world, with amazing destructive power, reaching an unimaginable level, enough to affect all the surrounding terrain. Even the marine headquarters can be razed to the ground. Kizaru hadn't seen it before, just heard of it. But now Ye Chen showed the power, but let him see the scene that Garp and Sengoku said, this power is enough to destroy the world. Even destroying the marine headquarters with one sword is also easy and common. Kazura couldn't imagine what it'd be like if this sword fell on Marine headquarters. Razed to the ground. Living hell. Words are hard to describe, but Kazura firmly believes that it is inevitable that the Marine headquarters will be erased. No one can stop this sword. Sengoku can't. Garp doesn't work either. Even if it was the three of them, Admiral, that wouldn't work. Although they are very confident about the strength of Garp and others. But facing this sword light, they do not have the slightest confidence. Just like Kaido. What a dangerous man. CP0, wearing a civic cat mask, looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "This man has surpassed Kaido, and even surpassed Whitebeard. He is too young. At this age, he has the same destructive power as Whitebeard. Give him 10 years, maybe 20 years. No one knows how far he will reach. It is very likely to reach the realm in the legend." Kazuru and the other CP0 were silent. The fact is before them. Ye Chen definitely possesses to reach that legendary state. Beyond the realm of 4 emperors. That level that countless people pursue is also known as the strongest level. People who can reach that level for hundreds of years. Almost none. Whether it's the sea or the world government. Never heard of it. Legend has it that as long as people reach that level, they can rule the world. Of course, this is a legend. Everyone didn't care much in the past. Just now, I have seen the power of Ye Chen. They believed it. They couldn't imagine how far Ye Chen would go further. Ye Chen is too dangerous. CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, said in a deep voice, "This person can't stay. I will find a chance to do something with him. Why Ye Chen should be very weak after using such a move. Besides, they are hitting Kaido badly now, and they should send someone to track it down. As long as one of Galio or Ace leaves, we will do it. This is our best opportunity, and it may also be the only opportunity. If we can't grasp it, there will be no chance in the future." They couldn't help it anymore. Ye Chen's strength is very old and terrifying. He has enough time and potential to become stronger. If they don't do it now, there may be no chance in the future. In their view, this is the only opportunity. Ye Chen's use of such moves will definitely be very weak. In order to hunt down Kaido's people, Galio and Ace must leave one person. Once this person leaves, this is their chance. The CP0 that came this time was not simply a merchandise. The strength is almost comparable to Admiral, who is considered to be the top level among CP0. Needless to say, Kazura's strength. The veteran Admiral has a strong horror. Do it now. Hearing CP0's words, Kazura's face changed slightly, and he glanced at Ye Chen in the distance, feeling a little nervous. I always feel that it is not very good to do it now. What CP0 said is correct. If we proceed according to the plan, this time is indeed a good opportunity. But Kazura always feels something is wrong. These three of them can really compete against Ye Chen and the others? And he always felt that Ye Chen might not be weak at all after using that trick. Although he himself felt a little weird. But intuition feels him. Ye Chen is not as simple as they thought. At the same time, Kaido screamed, resisting the pain, and headed towards the sky, although he was seriously injured. But it can still fly. Galio, Ace, you two go together. You can't let Kaido go, Ye Chen said to the two. Hear the words. Ace jumped on Galio's body in an instant, and Galio flew away directly, heading into the distance. They are gone. CP0, wearing a civic cat mask, was ecstatic in his heart, resisting the excitement, lowered his voice and said, "Now that Galio and Ace are gone, only 1 weak Ye Chen is left. This is definitely our opportunity. If we shoot together, only the weak Ye Chen is definitely not our opponent. We can even kill him in an instant." Saw Galio and Ace walking together. This CP0 is so happy. A godsend opportunity. Their best plan is for Galio or Ace to leave alone. Did not think of. Both of them left directly. Right now, there is only 1 weak Ye Chen left. If they join forces, they can all be killed directly. If it was Ye Chen in his heyday, they are a little bit unsure. But Ye Chen in a weak state. As long as they cooperate well, it can be done. Wait for the next starter. CP0, wearing a Birdman mask, was also ecstatic. He couldn't hide his happiness in words and said, "The three of us wait for the next starter and fight for one blow." Seeing that both of them said so. Although Kazura was a little reluctant, he could only contrive. After all, If he doesn't do it, if these guys go back, they may complain about him. Plus, if anything happens, he can leave as soon as possible. It's not going to stay here. There is a way forward and backward. So although Kizaru was worried, he didn't worry too much. The three came down from the tower, walked slowly towards Ye Chen. After a while, the three of them gradually approached Ye Chen, attacking Ye Chen in a triangular situation. Do it! Suddenly a voice sounded, and the three of them acted almost at the same moment, performing their strongest moves and heading towards Ye Chen. Not good. Just now, Kizaru saw a smile on the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, and his heart suddenly shook, and an unknown premonition spewed out once. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you mice. A faint voice sounded. Ye Chen slowly stood up and whispered. Bakudo 81, Splitting Void. Chapter 61. Bakudo 81, Splitting Void. Ye Chen gave up chanting, and almost instantly Ryatsu formed a transparent protective shield in front of him. All the attacks of the three were blocked in front of him, and none of them could go further. Sparkling Fruit ability? Jin Chi. Bullet. All were blocked in front of Splitting Void, and none of them could go further. Although the power of Splitting Void will decrease if you give up singing, but with Ye Chen's current Ryatsu, even if you give up singing, it is enough to block their attack. Bang. The attack was stopped in front of him. Ye Chen looked at the three people who came out and said with a smile, You have finally come out. It's really not easy for you mice to come out. Having said that, Ye Chen looked at Kizaru wearing a monkey mask and said, It's just that I didn't expect Kizaru to become a mouse. As Marine Admiral, I got mixed up with CP0. You have lost the face of your Marine. What would the rest of the people think if it spread out? Well, Marine Admiral doesn't do it, so he wants to be a mouse? Kizaru's ability is too obvious. As long as it is used, it can be recognized at the first time. After all, the Golden Light. This ability, it is unique to Kizaru. Are you waiting for us to come out? CP0, wearing a civet cat mask, had a heavy face. A touch of astonishment appeared in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, You let Ace and Galio leave, just let us out? When did you discover us? Kizaru and another CP0 also looked at Ye Chen closely. They hide well, plus some tools inside the world government can block the coverage of observation Haki. As long as they don't take the initiative to show up, basically no one can find them. It is precisely because of this. They came here to hide it deliberately. Otherwise, with the observation Haki of the 4 Emperors level, they can be spotted at will. They thought their whereabouts were unknown, but now Ye Chen told them. Their whereabouts have long been discovered. This makes them a little unbelievable. How did he find out? They didn't show their feet. I found it difficult for you. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said faintly, The moment I stepped into the island, I already knew that you were here. This is impossible. CP0, wearing a civet cat mask, retorted, We have unique hidden tools. Even the observation Haki of the 4 Emperors cannot detect us. Who told you I use observation Haki? Ye Chen looked like a fool and said, There are many special abilities in this world. Observation Haki is not needed at all, and your observation Haki can't cover up all observation Haki. Kaido has a special ability to explore aura. Ye Chen relied on this Kaido to explore their breath. Their tools are not omnipotent. Ye Chen's observation Haki can also detect their breath. The perfect level of observation Haki cannot be concealed by a mere tool. Let Ace and Galio track Kaido, just to draw us out. You are right. Hear the words. Read more at Homptel novel. XYZ. Kizaru smiled bitterly and said, We thought we were the ones standing at the back. We have already counted you to death, but we didn't expect you to be the better one after all. And Ace and Galio should be nearby. If all this is true, the return of Ace and Galio, these people are definitely not opponents. Whether it is Ace's ability or Galio's strength, they are extremely terrifying. Besides, Ye Chen is there. Although it may be a bit weak after using that trick, the combat power is definitely not weak. At least it is an admiral level. If the 3 of them fight, their odds of winning here are very low. Although the 2 CP0s have the ability to compete with admiral. But Kizaru is very clear. It's just contending, not as powerful as admiral. On Ye Chen's side, at least 3 admiral powers. How to spell? There is no chance of winning. You guessed wrong about this. Ye Chen smiled and said, I let them leave, and in addition to leading you, the more important thing is to chase Kaido and let you out. It's just a matter of convenience." The words came out. The crowd was in an uproar. Because according to Ye Chen's approach, that is one person against the three of them. How confident this is. It turned out to be one against three top combat powers. And it's still in a weak state. If it's the peak period. Although they were surprised, they were not too surprised. Because it reaches the level of 4 emperors, it can face the three of them directly. After all, there are 2 people who are not really admiral. "You are too arrogant, Ye Chen." CP0, wearing a birdman mask, resisted the anger in his heart and whispered, "I admit that you are strong, but in this state, you also want to face the three of us directly? But we also want to thank you for your arrogance. If it weren't for your arrogance, we might not be able to kill you. You will die under your arrogance." One face to the three of them. This is Ye Chen's self-confidence. At the same time, it is also a humiliation for people like them. Ye Chen is very strong. But if you want to face the three of them alone, a little too confident, even too arrogant, is it possible to think that they are some pirates outside? But this is for them. It is also a good thing. Ye Chen's arrogance will bury his life. He was right, and we also want to thank you for your arrogance. CP0, wearing a civic cat mask, said, holding the sword in his hand, and said, "If it weren't for your arrogance, we would kill you. It would be really hard." Ye Chen smiled speechlessly, his face full of confidence. See this scene. Kizaru hesitated. Ye Chen is too confident. Confident is not like a dying person. Is he really confident that one person can kill the three of us? Even if he is at his peak, it is impossible to do it. Is he pretending? Seeing Ye Chen's self-confidence, Kizaru couldn't tell whether Ye Chen was real or fake. But it was not for him to consider. Kill. CP0, wearing a civic cat mask, let out angrily, stepped on the ground with his feet on the ground, carried the sword in his hand, and slashed towards Ye Chen. Simultaneously, CP0, wearing a birdman mask, set up a sniper rifle, aimed at Ye Chen's brain, delivering Li's bag, squeezed his fingers, and armament Haki shot away with the sea stone bullet. Kizaru hesitated, his whole body glowing, dozens of lasers pierced through. 90 black coffin of Kaido. Facing the attacks of the crowd, Ye Chen looked flat. The moment the civet mask rushed over, his fingers slowly lifted and said indifferently, between words. An unimaginable Ryatsu burst out, almost a substantial Ryatsu burst. The surrounding gravity seemed to increase, making everyone's footsteps a little slower, and even breathing was a little difficult. This is a hook. The face of CP0 in the civic cat mask changed drastically, and a black light instantly covered his whole body, enclosing him directly, forming a rectangular object. Almost at the same time, the dark light burst out of countless spikes, which instantly penetrated his whole body. The speed is too fast. He couldn't react quickly. Chapter 62. Bang. The long black hair exploded, shattered, turned into light, and slowly dissipated. And the CP0 inside was covered with blood, covered with wounds, pale, and his eyes fell on the ground dimly. Bang. CP0, wearing a civic cat mask, was lying on the ground. The wound on his body was blood flowing, instantly infiltrating the ground, forming a blood pool. Quiet. Deathly silence. See the tragic situation of the civic cat mask CP0. Both CP0 and the Birdman mask and Kizaru himself were taken aback. Their pupils contracted and his face was full of shock. The speed is too fast. Quickly let the dead CP0 not react, and let them not react. It happened almost instantaneously. CP0, who was jumping around, died instantly. Spike. How can that be? CP0 in the Birdman mask saw his companion die tragically in an instant. His face turned pale, his hands couldn't help shaking, and he couldn't hold the sniper rifle with his fingers firmly. Too fast. Too strong. They thought that after Ye Chen released that move, they should be extremely weak. They join hands. Even if Galio or Ace is on the court next to them, they all have a chance of winning. Their ideas are good. And in terms of strength, it is also feasible. But the cold reality lies in front of them. Without Galio and Ace on the court, the three of them couldn't help but Ye Chen teamed up. And Ye Chen is not weak. But this is not the point. The point is, Ye Chen's strength is beyond their imagination. They underestimated Ye Chen's strength. This is definitely not an ordinary 4 Emperor's combat power. It is likely to be comparable to Whitebeard's combat power, and may even surpass Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard wanted to kill one of them in seconds. It is impossible to be so fast. Not to mention, this is the case of the three of them working together. What a monster! Looking at Ye Chen ahead, Kizaru's heart shook, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, even though he knew Ye Chen was very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even one of them can be instantaneously. So weak. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows lightly and said sarcastically, I thought you were so strong, but I didn't expect to be so weak. And I have given you a chance, but unfortunately you don't have the strength to grasp it. Heard these words. CP0, wearing a birdman mask, felt bitter in his heart. At the same time could not help cursing. Is this a question of opportunity? Oh shit. Isn't that you pretend to be weak? If you follow the normal 4 emperors, where is it so easy to kill them? Go. CP0, wearing a birdman mask, quickly calmed down and gave a low voice. Immediately, he put away the sniper rifle, stepped in the void with his foot, and moved towards the distance. One person died tragically in an instant. Ye Chen's strength is far beyond their imagination. Read more at Hoptel novel. Was he? With the strength of both of them. Want to kill Ye Chen? That is simply a fantasy. And seeing Ye Chen kill his companion so easily, he has no confidence in his heart. Can you survive that trick in front of Ye Chen? 3 people can't do it. 2 people must not be allowed. Not to mention, Ye Chen is already stronger than them, and there is no injury on his body. No matter how you look at it, they have no chance of winning. And so, CP0 made a prompt decision and left immediately. This is the best way. The approach is similar to Kaido. They have already experienced the strength of the man in front of them. It definitely belongs to the man standing at the top of the world. Someone who can compare with him. Maybe it's Whitebeard. They just don't know if Whitebeard will also be his opponent. Wanna go? Have you ever asked me? Ye Chen smiled slightly, and his body disappeared instantly. Shumpa. Next second, Ye Chen appeared behind CP0, wearing a birdman mask out of thin air, feeling the breath coming from behind. CP0, wearing a birdman mask, burst into cold sweat, and his hair was blown up, and the goosebumps on his body appeared. What speed is this? Is this teleportation? Why is it so fast? The distance between the two is 200 to 300 meters. Because of his sniper. So the distance will be very far. Normally, it takes at least a few seconds to catch up with him. But Ye Chen arrived in an instant. The speed is fast, beyond his imagination. Click. Ryujin Jakka pierced CP0's chest and pierced his heart. The heart is penetrated. CP0's tight body suddenly softened. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. What kind of strength is this? Seeing CP0, Kizaru died instantly, half dead in shock. Hastily used his own abilities and turned into a light that flew far away at the speed of light. He was a little frightened. When did Ye Chen become so great? When he was playing against Ye Chen before. It's not so outrageous. This battle, which ended before it even started, shocked Kizaru too much. All made him a little bit shadowed. Oh shit. When did Ye Chen get so fierce? 2 CP0 in a second? Even him. There is no way to do it. Don't talk about 2 people. One makes him choking. Can compete with Admiral, not laughing. Although not the strength of Admiral level. But if you want to drag Admiral, it's okay. An Admiral wants to kill them. It is also very difficult. But right now, 2 CP0s who could compete with Admiral died in an instant. Died too fast. It was almost in the blink of an eye. Kizaru couldn't believe it. This old guy runs very fast. Watching Kizaru run away, Ye Chen felt a little outrageous. This guy can't do anything. Only save your life and escape. That's definitely a must. However, Kizaru's devil fruit was originally sparkling fruit, a devil fruit that is known for its speed. Although the speed of blowing light is a bit outrageous. But in terms of speed, the person who can be faster than him is probably only the speed of Thunderfruit. The rest want to catch up. Basically, it is difficult. Kizaru told the people in the world government that if they were sending some mice, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to the Holy Land Ye Chen whispered towards Kazuru in the distance. Kazuru did not answer when he heard this, but ran away. The speed of this guy is too fast. Ye Chen wants to hunt down. It's still quite difficult. He just stopped for a few seconds. Kazuru didn't even know how many kilometers he had run. It can be called Huang ran away. Chapter 63. Kazuru ran too fast. Ye Chen wanted to catch up. It was a bit difficult. So I didn't bother to chase it. If Galio was there might be a hint of possibility. But Galio went after Kaido. So Ye Chen didn't bother to chase it. I don't know if Galio or Kaido is caught up with them. Ye Chen fell on the ground and said faintly, "If the Kaido guys also die, this time the battle will be a complete victory. But this time 2CP0S died. Some of the world government feels distressed. They just don't know what these guys will do next. It takes a lot of time and resources to cultivate the strong. It also requires loyalty. This is even more difficult. After so many years, the world government has a strong background. But losing two of them all at once can contend with Admiral's power. No matter what, I have to feel bad, because it means that they have spent a long time in vain. And if you want to cultivate in the future, it is estimated that it will take a long time. But now 2CP0S are dead. The senior officials of the world government are expected to be angry again. Ye Chen killed celestial dragons before. It makes them very upset. Two high-end combat powers are now dead. It is estimated to be even more angry. Ye Chen can think of the angry look of 5 elders. I guess I can't wait to smash Ye Chen into pieces. Simultaneously, because of this matter, the world government must take action. Ye Chen's strength and approach expressed too much threat to them, especially celestial dragons. It is estimated to be very worried. Although New World has 4 emperors, their strength and influence are extremely strong, but they don't dare to do anything with celestial dragons. In addition to fear of the world government, it is more fear of trouble. After all, killing celestial dragons will cause a lot of trouble. They are not afraid. The forces under his command will be very troublesome. Marine will watch them. Moreover, once the world government starts, the other 4 emperors are not expected to sit still. Because of these willingness, the 4 emperors are unwilling bird celestial dragons. But Ye Chen is different. He is not afraid of trouble. Don't be afraid of world government. Do it if you want. This is a fatal threat to celestial dragons, almost the same as a knife hanging from the head. They have to worry, and so they really want to kill Ye Chen. In addition to redeeming the majesty of celestial dragons, at the same time, I don't want such an alien to appear in the sea. After a long time, Galio's figure is back. The huge figure almost covered the already dilapidated island in front of him. Galio adjusted his figure and slowly landed in front of Ye Chen. Ace jumped off Galio's back and said helplessly, "Captain, Kaido guy is a bit fast. He ran too fast. We didn't catch up." They chased Kaido right away. But Kaido shouldn't be underestimated. Although it was cut in half by Ye Chen, but the powerful vitality still burst out amazing effects. Even throw them away from him. Even though Galio was speeding up, did not catch up. "Sorry, Captain." Galio lowered his head and said apologetically, "Did not catch up with Kaido, did not solve those people." This makes Ace and Galio both uncomfortable, because they almost solved the opposite. Only a little bit short of it. Seeing that the two were like children who made mistakes, Ye Chen smiled. "If there is no solution, there will be no solution. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal. We'll take care of those guys next time." Although it is a bit regretful not to catch up. But Ye Chen didn't think it mattered. Can't be solved today. There is always a chance next time. And after this battle, Kaido's group was seriously injured, and now it is estimated that they can only hide in the dark and lick their wounds and wait until they come out next time. Don't know when it is. At the same time, a cold voice rang in Ye Chen's mind. "Ding, the new sign-in task is released. Please reach Dressrosa as soon as possible. The time limit is 1 month. Hear the system's prompt tone. There was a strange look in Ye Chen's eyes. Dressrosa. If he remembers correctly, this is the base of Doflamingo, and now it seems to be the king of that country. If I go there, will Doflamingo be scared to death? 0. Find flowers a 0. Thinking of the last time I saw Doflamingo, That guy looked a little worried. Ye Chen felt a little funny. I'll almost get a base. Dressrosa seems to be a good choice, although the check-in task requires travel to all parts of the world. But he can't take Galio and them all the way to the world. There is always a place to stay. And after defeating Kaido, the reputation of his presence is probably also spread. You also need to get some power. He is now considered to be a 4 emperors. Get some power and territory or something. It will not be too much. And Dressrosa as the site. Point 0. It seems to be a good choice. But if you do so, Doflamingo probably couldn't help it. But Ye Chen doesn't care very much. Kaido was defeated by him. Even give Doflamingo 10 courage. I guess this guy doesn't dare. I can only let it out. Ye Chen intends to subdue Doflamingo. If this guy is acquainted, this is nothing. Uninteresting words. That can only be done. Kizaru used the strength of the breastfeeding and tried his best. It took half a day and end. Back to Marine headquarters. Kizaru Admiral, what's wrong with you? Seeing Kizaru's embarrassed appearance, many Marine soldiers were a little surprised. What happened? Can Kizaru Admiral be so embarrassed? Did you meet 4 emperors? With the strength of Kizaru, there are not many people who can contend with this sea, and there are not many people who can be embarrassed. They can count it with one hand. Except 4 emperors. It is estimated that there will be no one. Kizaru ignored him. Instead, he ran towards Sengoku's office. He also needs to report on the task this time. Chapter 64. Sengoku saw Kizaru come back, also a little confused. Mainly Kizaru looked too embarrassed, sweating profusely, and a little bit of escape from the disaster. Kizaru, what happened? Sengoku had an ominous premonition in his heart and asked seriously. This time Kizaru ran back alone. And it's still in this state. Those 2 CP0s may be worse off. But this is just Sengoku's hunch. Is not it? He is not sure yet. But he hopes not. After all, the 2 CP0s are not ordinary members, and they are considered high-level members in CP0. It takes a lot of resources and time to cultivate such a CP0. If these 2 people died, 5 elders didn't know how angry it was. Our mission failed. Kizaru got on the sofa, changed the look of a hippie smile, said with a wry smile, and we lost very well. Talking. Kizaru told Sengoku all the things that happened in Moon Country. There is no added oil and vinegar. After listening, Sengoku's eyes widened, slapped the table, and couldn't help standing up and saying, Kaido was defeated and ran away in a hurry. Galio and Ace chased them together, and the 3 of you faced Ye Chen, and they were killed in seconds? Kizaru, tell the truth. Are you real? Sengoku couldn't believe it. The 3 high-end combat powers confronted Ye Chen alone, and Ye Chen after the battle against Kaido. They were instantly seconded, and Kizaru fled out in a panic. Talk about this kind of thing. It is estimated that few people believe it. After all, Ye Chen, they have finished the battle with Kaido. Regardless of physical strength or body, it is estimated that it is not at its peak state. Under such circumstances, Kizaru and the others are not opponents yet. It was also killed by a spike. This is simply unheard of. Sengoku knows the strength of Kaido. He is definitely a monster. Even if he faces Kaido, it will be very difficult to defeat him. Not to mention that after defeating, there is still the ability to crush the 3 of Kizaru. It's all real, Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru smiled bitterly. He also thought it was fake, but the fact is we underestimated Ye Chen. The strength of this guy is far beyond our imagination. Underestimate? It's not underestimated anymore. They already have a very high evaluation of Ye Chen. After all, they can be compared to the 4 emperors. How could this be underestimated? Ye Chen is still a rookie. One person is up to the evaluation of the 4 emperors. This would never happen before. Sengoku has a headache. They originally wanted to use Ye Chen and Kaido to fight. After they were both injured, they could get something good. Who knows? There is no loss of both sides at all. And they also lost 2 high-end combat power. This is a great loss. Although CP0 is not under the jurisdiction of Marine. But after all, the 2 sides are members of the world government. Their loss is for Marine. It is also extremely serious. This guy is really a monster. Sengoku sighed and said, "This kind of age can defeat Kaido and the others. It's unheard of before." And after defeating Kaido, Ye Chen's reputation is estimated to rise to a terrifying level, and he will become the 5th Sea Emperor of New World. Kizaru was silent. The three defeated Kaido and his officers. Ye Chen's Black Crow Pirates has exceeded everyone's expectations. Become the 5th Sea Emperor. That's a certainty, and no one dared to refute it. After all, even the extremely powerful Kaido among the 4 emperors has been defeated, which already means that Ye Chen has enough strength to become the Emperor of the Sea. If the two sides are really bad, it is probably a matter of territory and power. But when these things are strong, it is too easy to grow. As long as Ye Chen wants to stop. It is estimated that New World does not know how many people have joined the Black Crow Pirates, and many places also want to become the territory of the Black Crow Pirates and be sheltered by the Black Crow Pirates. Strength. Reputation. Ye Chen has no shortage, and it is inevitable to become the 5th Sea Emperor. Go back and rest first. Sengoku sighed, rubbed his temples, and said with a headache, "I will discuss the matter of the Black Crow Pirates in the future." Yes. Kizaru answered and left the office. After a long time, Sengoku called the 5 elders' phone worm. There was a pause. A majestic voice came. "Sengoku something. Hear the words." Sengoku tells Kizaru what he told him and tells 5 elders. After speaking, the atmosphere fell into a weird state. Silence is silent, and there is a sound of needle falling. Sengoku wiped the cold sweat on his face. This state is what worries him the most. If 5 elders were furious, it wouldn't matter. But 5 elders is not even angry, and it is estimated that the mood is unimaginable. After a long time, the voice of 5 elders came. "I know about me." Then hang up the phone worm. He didn't say anything and didn't tell Sengoku what to do next. It's going to change. Sengoku glanced at the sky outside the window and said faintly, "The rise of Ye Chen. No one can stop it. We'll be destined to walk on the top of the sea." Holy Land, Mary Geos. In a luxuriously decorated room, 5 old people gathered here. They are all high-ranking existences of the world government, and they are well known all over the world. The status is much higher than the Marshal Sengoku. 5 elders, the person in charge of the world government, even if it is the celestial dragons of the world nobility. In front of them, they dare not be too presumptuous. The first to speak was 5 elders wearing robes, holding a large sword, and wearing round glasses. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The latest news from Sengoku, Ye Chen, and Kaido's battle. Finally won by Ye Chen, no one died, and Kaido's Jack the Drow died. Epidemic Quinn was injured, but Kaido himself was not fatal, but was seriously injured, and now I don't know his life or death." The words came out. The pupils of the other 5 elders shrank, and they took a breath. They were all shocked by the news before them. Kaido took 3 core cadres. They are not even Ye Chen's opponents of the Black Crow Pirates. And Jack the Drow died in battle. At the same time, the 2 main players of Beast's Pirates were seriously injured. However, none of Ye Chen's members of the Black Crow Pirates group, and none of them were seriously injured. Ye Chen won a big victory. Surprisingly, far beyond what they had originally thought. They thought that Kaido might be able to kill Ye Chen, or even one of the core members of Ye Chen. Who knows that Ye Chen is not dead? On the contrary, one of Kaido died and he was defeated. A group of monsters, Ye Chen may be more threatening than Roger. A 5 elders said quietly. Chapter 65. Ye Chen is more threatening than Roger. The words came out. The many 5 elders were shocked and silent. Who is Roger? The One Piece of the year. The man who started the era of the great pirates. The influence is huge. If it weren't for Roger, there might not be so many pirates now, and the world government wouldn't be so troublesome. In addition, when Roger was alive, he had already brought a lot of threats to the world government. Become a person who must be killed by the world government. When Roger reaches the final island, the huge organization of world government started to operate directly, and countless powerful people were dispatched one after another in order to punish Roger. Because the ultimate island may hide 100 years of blank history. That is the evil that the world government desperately wants to hide and can't directly face it. Because once that history is exposed, it will be moved to the root of the world government. This is why the world government desperately wants to kill Roger. Roger. It can be said to be decades, even for hundreds of years, the most powerful threat to the world government. Even if it was Locke's many years ago, it is estimated that they cannot be compared with Roger 09. Although Locke's had condensed into a large force at the beginning, it was a great threat to the world government. But Rock's pirate is too chaotic, not united internally, and fighting inside all the time. Although it looks extremely powerful on the bright side, but for them, can cause too much threat. In the end, Rock's pirate was directly destroyed by Roger and Garp. This has shown that Rock's pirate is not a big threat to the world government, far inferior to Roger. But 5 elders now say that Ye Chen is more threatening than Roger. Everyone in 5 elders was silent. There seems to be recognition. After Roger's death, they used to think no one should be more threatening than Roger. But after Ye Chen appeared, he showed a series of actions and strengths. Let 5 elders and others have to admit. Ye Chen's threat may be even higher. But not all 5 elders agree with this. I admit that Ye Chen is very powerful and extremely threatening, but if he is more threatening than Roger, I don't think he can. The blonde 5 elders said in a deep voice, "You should all know that Roger has arrived at the final island and may know the events of a year. If he had revealed those secrets at that time, what the impact would be, I must all know. And now Ye Chen doesn't know those things. The strength he showed is indeed very powerful, but we're not incapable of solving it. It's just a mere emperor of the SEA. Is it possible that you think he can move to our roots? Can he compete with us? As a force that has ruled for 800 years. World government has the foundation. It is simply not what ordinary people can imagine. On the bright side, Marine is already extremely powerful. 3. Admiral Sengoku Garp, who is not the strong one at the top of the world. There is still Steel Hollow, also one of the strongest. In addition, there are so many powerful people in the world government, let alone of 4 emperors, even 2 4 emperors, 3 4 emperors. If the world government wants to go all out, it may not be able to be destroyed. Just head to the top of the war. Marines Kazuru and Akiji are paddling, while Garp and Sengoku have hardly ever shot. Akainu was trying desperately and was almost beaten to death. Under such circumstances, the Whitebeard pirates are going to be defeated. This is still the marine power on the surface, and secretly, the power of the world government may not be much weaker than that of marine. They really can't compete with us now. But it is not so easy for us to kill Ye Chen, and now no one knows how strong Ye Chen is. The news from Sengoku shows that after 2 CP-0S and Kazuru joined forces, Ye Chen killed 2 CP-0S instantly after defeating Kaido. You should all know the strength of those 2 CP-0S. Kaido 5 elders pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, "If you want to kill Ye Chen, at least 3 or 4 admirals should be dispatched. Maybe it is possible, and even 1 or 2 4 emperors must be dispatched. At the same time, Ye Chen is still very young. He is not very old. You should know what this means." This remark came out. The blonde 5 elders was speechless. On the number and background of the strong, the Black Crow pirates really can't compare to them. But if you want to punish them, this is not so easy. Because the Black Crow pirates are in New World, in the sea area of New World, it is very difficult for the world government to act. At the same time, Ye Chen's strength is unknown for the time being. The most important is, Ye Chen is still very young. Young is capital. Then this guy can't stay even more. The blonde 5 elders said in a deep voice, "With his age and talent, it is extremely possible to reach the level of transmission. Once this guy reaches that level, we are in danger. I admit that this guy is more threatening than Roger." These words are said. He had to admit it. With Ye Chen's age and strength, it's too threatening. If it really reaches that level, world government is really dangerous. That level is powerful. They all know it, because they have seen it. The person who has been hidden behind the scenes for 800 years is at this level. Ye Chen has to deal with it quickly, but he can't act recklessly. Kaido 5 elders flickered and said in a deep voice, "I need to make a detailed plan to ensure that Ye Chen can be killed in action. But before that, you can let the people in Marine do something to test Ye Chen's strength. Maybe slay some of Ye Chen's cadres." Feasible. Agree. Ye Chen is strong, and there is no doubt about it to get rid of. But Ye Chen's cadres should not be underestimated. After all, they are all strong at the admiral level. If one person is missing, they can bring considerable benefits to their plans. The next day, the Battle of the Moon Kingdom, the defeat of Kaido, and the pirates under his command immediately spread throughout the New World. When the major forces received the news, all were shocked. As powerful as Kaido, they all failed. And this time Kaido took the 3 most important cadres under his command. Also brought a group of pirates. There are only 3 members in the Black Crow Pirates. Under such circumstances, the Kaido pirates actually failed. And it's still a defeated posture. This is simply a fantasy. Incredible. All of a sudden, the whole New World shook. The situation is changing. The undercurrent is surging. Simultaneously, because of this incident, news of Ye Chen becoming the 5th Sea Emperor continued to spread. Few people disagree. Chapter 66. Kaido was defeated and seriously injured and left Moon Nation. Isn't even Kaido an opponent? Ye Chen's Black Crow Pirates are so strong. This is really terrifying. It is rumored that Kaido passed by with the 3 plagues. Under this kind of lineup, all can be defeated. The Black Crow Pirates are outrageously strong. Kaido's defeat, doesn't it mean that Ye Chen has the qualifications to become the Emperor of the Sea? That is inevitable. If this is not the Sea Emperor, who else is the Sea Emperor? Is Kaido not possible? Although Kaido is defeated, people are not all dead after all. With their strength, the Emperor of the Sea is still a certainty. It's obviously not the era of the 4 emperors anymore. Is that the 5 emperors? No one blocked the 5 emperors era. Everyone talked a lot. All were shocked by the news received. None of them thought of it. Even Kaido will be defeated. You must know that Kaido is also extremely powerful among the 4 emperors. Some people even rated them as being second only to Whitebeard. However, no one thought that Kaido with many cadres will be defeated in the face of the rookie pirate group, the Black Crow Pirates group. The most terrifying rookie pirate group ever. For this, no one dared to refute it. Within a month or 2, from the newcomer pirate group that no one knew to, it became an amazing pirate group that became famous all over the world. He even became the 5th Sea Emperor. No matter how you look at it, the Black Crow Pirates are the strongest rookie pirates in history. After all, the Roger Pirates and even Whitebeard took no less than 10 years to reach the level of Sea Emperor. The Black Crow Pirates only have 1 or 2 months. New World. In an incomparably vast sea, a ship that resembles a whale slowly moved forward, and a black-bottomed pirate floated on the flagpole, and a huge white skull with a crescent-shaped beard. The Whitebeard Pirates. One of the New World 4 emperors. On the deck of a pirate ship, a burly man sat on the deck, golden eyes full of majesty, white crescent-shaped beard provoked, holding a large white bowl and drinking wine. Whitebeard, a big pirate who has been active in this world for decades. He was at Rock's Pirate back then. He is still with the 3 great pirates. And beside Whitebeard stood a thin man with a deadly blonde hair. He flipped through the latest information, and when he saw one of them, he couldn't help taking a breath. What happened to Marco? Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. What surprised you so much? Seeing Marco's look in shock, Whitebeard asked after taking a sip of his wine. Father, you don't know. Marco swallowed his saliva and said in shock, the Black Crow Pirates fought Kaido and the others in the Moon Kingdom. Finally, Kaido and Jean were seriously injured and left. Jack the Drow died, and the Black Crow Pirates had no casualties. All were alive. Win this time victory. There has been a lot of publicity about this matter recently. Many people have already regarded the Black Crow Pirates as the 5th Sea Emperor, and we are not the 4 emperors, but the 5 emperors. Kaido's strength. Marco knew it, and even they had to treat it with caution. In particular, the 3 cadres under Kaido's command are quite strong. If they fight together, although they will win, they will not win as easily as Ye Chen and the others. Oh, have you already won Kaido? If this is the case, it is inevitable that he will become the Emperor of the Sea. Having said this, Whitebeard put down the big bowl in his hand and said with a smile, Hilala, this guy's not ordinary, and the layout of New World may change in the future. Father, these guys are really outrageous. With only 3 people, they can beat Kaido with the 3 major cadres. Marco said, now this guy has been called the 5 emperors. I don't know what he will do next. Emperor of the Sea. This is almost the highest honor among the pirates. Of course, there is the one piece on it, but it has not yet reached the final island. This title is almost possible. In the absence of anyone reaching the final island, the Emperor of the Sea is the highest honor. People who can become the Emperor of the Sea, without exception, are extremely terrifying existences. No one is weak at all. Ye Chen is not very old, and went to sea to become the Emperor of the Sea in a short period of time. It only took a month or two to achieve the highest honor of the pirate. Rise fast. Even Marco was quite shocked, although they know that Ye Chen's rise is inevitable. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Never seen before. It's really amazing. I originally planned to accept Ye Chen as my son, but now that he has defeated Kaido, it should be impossible. Whitebeard said lightly. Marco flipped through Byakugan. Dad, how can that be? Not to mention whether Ye Chen defeated Kaido or not. Before that, they had retreated against the three admiral, and they had already shown a great strength. People with such strength are unlikely to condescend to others. Right now, Ye Chen hit Kaido hard. What level of strength did he reach? They don't know either. But at least the level of 4 emperors. Take 4 emperors as sons. This May. Red hair pirates. Has Kaido been defeated? What a horrible group of newcomers. This sea is boiling again. Hongfa glanced at the information in his hand and smiled faintly. The territory of New World can no longer support the emergence of a new sea emperor. His appearance may be to expand his own territory, and he will work on other people. It may be Whitebeard, it may be Charlotte Lin Lin, or it may be us. The red-haired emperor's deputy Beckman calmly analyzed and said, this group of guys can defeat Kaido to get Lee's, which already represents their strength. If they attack us, it will be a troublesome thing. This is also true. Let the following moments pay attention to them. If they really intend to do it on us, then we can't avoid the war. It just so happens that I want to see how strong this strongest rookie ever has. A light flashed in the red hair's eyes. As one of the 4 emperors, their strength is not weak. If Ye Chen felt that the rest of the 4 emperors were the same after defeating Kaido, they wouldn't mind making a hook. Things broke out, caused a great sensation. Whether it is New World, the first half of the Grand Line, or the 4 emperors, this matter is being discussed vigorously. Simultaneously, the fact that Ye Chen became the Emperor of the Sea was almost recognized by most people. Chapter 67. Outside World. Because of Ye Chen and Kaido's affairs, the discussion was heated. But Ye Chen, who were the parties involved, did not pay much attention after seeing the information. Just smiled. Their current target is Dressrosa. Ye Chen got Dressrosa's pointer in a town, and now Galio was heading towards Dressrosa in the direction of the pointer. Dressrosa. Inside the palace, Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses and pink plumage, sat on a throne, and below him stood the cadres of the Don Quixote family. All cadres gathered. Did you lose even Kaido? Doflamingo looked at the information in his hand with a solemn expression. Where did these guys come out? Why didn't they have any information before? Young master, we have searched this, and we haven't found their previous information. It is very likely that there was no idea of going to sea before, but only recently did we have this idea. A man with black sunglasses and a nasal nose said, but they are really powerful, and now the people outside have regarded them as the 5th Sea Emperor. Emperor of the Sea? Doflamingo looked serious and muttered to himself. This is the pursuit of countless pirates, and naturally includes him. As long as the pirates enter the New World, basically no one wants to become the Emperor of the Sea. It's just that it's not that easy to become the Emperor of the Sea. That requires great strength. At least it can be compared with the above few monsters. Obviously, he can't. And before Ye Chen came out, no one could. To be frank, Doflamingo is a little envious. It hasn't been long since Ye Chen went to sea, and he has already become the Emperor of the Sea. The rapid rise is staggering. They can defeat Kaido. The position of Emperor of the Sea, no one guesses will question it. Doflamingo tapped his finger on the seat, pondered for a moment, and said, it's just that Kaido is defeated now. What should we do if we cooperate with him? Now, Kaido has been hit hard by Ye Chen, and he probably hid in a place to heal. Now those materials are almost used. If Kaido doesn't provide them, our plan will be difficult to carry out. He has always cooperated with Kaido, although there is some inequality. But Kaido will basically provide them with no small supplies. Just The last time Kaido gave the supplies, they are almost using them now. If there is no follow-up provision, they will find it difficult to hold on. Hear what Doflamingo said. Everyone hesitated. Without Kaido's supplies, it is difficult for their plan to continue, although they can provide supplies. But who knows what Kaido comes out? What if I just die? Didn't the materials they give out have been ruined? If it doesn't come out, if Kaido comes back from his wounds, he must be questioned by them. Young master, should we hold on for a while? Treader hesitated. What news from Kaido now, we don't know, and we can't get in touch, but with Kaido's physique, it shouldn't be dead. Then hold on for a while. Doflamingo also thinks Treader is right, Kaido's monster physique. Wanna die? It's really hard. Compared with the consumption of these materials, Kaido's revenge was obviously more terrifying. Ye Chen can defeat Kaido. That's because they have the ability. But they don't have the ability of Ye Chen. If Kaido really wants to attack them, they basically can't stand it. Time is long. A few days pass quickly. This time, Doflamingo has been contacting Kaido, but he didn't get a reply. Obviously, the affairs of Moon Kingdom have a great influence on Kaido. It is estimated that he is still healing somewhere. Because of this incident, Beast's Pirates is no longer arrogant. They all hid. Kaido didn't reply. This makes Doflamingo a little irritable. Although planning to use his own resources, Kaido has never responded, which makes Doflamingo a little bit thinking. It's impossible. Is there really something wrong with Kaido? Kaido has not been hit hard in the past. It's just not as serious as it is now. Just now, a cadre walked in and reported respectfully, Master Doflamingo, someone found the whereabouts of Galio, the Black Crow pirate group nearby. Their goal seems to be our side. The Black Crow pirates are coming. Doflamingo stood up suddenly and said in a deep voice, the news is accurate? Only since I met Ye Chen and them last time. Doflamingo doesn't want to meet Ye Chen anymore. This time Ye Chen came to Dressrosa. Is there any purpose? As the king of Dressrosa, people at New World basically know that this is his site. Accurate. Heard this. Doflamingo's face suddenly darkened. Could it be that Ye Chen these guys plan to use Dressrosa as their turf? At the same time, Galio's huge body flew through the air in Dressrosa and finally fell slowly in a square. Galio, isn't that a member of the Black Crow Pirates? One of the 5 emperors? Why do they appear here, and the people on their backs seem to be Ace and Ye Chen? The 5 emperors are here. Seeing Galio landing and Ye Chen on his back, the people in the square were taken aback. This is the 5 emperors. When everyone saw Ye Chen walking down, they were half dead in fright. His body was trembling, and his eyes widened as if they had seen something terrifying. Even if you don't need Conqueror's Haki, some of Ye Chen's own breath is enough to make these people lose their sense. Ye Chen fell to the ground. A cold voice suddenly sounded slowly. Ding, congratulations to host for signing in successfully. Ding, congratulations to host high-speed regeneration. Hear the system's prompt tone. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. As long as it's not the heart or head being shattered by the explosion, it can be reborn in an instant. Have this ability. Even if Kaido is immortal, it doesn't seem to be a big deal in front of him. And have this ability. Ye Chen can also fight hand-to-hand. Chapter 68. With high-speed regeneration, even if you physically face people like Garp or Whitebeard, there shouldn't be any big problems. Ye Chen smiled slightly. In the past, although he could face these powerful people directly, he did not use the physical body, but Ryujin Jakka, or Haki, or something. But now there is high-speed regeneration. As long as the body is not crushed in an instant, he can be reborn in an instant. This means that even if he confronts those with strong physical bodies, he doesn't need to worry too much. And those who are strong in swordsmanship, the same is true. What about the arm cut off? What if the head is chopped off? He can be reborn in an instant, which is almost equal to the immortal body, and more terrifying than Kaido's immortal body, a little bit more terrifying. Kaido's physical body has amazing resilience, but he wants to recover instantly. That is almost impossible. What? Ye Chen moved slightly in front of him, looked at a direction in the distance, and smiled. Doflamingo's speed is quite fast. Hearing what Ye Chen said, Ace said, "Are they here already?" Before coming, Ye Chen has already told them the plan. Plan to use Dressrosa as a base. At the same time, I also know that this is the site of Doflamingo. Here, more than a few people have come. It is estimated that all the core cadres have come. Ye Chen smiled. Doflamingo's power is quite strong, and there are many cadres. But the strength counts as strong, not much. There are no strong players at the Admiral level. Count the upper middle upper strong in New World. It may be okay to deal with some newcomers, but face their existence. Doflamingo's cadres are still not enough. Furfur, it's really rare that you can meet the famous 5 emperors here, accompanied by a strange laugh. Doflamingo stepped on small steps and walked towards the side with an extremely public attitude. And beside Doflamingo, there are many figures standing with nearly a dozen names. These people are of different shapes and faces. There are men and women. Some people look very strange, but the aura is very powerful, far stronger than some pirates. One looks like a pile of mud, wearing a blue shirt, wearing small black sunglasses, and a disgusting nose. Trable, one of the core cadres of Don Quixote. There are 2 facial lines on one face, wearing a cloak, dressed like a middle-aged male from an indigenous tribe. Diamante, a person who eats a banner with flying fruits can make the object he touches light and light, but the way the object does not change. Another brawny man wearing a samurai armor, wavy hair, a helmet with a cross face on his head, and a spade logo tattooed on his shoulders. Pika, those with the ability of Paramecia rock fruit can assimilate the rocks they touch, but they will not turn into rocks. Just hide inside. Don Quixote family accompanied Doflamingo, swept in all directions with a fierce breath. The crowds around them all showed horror. Doflamingo is here. One is the Emperor of the Sea who has recently made the limelight to defeat Kaido, and the other is Doflamingo, a famous pirate in New World. The status of the two may not be at the same level, but they are both well known in New World. And everyone smelled the smell of gunpowder. There may be a fight between the two parties. You came here very quickly, Doflamingo. Ye Chen glanced at Don Quixote behind Doflamingo and smiled. I thought you would hide like the last time. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. The last time there was also an accident. Not many people knew that it was normal to hide. But this time, Ye Chen came to his lair. He was hiding. That's not justified. Paul. Doflamingo took a deep breath and grinned. You made a laugh. I didn't accidentally last time. The words came out. Everyone around was surprised. Is this really the Doflamingo they know? If it was before. Doflamingo is not so talkative. Now that the other party ridiculed him, how could he speak well, even in a low voice? At this time, the posture shown by Doflamingo somewhat breaks their reflection. Original. Does Doflamingo know about it? It turns out that he is not so arrogant to everyone. Doflamingo cursed in his heart when he saw how surprised the people around him were. Opposite is one of the 5 emperors. Just overwhelmed Kaido. Who dares to be arrogant to him? Unless the red-haired Shanks, who's also the 5 emperors, or Whitebeard comes over, it's almost the same. And arrogant. That's also for people. If the strength is not as good as his, then there is absolutely nothing wrong with arrogance, and no one dares to say anything to you. But if it is against Ye Chen's level of power, arrogant, isn't that looking for death? Although a little bullying and afraid of hardship. But this world is not so realistic. I don't know what will happen to you, Master Ye Chen, this time. Doflamingo looked at Ye Chen cautiously. When he knew Ye Chen was coming here, he has some ominous premonitions. It always feels okay. Nothing, Ye Chen said with a smile. Recently, I have been called the 5 emperors, and the other 5 emperors have turf and power, and we have nothing. We are just ready to find a place to take root. I think this is good. What do you think, Doflamingo? The words came out. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the atmosphere has changed. The cadres behind Doflamingo looked at Ye Chen angrily, and even had murderous aura in many eyes. Although the opposite is the 5 emperors, Kaido has just been defeated. But Ye Chen's remarks already made them a little angry. Moreover, in front of them, they said that this place was their territory and directly grabbed their territory. Some are too arrogant and don't give them any face. How can they stand it? Everyone in the square opened their eyes wide. His eyes kept wandering on Doflamingo and Ye Chen. At the same time, I felt a little sigh. The Emperor of the Sea dared to be so arrogant in front of Doflamingo. If you just don't give up face, you will get someone else's territory. This makes Doflamingo feel so embarrassed. If this is for someone else, Doflamingo probably got angry long ago. Killed the opposite directly. But the person in front of him is Ye Chen, one of the 5 emperors. Powerful horror. If Doflamingo does it, then you're going to die. And this time, Doflamingo's face was as black as coal. Force. Chapter 69. Now Doflamingo is indeed in a dilemma. Ye Chen's remarks were obviously intended to use Dressrosa as his site, which was unacceptable for Doflamingo, because this place hides many secrets of Doflamingo. And this place originally belonged to Doflamingo, and it was considered to belong to their family. If it is directly to Ye Chen, he obviously couldn't be reconciled. But if you don't give it, with Ye Chen's style of behavior, most of them will not let them go. If you go to war with Ye Chen, that's obviously not the opponents. Not to mention, Kaido only recently defeated Ye Chen and the others. Kaido is not an opponent. They might be opponents. Although there are few members of the Black Crow Pirates group, they are powerful, and every one of them is terribly strong. The lowest is Admiral level, and Ye Chen is even 4 Emperor's level. If you really plan to go to war with them, that's going to die. 153, Ye Chen-sama laughed. Doflamingo gave a wry smile and said, Dressrosa is not worthy of Ye Chen. If Ye Chen wants a site, I can recommend a few places where the business is prosperous, and it is very suitable for the Black Crow Pirates as a base. I definitely don't want to give it. But he can't offend Ye Chen and them either. After all, Ye Chen's strength lies there. If you really want to do it, they will be the only ones who are unlucky. Young Master, Don Quixote's cadres couldn't believe Doflamingo's sigh in such a low voice. This is their arrogant young master. Simultaneously, they also knew that the main problem with Doflamingo's low voice was the oppression of the man in front of him. Suddenly, many cadres have a lot of good-looking faces, and they look at Ye Chen and others with a murderous look. This is the group of people. Humph. Just now, Ace Desi snorted coldly, and a huge breath spewed out, bringing everyone a great sense of oppression. I think you seem to have opinions on us. If you have opinions, you can come out and try. Ace Des walked out slowly, his eyes were cold, and he said uncomfortably, I want to take a look, you guys are quite capable. The gazes of these cadres like Don Quixote made Ace very upset. Do you want to do it? Want to kill us, right? I give you this opportunity. The words came out. A cadre couldn't help but stand up and said, Young Master, I want to go out and have a try. Get back. Doflamingo turned dark and stared at the man. Isn't this making trouble? If they really want to fight, they will really offend the opponent. And who is the other party, you don't know. That's an existence that can compete with Admiral. If you really want to do it, others can suppress you with one hand. If they weren't afraid of the other side, why should he swallow so long ago to do it? Although Doflamingo is very arrogant. But arrogance also depends on the target. For the existence of this level of the 5 emperors, he didn't dare to be arrogant. There is no arrogant capital. Sorry, Ye Chen. Doflamingo smiled apologetically and said, My subordinates are a little ignorant. Also, if Ye Chen really wants a site as a base, I have many recommendations. No, Doflamingo. Ye Chen said lightly, I'm going to be here. He certainly knows that there are many places that can be used as bases. But he is familiar with the place. New World is only those few. And Dressrosa is a good choice. Master Ye Chen, must this place be? Doflamingo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. There was an uncontrollable anger in the words. The clay figurines also have 3 points of anger, although he is very afraid of fighting against the 5 emperors. But Ye Chen and others' repeated requests made Doflamingo a little unbearable. Must, Ye Chen said lightly. Nonsense. Definitely want this place. Although I came here because of the sign-in. But this place is also good. How could it not be? If Doflamingo couldn't help but want to do it. He doesn't care either. These guys can deal with the rest. If you want to do it to them. That's a bit too much. Little Lord. Trapole said in a deep voice, let's give it a go. Although the opponent is very strong, but if we give it this way, our cooperation with Kaido will be exposed. Kaido will definitely not let us go. Instead of waiting, Kaido did it on us, it might as well give it a try. You have to know the consequences, Doflamingo said in a deep voice. The opponent defeated Kaido. The reason why Doflamingo is unwilling to give up this site, except this is indeed something left over from his ancestors. The bigger reason is the cooperation with Kaido. If this place is given to Ye Chen, his collaboration with Kaido will inevitably be discovered. If Kaido recovers, they will definitely not be let go. If we don't try it, Kaido won't let us go, Trapole said. There is a little despair in words. There is a dilemma. There are dead ends. Just when Doflamingo was still weighing the pros and cons, Ye Chen didn't give them a chance. Ace, do it. Seeing Doflamingo still chirping, Ye Chen became a little impatient and gave the order directly. The voice fell off. Ace is not the only one. Galio also rushed out directly. The war is about to start. Court death. Seeing that Ace and Galio started, many Doflamingo officials couldn't help it. Rushed out one after another. Diamond Tai was the first to rush out, floating in the air, heading towards Galio. Bullfighting scepter. The western sword in Diamante's hand twisted and turned into a bull's head, covering armament Haki, and rushed towards Galio. Bang. Galio didn't even look at it. He punched the bull's head, a huge force burst out, and the bull's head exploded directly. Fragmented. Almost at the same time, Galio came to Diamond Tai and grinned. We are a little weaker. The voice fell off. Diamond Tai was shocked in his eyes. Before he had time to react, a huge fist spread in his eyes. Subsequently, with a bang, Diamond Tai was hit and flew out, vomiting blood in the air, flying upside down for tens of meters, and smashed in front of a building. Freeze. On the other side, Ace Des snorted, and the biting cold erupted, and the surroundings were quickly frozen. Several cadres of Don Quixote had not yet approached Ace Des, and they were instantly frozen into ice. Although only 2 people. But the situation swept over in a crushing posture. It seems that it is not a dimensional existence. None of Don Quixote's cadres were opponents. It's just a moment. Several people retired directly. The other side, Doflamingo burst out countless thin threads, heading towards Ye Chen. Seeing the start of the war, he couldn't help it anymore. What about the 5 emperors? Today, he wants to give it a try. Anyway, it's dead. Chapter 70. Splitting Void. Seeing Doflamingo's hands, Ye Chen said with a smile on his face. Ryatsu spread out, and a transparent protective cover appeared in front of Ye Chen, and a thin line like a bullet rushed over, but was blocked. None of them can penetrate into it. What is this ability? Seeing his attack blocked, Doflamingo frowned. Devil fruit ability? But it doesn't look like it is, because it is said in the intelligence that Ye Chen is not demon fruit power at all. Not afraid of sea water. Not even afraid of sea water. That must not be demon fruit power. But if it is not demon fruit power, what power does Ye Chen use? Unique ability? Or is it Ye Chen's own ability? Impossible. Ye Chen is not very young, so to create a system is obviously unrealistic. But in any case, the ability Ye Chen is showing now makes Doflamingo a bit of a headache. He soared around, hovering constantly. Don't dare to approach Ye Chen. He knows that Ye Chen 09 is proficient in Conqueror's Haki and is also a very powerful swordsman. The most important thing is that Ye Chen can release extremely high-temperature slashes, and the terrifying flame can melt everything. If he gets close, Ye Chen bursts out instantly. He is likely to be melted instantly. Why, don't you even dare to approach me? Ye Chen smiled slightly and said faintly, I'm so terrible, make the famous Tainyasha afraid to approach. No. He doesn't look like Kaido, he is ruthless and weak, so he doesn't look like a person who is proficient in physical skills. Close combat is not the best option? Heard this sentence. Doflamingo cursed in his heart. I believe in your evil. What if you suddenly use the power of Ryujin Jakka when you're close to you? And you're not scary. They were all 5 emperors, and even Kaido was defeated. If this is not terrible, then there is really no terrible person in this world. Since you are not close, you can only let me come. A weird smile appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Next moment, the figure disappeared in place. See this scene. Doflamingo observation Haki warned wildly. His whole body tensed, and he looked around vigilantly. He sensed an alarming danger. It's just that Ye Chen is there. He can't even detect it now. Just now, Doflamingo's Haki warning. Behind. Behind. At the same time, Ye Chen appeared behind Doflamingo, Armament Haki Ryatsu. Two unique forces gathered on the fist and punched behind Doflamingo. Bang. Like a heavy object, Doflamingo's face suddenly changed like a lightning strike, and a huge force swept out, knocking him out in an instant. In midair, Doflamingo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Simultaneously, when he was about to land, Doflamingo shot out a few thin lines, and he landed on the lines, as if stepping on the void, falling in midair. When did it pass? Doflamingo just stopped and couldn't help but sipped. Ye Chen is too fast. He didn't want to react quickly. When did Ye Chen get behind his back? It seems to move instantaneously. When? Right now. At this moment, a playful laugh sounded behind Doflamingo. Hear this voice. Doflamingo suddenly raised his hand. The small lines condensed and rushed toward the back. Super Strike Whip. The small gatherings condense into a huge whip, tearing the air and sweeping towards the back. Too slow. Ye Chen chuckled, his hands bursting with golden light. Like a beam of light burst out. Flying dragon strikes thieves to shake the sky and thunder cannons. Bang. A bright light burst out, instantly covering Doflamingo's eyes, turning his vision into a golden patch, and he couldn't see the surrounding scene clearly. Boom. Along with a terrifying explosion, the smoke rolled up, and a figure flew out of the smoke. Flew out hundreds of meters and finally smashed into a building, directly penetrating the wall. Little Lord! The officials of Don Quixote couldn't help exclaiming when seeing Doflamingo being shot into the air. The eyes are full of anxiety. Doflamingo is the pillar of their hearts. If anything happened to Doflamingo, their family doesn't make any sense anymore. Dare to be distracted when fighting with us. Seeing everyone looking toward Doflamingo, Ace couldn't help showing a sneer, extremely cold. It seems that I'm still too relaxed with you. The voice fell off. A piercing cold wave burst out like a sea wave, layer after layer, spreading in all directions. One Setsuna's time. The huge square turned into a world of ice. All the surroundings are condensed into ice sculptures. At the same time, Doflamingo clutched his aching chest and slowly walked out of the smoke. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Ye Chen with a touch of horror. This is his strength? No wonder you can beat Kaido. It's not that he hasn't faced the 5 emperors directly. He faced Kaido directly. Redhead Shanks had it too. But Ye Chen alone brought him so much pressure, and the two sides seemed to be not at the same level, or even at the same level. When facing Ye Chen, he imitated the Buddha's string doll, and the other party can do whatever he wants. Although he knows Ye Chen is very strong. But I never thought that the gap could be so big. Was crushed instantly. Can't even persist. Only after a few rounds of fighting, he had been seriously injured. A few ribs broke on his body, and even one hand and arm had been scrapped. Can't lift the strength anymore. Ye Chen was unscathed. He didn't even take it seriously. Ryujin Jakka is not used. As we all know, Ryujin Jakka is Ye Chen's strongest ability, and it is also Ye Chen's ability to face the 3 Admiral and Kaido. But now, when facing him, Ye Chen didn't even draw his sword, so he defeated him. Unimaginable gap. It made Doflamingo a little desperate. At the same time, he saw that his cadres were almost the same as him, basically being swept by Galio and Ace. Both of them were seriously injured. None of them were safe and sound. Ye Chen, I can give to Dressrosa. Even my life can be given to you. Doflamingo looked at Ye Chen and said sadly, but I have a request. You can let go of my subordinates and I can leave it to you. Under absolute power. Haughty like Doflamingo, but also had to give in. Because the two sides are really not at the same level. Chapter 71. Little Lord. Many Don Quixote officials looked at Doflamingo with grief and heartbroken. Some even burst into tears. Seeing Doflamingo succumb to Ye Chen and the others, they felt angry and wanted to do something. But they can't do anything now. Ace and Galio were watching, as long as they changed. There is no doubt that they will be beheaded clean. Hear the voices of many cadres. Doflamingo's eyes flashed a ray of light and finally covered it, looking at Ye Chen. The reason why he did it. There is no way. After all, the strength is already there, and they have no chance of winning. instead of being beheaded by Ye Chen all of them. It is better to come out alone and save those cadres. Or family members. Doflamingo is true and inhumane, but for their own cadres. Doflamingo still cares a lot. Not a very ruthless person. Of course, it is only a small number of cadres, such as those core cadres. See this scene. Ye Chen was startled. Doflamingo surrendered so quickly, he didn't expect it. It's just that Doflamingo's cadres have been hit hard. Also understand in my heart, it is estimated that the strength is too crushing. Let this guy see no hope. So I plan to save the rest on my own. However, with Doflamingo's mind, he may not have the rest of his thoughts. Doflamingo, you can make such a choice, which is a little bit beyond my expectations. Ye Chen said with a smile. I thought you would run away alone, but I didn't expect that you would give yourself and save the others. But you haven't thought about it. It's not enough to exchange your own life for someone else's life. That I asked for Dressrosa. You don't need to give it at all. Now it belongs to me. If you want me to give them a way to survive, you still need more money. Otherwise, I don't want to let the tiger return to the mountain and give myself a trouble. Are you kidding me? Give your life and save the rest. Is this still Doflamingo? If Whitebeard and the others are serious about love and righteousness, he still thinks it is possible. But who is Doflamingo? This guy is a real hero. Sinister and cunning, seeing his own life more important than anything else. Although these cadres of Don Quixote are very important to Doflamingo, but Doflamingo did not have done so. Let the core cadres go to death to protect their own secrets. Ye Chen, you don't need to think too much. Doflamingo said in a deep voice. I have no other ideas, no other plans, or in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is useless. Ye Chen nodded. This is indeed. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is really useless, because the strength is so desperate. What is the use of conspiracy? Hasn't it been swept? My personal life may not be exchanged for the lives of these people, but the secrets I know can. Doflamingo said in a deep voice, I have a study with Kaido. If this study is successful, it will be enough to change the world. At the same time, I know many secrets, including the secrets of the world government. The world government controls one of the 3 ancient weapons, and I know he is there. If you let them go, I can tell you this secret. Could this guy really intend to do this? Ye Chen was a little suspicious. He knew Doflamingo knew some secrets of celestial dragons, but only Doflamingo knew about this. Have been hiding in my heart before. Now speak directly. I feel that I really intend to use myself for the rest of the people alive. Are you talking about the King of Heaven? Ye Chen said lightly. If it's the King of Heaven, then it's needless to say. The words came out. Doflamingo was shocked. I couldn't help but said in amazement. How did you know? Not many people know the secret of the King of the world government, and it is known to the top of the world government. Even some celestial dragons may not know. The reason why he knew it was by chance. But how did Ye Chen know? Ye Chen flipped through Byakugan. This is not nonsense. Pluto is a ship, and they are all hidden, and Neptune is a white star, now in the Fishman Island. 2 of the 3 ancient weapons have appeared. Then there is the last one left. That is the King of Heaven. This kind of thing can be guessed. But Doflamingo doesn't know. Even many people don't. Because of the existence of Pluto, it hasn't really appeared yet. As for Sea King, few people know. Therefore, most people basically do not know that the world government has a king. This kind of thing is not a secret. Ye Chen said lightly, 3 ancient weapons, it would be strange if the world government did not control one. Everyone knows that the world government has ancient weapons. But I don't know that it is. Doflamingo looked at Ye Chen suspiciously. In addition to his strength, the man in front of him seemed to know more secrets than him. The secret he has been hiding in his heart does not seem to be taken seriously in front of Ye Chen. Although the world government controls the King of Heaven, few people know that he is there, and I know the key to unlocking him. After hesitating, Doflamingo said, he didn't intend to talk about this, but now his death is imminent, and it's useless to keep it. Might as well take it out in exchange for the survival of some people. Although Doflamingo did a lot of evil in his lifetime. But there is an old saying that goes well. People who are dying have good words. Knowing is useless. Ye Chen said lightly, no one can get close to that place. The Uranus must be placed in the Holy Land Merigios, but you want to be close to the place where the Uranus is stored. Obviously, it is not possible. It must be heavily guarded there. Go inside. What's the point of knowing how to open it? This is not the same as having a key to a treasure chest. But without the treasure chest itself, this key does not have much effect. It's just a key. Only by getting the treasure chest can he reflect his value. Doflamingo was speechless. Ye Chen is not wrong. Although I knew how to open it, I didn't get the king. It does not have much effect. Doflamingo, I suddenly don't want to kill you. Ye Chen looked at Doflamingo meaningfully and said, I think you are very interesting. How about joining us? If you join us, those people you want to save will not die. The words came out. Everyone is shocked.